Mm-mm. My sound is very low. I can barely hear. Hello, happy evening stream. That's what this is for. It's just an open panel, really. That's what I do. It's a Monday evening. Seemed like a good time for a stream. I just looked in on the news. It's still Kamala Harris. You know she's going to get the nomination. I mean, I was pretty sure it was going to her anyway. So, one step closer to the outcome I was trying to prevent. And I think she has more of a, I'm more worried about her chances than I was with Biden. So my confidence that the Republicans going to win is not as high. But we'll see what happens. They both say some pretty crazy stuff. So we'll see who alienates more people by November or inspires. I'm still bugged by those APA guidelines for men. And I'm sure I've done at least a couple of streams on them already, but I'm kind of revisiting them. And Chris Ferguson has a really good article where he breaks down the criticism of them and gives his. He's a psychologist as well, working in men's mental health, and he gives his view of how he would have handled it, like his recommendations of what they should adopt instead. So I'm kind of going through that too. But basically, and this is very broadly, but the controversy started when they came out and decided this is APA is American Psychological Association, um, and it's a professional association for psychologists here in the U.S. And they came out with and decided or discovered or determined that traditional masculinity. Let me see how they phrased it. It started with a tweet. They were controversy began roughly 6 months after approval when the APA Monitor published an article on the guidelines. Let's see what this article is. See, I just started down this rabbit hole, so I don't have everything all um, organized yet. Oh, and it is open panel. I'm just picking up this because that's what I was talking about last stream. But if somebody wants to come up and talk about anything else, please feel free. Like I said, this is just a space I keep open for people who might need it. I'm interested in this article. So the controversy started. That's what I'm interested in. The controversy. Where is it? The way they have, I hate this. This is very frustrating. The way they have their footnotes to get to the article. When I click it, it doesn't take me to the article. And I can't get back to my place in the original once I do that. All right, let's see this article. So the controversy started when the APA Monitor, I assume that's their like in-house magazine or publication. Hang on. All right, if I'm going to do this rabbit hole, I'm going to do it right. The APA is the main professional organization of psychologists in the United States and the largest, let's go on their website about the APA, and the largest psychological association in the world. That sounds like they would have a lot of credibility or authority for a lot of people. It has over 157,000 members. That doesn't seem like a lot, really, including scientists, educators, clinicians, consultants, and students. Remember, I said DEI was making its way in through academia, like college academics, schools, education, the mental health fields, but I also said the trainings, the accreditation bodies, um, etc. So it's looks like all of those are involved. It has 54 divisions which function as interest. Damn, this is fast. I didn't even know this about the APA. Oh, look, hey, watch this. I just went to their About Me page, and lo and behold, what shows up? Okay, look, about APA, strategic plan. Well, we'll take a look at it. Equity, diversity, and inclusion. Leadership development, publication and resources. Okay. What's this strategic plan? Let me guess. It has something to do with people being racist. A strong, diverse, and I'm sure they mean intellectual diversity and viewpoint diversity and not skin color diversity or gender diversity or any other superficial characteristic that would reduce the individual to a group demographic. Because that would be the psychologically responsible thing to do. And a unified psychology, oh, this bothers me right here. Maybe even more. A unified psychology. We don't even know what consciousness is, and you already want a unified if you know science, which psychology is, it's in a gray area of as to how much of an actual science it is. What they sometimes call the hard versus the soft sciences. So we're not even at the stage where we can develop a unified model. So you're already working that into your strategic plan. To me, somebody that was actually concerned about truth would be more cautious here. So this looks more like agenda. Enhances knowledge and improves the human condition. So this is that ideology of there's the search for truth to understand the world as it is, and then there's the search for truth to change the world, to critique and change the world. And I forgot which philosopher or Pomo philosopher really kind of rebranded and pushed that idea. But I think they're less interested in understanding people, which is how I view psychology. And they see psychology or the field of psychology as an opportunity to change or improve the human condition. Guiding principles. And this is so vague. This is like feel good vision statement type stuff. Engage, connect, and serve members. Yeah, of course. Every single institution or organization that's created that involves humans is going to, in some sense, be there to engage, connect, and serve members. Build on a foundation of science. The Satanists said the same thing. Respect and promote human rights. Again, what organization is not going to want to do this? Advanced psychology and support psychologists. Yeah, okay, that's what I would have guessed your mission was from just your title. This kind of language makes my head hurt. It really does. Okay, strategic goals. Look, utilize psychological science and knowledge to make a positive impact on critical societal issues. So this is using truth, or that truth has a larger purpose beyond just understanding reality, and that purpose is to change it. Increase access to care and focus on reducing disparities in health outcomes by advancing a population health approach. The application of psychology to improve functioning of public and private institutions, organizations, systems, and communities. This bothers me. I don't want you to come apply psychology to my community to improve it. My community, me and my community can determine that for ourselves. Establish psychology as a key contributor in the development, evaluation, and application of technology. And I just read like a few frames up that they want that unified psychological model, and they want to establish psychology as a key contributor in the development, evaluation, application of technology. This APA site might turn me into a conspiracist. Foster the advancement of human rights, grow, diversify, develop, and support. You want to, I can almost tell you who they don't want. They don't want people like me. They don't want people like the other people working in men's mental health that that I know and that I work with. They want people that are going to promote a certain ethos, let's just say. They don't want the Spurgy types that are like pro Spurg and not how do we fit Spurgs into society, into the neurotypical standards to make them happy. Advocate for funding. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Promote the use of established, elevate the public's understanding, appreciation, and utilization of psychology. Strengthen the APA's role as a leading voice for psychology. Yeah, this is when institutions become less concerned with serving all of the public and less concerned with basing that service on truth. And when it starts to become more of a political agenda and the truth becomes in the service of these larger societal goals, societal engineering goals. All right. And then let's look at equity, diversity, and inclusion. See, they're calling it I see this all the time. It's EDI now. For some reason, they just swapped. This is people with too much time on their hands. If they were actually making progress, or if the problem were as big as they say, they would not have time to sit around and have meetings on whether they should swap the letters. So now it's equity, diversity, and inclusion because they want to feature the E part, the equity, maybe. I don't know. Let's read the equity plan. Oh God, this is gonna I shouldn't do this kind of stuff this late at night. Definitional resolution on dismantling systemic racism. Oh my God, that is that superstitious racism that not one single person, I have been doing this literally for over 4 years. Not one single person ever that I've talked to from any of the sides can show me definitively this systemic racism. It always rests on inference, presupposition, assumptions, dubious framing, and yet it's in the APA and these other. We looked at it in Washington State Department of Equity, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. We looked at the federal Department of Behavioral Health Equity. We looked at the National Science Foundation Fund. It was in all of those. Here it is in the APA. Harnessing psychology to combat racism, adopting a uniform definition and understanding. I may be in this rabbit hole for a while, y'all. Wow. This is February 2021. So see, this was during COVID after all the George Floyd stuff. This was still going on. This was when all the commotion from George Floyd and all the like all the groups that started showing up in my normal groups that everybody liked each other and got along and was sane and stable, all of a sudden started freaking out that they were all racist, that everybody else was racist, just out of nowhere. This was all about the same time. I think this is going to get worse under Kamala Harris. I am not encouraged that people are suddenly going to move away from this under her. Daniel, are you talking about, are they doing a 6 or are they still on 5? Yeah, I watched the DSM get, it's by consensus in committee. So the people that make the claim against science is you just believe in what you're told, et cetera, et cetera. They don't understand science at all. But that does apply to things like these consensus based bodies that determine official mental health categories for the rest of us, et cetera. All they are descriptive categories. They're really for insurance companies to help with coding the diagnoses so people can get paid. And it's descriptive categories of observed symptoms, traits, phenomena, and the categories are always shifting because each time they update it, they get different people in there that have different ideas on what they should focus on and how they should categorize it. So I just think of it as an insurance coding manual. If the descriptions are helpful to you, use them. If not, ignore them. I know that for some people to get services, especially as children at in younger ages, they have to have specific diagnoses. And so there's like a gatekeeping process for that. I don't like the system. I would like to see a different one. But I don't think the public mental health system is, and even the education system is anything but bare bones right now anyway. So I've never had much hope for it. Yeah, exactly. That's why, yes. The humanistic approach is what we're losing because it's moving to this activist oriented approach and away from the focus on the individual and their particular situation, etc. Oh, I see my low bar signal. I hope y'all can hear me. And it's moving toward the client as a avatar for the group identity, and the mental health issues are internalized oppression. That the source for them is ultimately external, and so the solution for it is activism, political activism, to address the external source of your oppression, to alleviate the internal response to that, instead of empowering you to have self mastery over your own experiences. Ultra MAGA. I'm becoming more ultra MAGA as we come up on November. I don't know if she's the DEI hire. She's definitely the DEI. Like, not only does she herself represent a lot of that stuff because she's talked about it and she did that little equity video, but people are going to be able to use her as a totem to advance their own goals around this stuff, much more than they will be able to use Donald Trump. We have Mike in the back. Uh, tell me a little bit about yourself, just so I know you're not a troll. Do we know you from somewhere other? Um, Anybody know Mike, or do you have another name you chat under? All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me back out of all of this. I'm gonna trust you, Mike. Let's do solo layout.
What's up,
What's up?
man?
How's it going?
Good, good. No, I enjoy talking about psychology and things like that because and I've actually watched your program a few times. It's actually very interesting, and the indoctrination of all,
Oh,
it's bringing people apart. It's not pushing them together.
yeah, that's what I noticed. I've watched it in my individual groups. I've watched it tear communities apart
Yeah,
on a very small scale. The autism community, the gay community, the
yeah,
Satanism community, the mental health community, the men's community, pretty
yeah.
much every community I've been involved in has been split by this stuff.
I know a little bit of psychology. I went to college. I have a criminal justice degree, but I also have a minor in psychology. So I counsel at my church. I don't counsel, like I'm not licensed, but I do talk to people and I discuss things with people and talk about people, like marriages and stuff like that
Mhm.
and give and take. And but anything like real serious, then I would always refer them to an actual clinical psychologist. But it's good to be like someone to talk to. It's good to have
Yeah,
someone just to talk
that's
to.
what I was about to say, like a form of peer support.
Yeah, just a good friend. We're having these problems, and what I would do is I would use my life experiences. Well, I made this mistake, and then I did this. Why don't you try it this way? And I'm just suggestively telling them, try something different. But I'm not judging anybody. And the biggest thing is that in psychology, some people will try to dictate what you should do in your life. You don't do that. You just give them advice. Hey, this is what I went through, and stuff like that. But I remember, I remember some therapists, trying to give advice to people, and they've never been through the situation that they're trying to give advice about.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like it's like cardboard. It's like what? You know. So yeah, but I can
Mike,
tell you this.
do you have a channel of your own?
I do not. I do not. I
Okay.
just I just come up and I'm a guest on people's channels, and people attack me all the time because I try to like give positivity, and people just they get crazy with it. And that's the thing. It's kind of like Rage Against the Machine in a sense where like when someone's trying to help you, you rage against them. It's like it's
It's
the
that
weirdest thing.
resistance. I
Yeah, the
encounter it all
human
the time.
yeah the human mind is so interesting, and it's something that I've never seen before. I've never seen it. It's just like wow. Animals are animals, right? But maybe aren't we animals as well? The way that we act, the way that we treat each other, the way that we degrade each other. I mean,
Oh,
good.
we are. I had a friend that told me one day. She said, "If you want to understand people, go spend an afternoon at the zoo, in front of the
Yeah.
monkey cage, and watch the monkeys all day long. You're gonna watch them do the exact same things you will see people at the mall do if you go run the same experiment watching humans at a mall."
I used to love people watching. People watching was the best. I used to love
I
people
never knew what
watching.
to look for. I got
Yeah.
so confused by people.
So the thing is that you're observing different behaviors. People have different behavior patterns, and me, I'm very unique to where I can go up and down. I studied the tone scale, so you're able to you can change your speech patterns and you can affect someone's their
What?
mood. You ever heard of the tone scale?
Well, I know like I know the music scale. You talking about like a voice, a tone of voice?
Yeah, the tone scale. So
No,
basically,
what is that?
if me and you are elevated and we're arguing, and then I start bringing you down, well, and a lot of times they'll come down. And the tone scale is used in sales. In other words, you mimic someone's energy, in the situation. And it's called the tone scale. Look, when you get time, look it up. Look up the tone scale.
I'm looking
And
up right now. You're freaking me out.
yeah,
So people can consciously do this.
yeah, you're able to take somebody down a level, when someone comes in, and but they taught us that way back in the day. Yeah, I worked in law enforcement in my 20s, and they teach you the tones, get de-escalation, just to take it down a notch, and it was funny because people would be so angry, be yelling and screaming, and then you start taking them like little by little, taking them down, and then all of a sudden they're chill, and then they're apologizing to you, because we are so. Let me tell you something. People think that animals are emotional. Human beings are the most emotional thing God ever created. We are so emotional, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. And animals can sit like sits. They go off of our they're tuned into our emotions probably even more than we are.
Hey, what's up? Hey, B
Hey,
more, what's up,
Buster.
brother? Salute,
How you
salute.
doing? I'm sorry I can't read this page, man. I'm almost blind. Mike, is that your name? I can't see.
Yeah,
Mike,
Mike.
yeah.
Good.
How you doing, Mike?
How you doing? Salute, brother.
Salute, my friend. So what you guys talking about tonight?
Have you heard of the tone scale? Like how you can use your tone of voice to
Yeah,
influence someone's emotion, whether it escalates or de-escalates?
yeah. I mean, people with like that can raise their tone of voice and like maybe not raise it, but change it. There's lots of people that have that perfected, and
Yeah.
there's some people that really just make an ass of themselves, I guess. And I'm sure I've done that in my lifetime.
hmm
Yeah, I'm one of those people too. Because when I have that coming at me, I escalate my tone. I don't even know how to. I don't even know if I can consciously think to even de-escalate because it's so instinctive. And then the other person escalates in response, and it just keeps going up from there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The one thing you need to learn in life is everything is based off of energy, the energy that you give off. You know, the energy is
Don't
everything.
tell me to
And
move.
like, if you were to meet me, we'd go hang out, just have fun, we'd laugh. But I have a very strong energy. I've always had a strong energy, and I'm a bigger guy. Yeah, I'm 6'3", about 225. I'm a bigger guy, so people usually don't mess with me. But when they approach me, I'm the nicest guy. I am. But I'll tell you this, gentlemen, if something was to happen, that I'll flip the switch. You know,
Uh-huh.
so you have to be able to be very welcoming, very calming, but also you have to be a protector. You know, so it's that duality. You ever heard the term duality of man? It's like you're two people at once. You know, it's like your duality. You know,
At least.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, I mean,
it's
like, are you saying that like if somebody kirks out on you, you flip out on them too because you're taller?
I'll give you an example. No, being a bigger guy, you know, if you're a larger person, usually people don't mess with you. They think that you're imposing, but I'm the nicest person. Like, you know, I'm the
Okay,
nice.
yeah, yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say. Like, you know, a little guy, a little skinny guy, people will pick on him and stuff like that. You know, it just, but it's different. Um, but the funniest thing is that I'll give you a good story. I'm in Walmart, right? I go to this Walmart all the time. I go there almost every day because I'm like a daily shopper. I don't like to have too much stuff, you know. And
Yeah, dude.
there's someone stealing a TV, and they're just walking right out the front door.
Yeah, like that's now, right? That's
Yeah,
now.
and
Yeah.
then
They don't
the,
check
the guy,
receipts anymore.
yeah. So no, he just walked right past them. They're not
Oh,
allowed. Even the loss prevention can't. They can't touch the people. They can't. They just have to just let them walk out. So I just walked up and took the TV right out of his hands.
dang.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
And
man, like that's pretty cool, man.
yeah,
Like
I
you
was
fucking
like, nope, woof.
you
And he was like,
backfired,
oh, yeah,
backfired, motherfucker. Yeah, that's good because
yeah.
nowadays, like, well, especially the past 4 or 5 years,
Yeah.
everybody can take everything, and they get the fucking nothing but a slap on the wrist, if that.
Yeah.
It's
So
sick.
the manager says to me, she goes, "Would you like a job?"
Ah,
I'm
there you go.
good.
There's an idea.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
good. I have a job.
you
I'm
could be
good.
like, well, I mean, you
Yeah.
said you're above 6 feet tall, so you could be like a bouncer in that place.
Yeah. And my son's bigger than me. My son, he's bigger than I am. So yeah, he's,
Wow.
you know, I never bounced. I never bounced at all. I could
No, I
have.
mean, like you could fucking like keep uh check on that shop
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
For
that's
Walmart, like
dangerous.
be
Yeah,
a
it's
watchdog.
dangerous. Yeah. No, in Walmart, so
that
Walmart, you
Walmart.
can't. So I said, so loss prevention, right? Loss prevention is, I'm talking to them, right? And I was like, how are you loss prevention if you can't prevent a loss?
Yeah.
Wait, what are you here for? You know, like, if
Yeah.
you can't put hands on somebody stealing, then
What
what are you here for? You know,
what state are you from, my friend?
I'm from New York, but I'm in Virginia.
Yeah, New York is getting pretty hectic, and it's getting
Oh
pretty
yeah, I
like
would.
everybody from they can like rob every store now in New York.
Yeah, let me tell you something, brother. That would never happen when we were there. I mean, we left New York. We left New York, 93. you know.
And then when you come
So,
back, it's like completely
no,
different.
I would never live there. And I'm telling you this, that stuff that's going on right now would never happen because all of
Yeah.
us would band together. Look at the antlers.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot to put them on. Sorry. Go ahead.
But that stuff would never happen because everybody looked out for each other. See, people think that New Yorkers don't care about each other, and they probably don't right now. But back in the day, I'm almost 50 years old. So you have to remember, I've lived 20 something years in New York. I've lived 20 something years in Virginia. But the thing is that we didn't call the cops. The cops just came to take the body away, if you get my drift. Because the neighbors and the block took care of each other. And we're talking about black, white, Chinese, Korean. We're talking about it wasn't about race. This is our block, and we're not letting this happen on our block.
Community policing.
Yeah,
Man,
That's the model they want to move to when they talk about
it.
dismantle the cops.
If we dismantle the cops, if anybody dismantles the cops, and I'm sorry, but Hochul is a complete stupid cunt.
Yeah.
Hey, Busker, careful.
I'm sorry.
The thing is this is the thing. This is what I'm going to recommend to you, gentlemen.
This is the time to use the tone scale.
Hochul.
Yeah. All right. So basically, what you want to do? See how the voice drops? So
you did. I know. I caught it. Yeah. See, mine went up. Just getting excited about you bringing it down.
Yeah. So, but what you want to do is, it's like kind of like when you have a problem. I remember one time we were on a call and the person's just screaming. I just walk up, and you're not really supposed to touch people too much, but back in the day you could. I put my hand on someone's shoulder and goes, "What's going on? I'm here for you." Yeah, and the person just automatically just went down, like in other words, just like the anger. But if you run in, get on the floor, shut up, get on the ground. You're elevating everything, So
like when somebody puts their hand on your shoulder, like when they don't have a hand on their shoulder ever, it must feel comforting.
It does. You very gently, and you look them right in their eyes, and I used to always do this all the time. I said, let's go outside and sing. We would sing and stuff. Like, I would mess with people. It was funny, and they're taken off guard. They're like, what the hell is going on? What's your favorite song? I would say, what's your favorite song? I would take them different ways, what's my favorite song? Like, well, this is my favorite song. I said, let's sing it. Easy like a Sunday morning. We just start singing, and then we're just like, it's just the weirdest thing, and that's using psychology. That's using a way to bring someone.
There's a song from a movie I watched. Oh God, what was that movie? Oh man, it had oh Jesus. It was and they had songs. They're very old songs. They're like gospel songs, very old.
Pop rock.
Gospel's good.
It was a good movie, but like it was a bunch of white guys in the movie, right? So, but there was gospel music, and there were a bunch of white dudes in the movie, and the movie I can't remember. It came out in the 90s.
Not sure. Cops. Doesn't ring a bell. Can't remember the name of it.
It's fucking with my head because I can't remember shit anymore. But it had a bunch of gospel songs that are so beautiful. I mean, like a lot of people wouldn't think about it unless they. Oh, brother, where art
thou? I was about to say it. Yeah, the soundtrack.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite movies, man.
Yeah, and
in the jailhouse now.
In the jailhouse now. You're in the jailhouse now.
Yeah.
I told him once or twice. Yeah, dude, fucking A right.
Yeah, man.
I'm glad you figured that out because my mind is
I'm
like,
a man. Yeah, when he goes, I'm a man. Yeah, and he comes in, George Clooney. Well, it's not George Clooney, it's another.
Constant sorrow.
Yeah.
I've seen trouble all my day.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, he goes up and down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
it's great, man. That's a great song.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah,
You just reminded me of something that I
yeah.
almost forgot about from
That's
the
a great.
early 2000s, late
That's
90s.
a great movie. And there's another song in that movie. It's direction. Who is it? It's a couple girls. Go to sleep, little baby. Remember that?
Yeah, go to
Go to
sleep,
sleep,
little
little baby.
girl.
Yeah.
Go to sleep, little
Running
baby.
home, running home.
YouTube
Yeah.
That's
doesn't
like,
copyright for bad singing, does it?
no, no.
All right.
Go to sleep, little
Oh,
baby.
dude,
They
there's
did
no
that on the
copyright. Dude,
No,
we
no,
can
you can't.
sing
If you're
all
not
we
playing
want.
it, you can sing all you want to. As long as you're not playing it, then you're fine.
Okay. Just don't
Exactly.
do it too well. The algorithm might catch it.
No, dude,
No.
we're
You have
not
to
even
play the
in
actual
the same
song with the
key.
lyrics and everything. I mean, with the background and the chorus. You can sing whatever you want. You can sit there and sing all night long. Because
That's
I
right.
go on panels. I go on panels with people that sing. We'll sing songs and stuff, and it's fine.
That's right, man. That's right.
You just can't play the actual song on your
Yeah. And you can't do
channel.
anything in Russia or Denmark.
Well, like, man,
what's with the
I play Cajun songs that are.
Oh yeah, but those are traditional. We don't copyright our shit.
No. I have a Cajun song that's written by Mark Sawa and his wife. That's still on my goddamn my YouTube page, and it's
Yeah,
not.
well, Mark's not
Yeah.
going to come after you.
Well,
Are you,
his wife might.
And nah.
Yeah,
Are you-
dude, she's very protective of all that. She's very protective of the music. And
Are you in Baltimore? Are
yes,
you in
I
Baltimore?
am, my friend.
Okay,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
My son lived there
Baltimore.
for a few years.
What
Yeah.
part of Baltimore? The
I
city
don't
or?
know offhand. I know he lived downtown. He lived next to like a hotel in an upright area, and he was there when the riots were going down. So he,
All right, so that was the city of Baltimore.
yeah, he got out of there. He's down in North Carolina. He's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
he's like, what this? Yeah.
and fucking, I used to play music downtown in Baltimore City in streets of Fells Point.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Black Lives Mattered, and then all of a sudden, nobody mattered in Fells Point.
Well, they
Nobody mattered.
yeah. Well, they
Nobody
tried that.
mattered.
Yeah, they tried that shit down here. They tried that shit because I'm in Virginia Beach. They tried that shit down here. We don't F around and find out down here. We don't mess around.
Are you the southern part of Virginia, below the T line?
Yeah, it's the beach. It's the beach area. It's
Okay.
Virginia Beach.
That's where the Navy is, huh?
Exactly. We got
Yeah, okay.
Oceana. I live right by Oceana Naval Base, which is all the F-18 Hornets. And then you have Norfolk Naval, which is the largest naval base on the East Coast. Then you have all these little small posts and stuff like that. So, this Virginia Beach and Norfolk are complete Navy towns, complete Navy. But I remember they came down. So BLM came down. I'm telling you, this is what happened. BLM came down, right, to Virginia Beach, and they were walking up and down. And that's cool. You can walk up and down, whatever you want to do. But they started breaking windows, right, in the bars. Okay.
Now, oh man, was it really B or was it W? Was it W? Was it white people doing it? Was it white people or black people?
Or white people dressed in black?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
and
exactly.
they came on charter buses.
Now, what?
Were they actually black people?
Were they black people or
no? They were all white. They were all white.
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah, they're all white people
from the suburbs. That's how it was in Seattle. Like most of the violence was the rich white kids from the suburbs coming in and tearing
so they come down
flogging crackers.
They come down on a Saturday night, right? Which is the bumping night at the beach, right? And the police were told to stand down. So the police were way off, right? So the bouncers and the patrons started beating them up in the street.
Oh man,
Ooh,
dude,
I didn't hear about
dude.
that one.
Like what
It
year
wasn't.
was
It
this?
wasn't on the news.
2021 or 2020?
It wasn't. This is years ago. This is a few years ago.
Was
But
that
I'm telling you,
2020 or 21 or
my boy
22?
calls me. My boy calls me. He goes, "Yo," he goes, "Mike, get down here, man. You want to get some?" I'm like, "I'm good, bro. I'm already chilling." But they were beating them up, and they didn't put it on the news. So then they all go into the charter bus, right? This is all a true story. They run back to the charter bus, and they take off, right? And they heard someone say, "Yeah, let's go, to this other location," right? So then they make phone calls to people, and then they were waiting at that location with firearms. And they looked and they went, "Ooh," and apparently that bus went to Baltimore. That same bus.
What part?
Because they
Not turned around and went home.
Yeah. So these were paid Antifa agitators. These were not, they weren't, they were there just to make all kinds of craziness. And they're walking up and down screaming, BLM. I'm like, what the fuck? And because my boy he texted me, like the videos, of them going up and down. And it was wild, man. So all I'm trying to say, gentlemen, is that some communities don't put up with that. They'll get involved.
Yeah,
These people will get
very
hurt.
much.
They'll get hurt. People are fighting back now. People aren't taking this stuff anymore. They're just not taking it anymore.
Baltimore City got ruined. I got to tell you that.
Yeah.
There's no more busking. I used to go playing music on the street. No, that's no more. That ain't no more, because if you go down there, then the cops will say, "Oh my God, you're not supposed to be here," because all this shit, like people had gotten beaten the fuck out of during the BLM bullshit.
Yeah.
And then after that, nobody was welcome. And that used to be my town, and now it's not anymore.
The cool thing about Virginia is I always carry. I'm always carrying, a firearm. So we're allowed to. You can even open carry. You can. That's one great thing about Virginia. In New York, you can't unless you have a special permit, unless you're a police officer or you handle like a lot of cash and But like in Virginia, it's very open with firearms. So that's why our crime rates were very low, because you may break into someone's home and they may blow you out the front door. But in New York and in Baltimore or Chicago, where you can't have a firearm, people.
Baltimore, there's plenty of people with firearms. What are you talking
But you
about?
have to be a certain class, I believe. You have to go through classes and things like that.
Well, there's a lot of city folk with firearms out here.
But look at New York City and look at Chicago, the highest crime rates in the nation, and people can't own a firearm.
And not New Orleans anymore?
New Orleans, you can have a firearm. I think you have to go through some classes. But New Orleans, I think, got a lot better.
Oh, we used to get it every year. We were at the top of the list. I just assume if New York and Chicago displaced us, that's definitely.
Man, look, New York, Baltimore, Chicago, it's all that. Like, there's people who do not legally have guns in these towns.
That's how it was in New Orleans too. Most of it was the gang violence from the inner cities.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
You get a burner gun, and you hide it. That way if you have to use it, you tape the handle, you make sure you wear gloves. I mean, these things do happen. People do have burner guns, in those cities, but they're not bad people, but they just want to have one just in case, Let me ask you a question. So are you in Louisiana now?
No,
I'm from there. Grew up there.
He's from the best part of Louisiana ever, dude.
Well,
is the Antlers
fucking Antlers,
the True Crime series?
Is it what?
It's the True Crime series?
True Detective? No, that's one of my favorite shows, though. That's the part of Louisiana I'm from.
But like,
I
yeah,
have them.
man, fucking like, dude,
Yeah,
he's from the part of Louisiana. I have
yeah.
Cajun accordions built by a man from his exact home.
That was the
But-
creepiest shit ever. Yeah.
It's a good show.
I
Yeah,
have
that's
them.
my people. They
I actually
yeah.
have them. I have them on DVD. I actually bought them from eBay. I actually watched them.
oh,
McConaughey
wow.
And
and
Woody
Woody
Harrelson.
Harrelson were
Yeah.
just their chemistry was just.
That's the
I mean,
whole show. It's not even about the mystery. It's about the
yeah,
relationship between the two of them and how it
yeah,
develops and
Yeah,
changes over
that
time.
that that first season was very good, but like
yeah.
the other seasons were not so good. But the one with who's that woman?
Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster.
Oh
That
God, don't
I
was
even
don't
okay.
talk
like.
about it.
Was okay.
I
Oh,
don't like that one. I don't like the one.
we
But
did a whole stream on how bad it was.
It
yo,
was all
did
right.
you?
I mean, like considering the ones before that,
It was okay until the ending and some of the woke stuff they kept throwing in. But
oh,
The
they
guy,
threw that. I didn't see that, man. If I saw that, I would have said,
oh, it
"Fuck
was all
this."
over the place.
Oh
the second,
man. All right,
the
so
se-
fuck
How
that.
mistreated the women were, and the brown
yeah,
women, and
Oh Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
all yeah.
go ahead,
The,
Mike.
but the second season was great with the guy from the Green Book.
I liked it. I liked it.
And
To me, that was
Vincent,
Vince
the freaking
Vaughn's
bloke.
show. He was the
And
star of that show.
I mean, the way that he navigated through, and the theory is on that he was passed away the entire time. It was all a dream sequence because apparently that's a theory that he
Oh, I
was
can see. Yeah, I kind of see it.
K-worded in Vietnam because he was a Vietnam scout. So in other words, they worked on their own. But the theory was at the end of that series. I would say the first one was my favorite, but the second one, it kind of I don't know. It are we in a simulation? You know what I'm saying? Like in other words,
I gotta
in,
watch that second. That was the second season, right? With Vince
yeah,
Vaughn, right?
With Colin Farrell, Rachel McAdams, and Vince Vaughn. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It was one of his best roles. Like it was absolutely was his show.
yeah.
I guess so, man. Like I just really liked the first season a lot better. I mean, like maybe it was like a movie to me, I guess.
No, it's. I think that probably was McConaughey's best acting I've ever seen.
Yeah,
That is
definitely.
Yeah,
Fuck
Woody
yeah,
too.
right.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
Woody Harrelson and McConaughey.
And
Yeah.
Michelle Monaghan, the wife, also was.
yeah,
In fact, they're doing the creator is doing some other new movie or series or something, and I think she's going to be in it along with some of the other actors from the series.
yeah. And they were state police. They were with the state police, and it just there's at the end when they went and they caught the guys, and then remember when they found the kids in the trailer, he just walks out, and you know what I'm saying, this, and then McConaughey covered it. He covered him, shot it, and like basically made sure he didn't go to jail over it because he understood his emotions. I mean, even though they didn't get along the whole series. At the end, he took care of him. He looked out for him.
Yeah,
And
that's right. That's right. That's a good call, man. That's a good
that's
call.
a true partner. A true partner. You may not get along, but at the end of the day, I'll give my life for you. And that's what a partner is.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
Amazing.
good
Amazing.
call.
No, but when I saw the antlers, I just remember the antlers in the trees.
Oh yeah, I might upgrade to some of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Fucking like you didn't wear them a couple times. I guess.
I
I
Remember
mean,
just
when he
is
looked
it
up and he saw the spiral sky? Like, oh my God. It's just that clip. I'm gonna have to watch it again. It's a lot to take.
it's so interesting. You want to watch it again. I mean, like it
I watch
especially
it about once a year. We watch in the Discord all the time.
Yeah.
fucking yeah. Like give it a year and it's just like yeah, this is still good. Like and like then you pick up things that you didn't pick up before. Really good.
Daniel, is that the one where he plays the drag queen, Dallas
No, he
Buyers Club,
plays
or was that Jared Leto?
Jared Leto. He played the guy who caught the HIV virus from a blood transfusion. Was it blood
Oh,
transfusion?
okay. I
Well, no,
watched
was it
part
from
of that, but I
no,
never
no,
did
it was
finish
from
it.
a loose girl. Like he was a bull rider, also an oil worker, and then I guess he caught the AIDS virus from like they were doing a lot of this. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
and then
You
he
ever
was trying to
you ever seen there's one episode of this show, I know you know, it's called Oz, right?
Oh, the prison series.
Yeah, this one guy went into the AIDS section of the prison and got some of the guy's blood and stick somebody else with that guy's blood, and the guy
Yeah.
got AIDS, HIV
But
AIDS.
that's what happened to Eazy-E.
Holy shit, man. So
I don't know if you know that.
that happens often or not? What the
Yeah.
hell, man?
They'll inject you. Basically, they'll get someone, and these are what like assassins do.
Yeah, so that's what it's like, man. Like I
Yeah.
saw that in that fucking show. I'm like, man, that's fucking assassin
Daniel
central.
says the same thing.
Yeah.
That's illegal, right? That's attempted homicide or something.
That's murder. That's murder.
Okay.
It should be, yeah. It should be considered
Because
murder.
there's no cure. There's no cure for it. So it's just like if I, poisoned you. If I poisoned
Yeah,
you,
exactly. It's a
the same
poison.
thing.
It's a poison. Exactly.
And that's the big thing. Back in the 80s and the 90s, there was a lot of poisonings. With the rat poison and things like that.
And
People would-
Tylenol, right?
Tylenol. Yeah, I
Shit.
remember that.
and
Was that
people
the
would,
80s or 90s? I don't know if it was the 80s or 90s.
And the big thing was the cyanide. If people get a lot of assassins would get their hands on cyanide, and they would put it in people's food, and then you're gone.
Yeah,
You're
dude,
gone.
what?
You're gone in about 2 minutes.
I'm glad I never
Your
had that
respiration's down.
cyanide.
Drop too
But
many
the thing
apple
with
seeds in there.
Yeah, but the thing with the blood, it's meant to, basically make you die slow. It's going to take you a few weeks to pass away, but it depends on how advanced it is. So there are people that can, like, look at Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson has had HIV for how many years? 20 years.
Well, nowadays the treatments are so effective.
Exactly, but
Most
back
people,
then they
it's
didn't
not.
have the counteraction.
You
They didn't have the
know why they
counteraction.
call it? You know why they call him Magic Johnson?
Why is that?
Can you guess?
Because it's magic. He's still
Because
alive.
his last name is
Because
Johnson.
he's not going to die from AIDS.
He's not, because he has the money.
Because his dick is magic, dude.
He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire. He can take the drugs for the rest of his life. But people don't have
like
the money
whatever
for all these
drugs there
drugs.
is, whatever drugs you think there are, whatever AIDS is, he's in the know how to get rid of it because he has the money to do it. If you have the money, you can get rid of anything.
And that's another theory. That's another conspiracy theory that people always say that there is a cure for cancer, there is a cure for HIV.
There's a cure for everything, bro. You don't know.
Conspiracy
This is the
theories,
entertainment channel. So.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you really never know. You never know really what's out there because they're never going to tell you unless you're in the know.
Of course, they're not.
Well, I mean, eventually we find out they go through testings and trials, and said they're not like sitting on secret stuff. It's just the trial process to where it gets to the point where the public.
Well, how many years of trial process does it take? Jack?
Years.
Well, how many years past my death?
Past your debt?
Yep. I'm talking about like, oh man, like back in let's see, 2003. So many great strides for MS. All these doctors are telling me there's so many great strides. Well, nothing came about. And here I am about to die. So what do you tell me that?
Well, it happens to all of us, and they can't cure everything. Like, would you rather them have no progress than
there
the
is no
progress they have?
progress? There is no progress, man. I love you, man, but you're wrong. There's no progress. I live it. I live it. I live it.
What do you live with?
Inside and out, I live MS.
He has MS, and he's very angry about it.
Yes,
Gotcha.
I am.
You know,
And
it's
you do not know what you're talking about. So There is nobody.
I'm not making any claim. You're the one that said there's these people that are doing all this MS progress. I don't know the state of MS. I haven't
No,
looked
no.
at
What
it
I'm
in
saying
forever.
is there are no functions that are going to fix this. What you
Well,
believe, I know you believe that somebody's going to fix all this shit.
no, I have no belief about this. Is the first conversation I've had about this, so don't put things in my mouth that I didn't say. I have no belief about
No,
any of
I
this.
know.
I know
I
zero
should.
about it.
I shouldn't have put words in your mouth. I'm
Now,
sorry, Jim.
let me ask you this because I don't know much about MS. Is MS like skeletal? Is it basically where you have a hard time moving, or is it?
No, well, wait a minute. You got neurological issues. Like, so every function in your body, every single function in your body gets triggered in some kind of really tangled mess.
Okay.
And you're living
So,
that for the rest of your life.
so it's brain function. It's like it's the connectivity to muscles
Your
versus.
brain, your spine. So,
Yeah.
like, MS means your myelin on your brain is deteriorating. The myelin on your spine is deteriorating.
Mhm.
And
You know, the thing is that I don't know. I don't know if you're a Christian or if you go to
no,
church or what.
I don't believe in anything.
Okay. So I
I'm
believe.
maybe I'm agnostic. I don't know what to believe. So I'll say I'm agnostic.
That's okay. And you listen, you have the right to believe whatever you want. I believe in Jesus. I wear a cross every day. And I counsel at
I
my
don't
church.
believe in
And the thing is
Jesus.
that you have a right to believe whatever you want to believe. Is God unfair? Yeah, look at the world. It's
Well,
not fair.
I don't think God really gives a flying fuck about me. Neither does Jesus. That's all I know.
I think God loves you, man. And he just wants you to
Well,
love him.
God really doesn't show his love. He doesn't show his love. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, you're here. You're still here. You're still kicking, right? You're
Well,
still going.
I'm still here, but that's not too pleasant. I got to tell you, man, if you were in my position, you're my shoes, you would not want to be here. Uh, you don't know
Ah,
shit. You don't know shit, bro.
I actually know a lot about
No shit.
religion. And if you want to hear my theory, I'll tell you. You want to hear my theory?
I don't want to hear about religion.
Okay.
I don't mind having that conversation. Daniel is kind of right. If you read the Old Testament, love is not the first impression that comes to mind from
Well, the
Yahweh.
thing is, yeah.
Yeah,
So Jen,
yeah.
the thing
The Old
this is the thing.
Testament's real bad,
Wait,
dude. That's like
wait.
brutal. Old Testament brutality, and that's what the Jews love, man. They love the Old Testament.
Well, don't not every Jewish person thinks the same. So,
Yeah.
Well, I
So the
mean,
whole
that is the
but
Old Testament.
the Christians use
Torah,
it too. It's also in their Bible. It's not just
I
Jews use
know,
it.
but the Torah is the Old
I
Testament.
thought you said you don't know anything about religion,
so
or
Well,
do you
let
want
me
to
tell
talk
you
about
this.
it?
Let me tell you this. So I'm Sicilian, right? I'm Italian. I'm Sicilian. Okay, and we are like raging Roman Catholic, right? And then I was baptized Roman Catholic. So when I got into my 20s, I started not really believing in Catholicism. Like you can't just do whatever you want and just say, I'm sorry, to some old guy behind
Yeah,
a
you can.
shade, behind a shade. In other words, you're held accountable for what you do later on. It's not just washed away. That's what I believe. So I converted to Christianity because I'm a Christian, but I have friends that are Jewish. One of my best friends is a Muslim. And so like, I mean, I can talk to other people with other faiths and I
now,
don't
wait
judge
a
them.
minute. Wait, now, can you tell me what do you think about the divide between Catholicism and Christianity? What do you think about that?
In
Because
Christianity,
there's a
you
lot.
can't.
Yeah, Catholicism and Christianity is a big divide.
They're the same
Yes,
religion.
I know.
Catholicism is
but there's
Christianity.
one
No, it's
It's
difference.
not.
not.
No,
It's a deni- Well, at least according to the traditional
no,
classification.
well, nowadays it's not because Christianity thinks they can trump Catholicism. See, that's the thing that just my mom went
They're
through.
both centered on the figure of Christ. I don't see how they're
I
both
know that's
not
what I'm saying,
Christian.
but my mom went through every phase of it. She was
Well, let me
Jews.
explain to you why. Jen, let me explain to you
Uh,
why. Because in Catholicism, okay, the father has to be celibate, right? Never had a family, can't have a family. In Christianity,
Yeah, because he'll fuck a
Hold on,
boy if
hold
he
on, let
doesn't
me
have
Hey,
finish.
he
Let
doesn't
me
fuck a
finish.
wife.
Busker. Okay, come on. Let's do
Let me
this.
finish. So yeah, no, it's okay. And in Christianity, your pastor is married, has children, has a family, can relate to you, you know, has real life experiences. In Catholicism, you have this old guy who can never touch a woman, who never has the life experiences. When you come to him and you try to ask him about your marriage or your children, he has no idea because he's never had any. And then in the Catholic religion, you can go out and rob 10 banks and K-word 3 people and go and sit in a little box and say, I'm sorry. And he goes, okay, it's all absolved. To me, it doesn't work that way. I'm just saying that's just my opinion. I think that's the difference between Christians and Catholics. Catholics
But
have
they're still none of that is not Christian. They still are based around
believe
the
in Jesus
figure
Christ
of.
and God. Yes, you got it. But the way that your pastor or your father go about their lives, I think is different to dictate their, um, how do I explain this? Their advice to you and things like that. I love sitting with my pastor and we're having a talk about our kids, and because I have boys and girls, we talk about our kids and we're just talking about life, and because he's talking about his family as well. And then you go to a Catholic church and it's some old dude that doesn't know what you're talking about, that can never have a child, that can never be married. He'll never know real love. He'll never know the love of a woman. Like it's all I'm trying to say. It's just different. Christian religion appealed to me more as a family man, as as
Protestantism. When you say Christian, it just confuses me because they're both Christian. You mean not? You mean Protestantism?
non-Catholic. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But no, it's rough. So, and the great thing is this. I'm sorry to go so much on religion, but it's very interesting because I was talking to people. It's very difficult because even though I believe so deeply in God, and even in the Bible, it says God's a jealous God. He's jealous.
He
But
seems like one.
jealousy, yeah, but jealousy is against the Ten Commandments. So is he contradicting himself?
So is killing.
You know,
Yes,
so,
he does a lot
so
in the
that's the
Bible.
thing. Yeah, and then I believe Jesus came. He sent Jesus, to kind of chill everybody out, if that makes sense. Like kind of like calm the
Well, so he
flames.
he sounds like he's figuring out as he goes. Like
Yeah,
he tries something and it's not quite what he wanted, so he destroys it. And he tries something else and it's not quite what he wanted, so he sends Jesus. He doesn't seem like this grand master creator with this plan that he knows what he's
yeah.
doing.
It's and it's almost like he does this stuff to make us think about it, like what is really going on. But there is no doubt in my mind that Jesus was he was immortal. He was us. But he had all the power of God. He could heal. He could walk on water. He could do all these things. And so it's almost like he was like a test, a test to see how we were going to do. And look what we did. We K-worded the guy. We failed. We failed horribly. You know,
You feel
it's just
responsible for that?
me personally.
Well, just collectively, I guess.
No, because ever since I was little, I've always had love in my heart for God. Like I've always talked to Him. I've always praised Jesus. I've always have. So I've never had like a hatred. But the whole thing is that I mean, being Italian, being Sicilian. I mean, apparently the Romans were the ones who K-worded Jesus. I mean, it's just what do you do? What do you do? You know, I tell you, man, there's so many things to think about in life. There's so many things to ponder, and it's actually healthy to talk about these things because
Yeah, I
it
think
helps
so
you
too.
develop like some kind of opinion. And even the guy that was just on here, I'm not mad at him or anything like that, but he was, he's getting emotional and things like that, and that's okay
Yeah,
because he has to.
I'm just worried about terms of service at
Yeah, no,
YouTube
yeah,
striking
you
my
can't say
channel.
that. Yeah,
That's
you can't say
he's
the J word. You can't say that kind of stuff. Um, That's why I say K word. That's why I say things like that. You know.
Oh, that I don't mind. He was
Yeah.
going into
Well,
some
yeah.
pretty
Well, yeah.
controversial territory.
Yeah. But no, it's good to talk about because people wonder about these things and look at the world today. Look at how crazy the world is right now. I mean, it's just wild. With everything going on overseas in the Middle East. I mean, they're talking about things popping off with, you know, our enemies. I'll be
It
very
is
open with
wild, but it's
yeah,
also the same type of stuff that's always been going on in the Middle East as long as I've been alive.
yes, yes. But this is the difference. The enemies have the same technology we have now. You get it? See, before they can pop off all they want to. We can go like that, and they're gone.
So they're getting more bold, even though it looks like they're. Didn't they just the Houthis just get? They tried to attack and they just got
Yeah, obliterated.
blown up or something. Yeah. So
They got
even with their
obliterated. Yeah.
technology and their
Yeah.
boldness, it doesn't seem to be going well for them.
Yeah. So basically, the state of Israel has, I would probably say, the second best air force in the world. We're number one. They're number two. So if they want to go in and do operations, that's not someone you want to mess with. Even though they're a tiny country, I think they're the size of like freaking uh, West Virginia or something like that. It's a little small country, but their technology is so
Yeah.
advanced,
Yeah.
and you know, I think the biggest mistake was when you know H word, what I'm saying, Hamas, came in and they did the attack. That's the biggest. I think that was the biggest mistake because they woke. Remember in World War II, Japan said the Admiral Namagatto, I think it was. He said, I'm scared that we woke a sleeping giant. In other words, and then we came in and we just obliterated them. And that's what happens. They poke, poke, poke. Remember the old
Yeah,
term,
that's what it looked like
poke,
to
poke?
me.
Yeah.
That's what I thought October 7th. How dumb that was. Like, why
Yeah.
did they do that? That was dumb.
They're not going to win. So, I mean, why even try?
Because I
It
think
was,
maybe they can use that to manipulate public opinion against Israel, which that they
yes.
seem to be more successful at than they ever have been before.
They were trying to pull in other countries to back them. And it's working. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
it's working, but the thing is that we're just
Well,
going to keep
Mossad says it
swamping.
was smart.
I don't think it was a smart play.
It didn't seem. It's not. I would not have done it to Israel.
Yeah.
That didn't seem. But Daniel, what I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about here: going to another land and blowing the hell out of a shitload of civilians, then calling it. Are you talking about Hamas doing that, or
Well, this is
Israel
the
going to
problem.
Gaza?
This is the problem. In true coward style, they hide. They were hiding all the hostages in hospitals, daycares,
Yeah,
things like
yeah,
that. Then you
we
go,
know all that. The
yeah,
media, the people that
yeah,
are buying the spin, are the one that
yeah,
are seeing a different reality. But Mossad, there are many countries, including Israel, that have been willing to recognize a Palestinian state forever now. It is the Palestinians that are refusing it. Like they are the ones holding up that process, and I think they pretty much obliterate that process now.
yeah,
But it was not us or Israel not granting the two-state solution.
yeah. It's man, and it's. You ever see the movie Kingdom of Heaven? It's got Orlando Bloom in it.
I don't think I
It's
have.
got a bunch of people in it. It's about when it's the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It has Edward Norton in it as he has the iron mask on. That's a great movie to watch because Jerusalem basically was under with Jewish, and then they had the Knights Templar, which are
Oh, it's about the
basically
Crusades.
basically French, and then Saladin. Saladin was the one of the greatest Muslim kings to ever live. Saladin, and then they came in and they fought, 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 and then the Muslims took over Jerusalem, and it was under their control for a while. But they did it in style. They actually let everyone leave. It's just like it's kind of hard to explain. You have to watch it. So there are parts of their religion that is very peaceful, and yes, they're warriors, they're going to fight, but they did it in a way where they let all of them leave. They didn't K-word them, you know. But those Knights Templar, bro, that Knights Templar were basically French and Italian and Swiss, and they were fierce. The big red cross on their chest, something
I
else,
remember
man.
it.
You got to see that movie, bro. You got to watch it. Kingdom of Heaven. You got to watch it. Great
Daniel,
movie.
this sounds this sounds conspiracy. You're saying the government and Israel both knew a year in advance, like, oh, this is the year, boys, October 7th, in a year, it's going to happen. And our government knew about Pearl Harbor, and they let it happen so that they'd have an excuse to attack back. That sounds very far-fetched. I would be open to seeing some
So
evidence for that.
they had rumblings of it, and and then there was, I believe, a captain or a commander that went to the high ups and even called him a day prior and said, we should be on alert. We should, and he ignored him. But no, they
You talking
didn't
about
know a year.
October 7th?
Yeah, they knew like a day ahead. Pearl Harbor, they knew like a day ahead of
Oh,
a possible attack, And the person that he called was the commander of the base, and he was like, whatever. And so if they would have took it seriously, they would have had everything ready. They'd had planes in the air, everything. But that's a tragedy, man. Was it 1947? I think it was 47. Can't remember what
but
year it was.
you don't think a year in advance, like they knew
I think
a
I think
year?
they were warned a day in advance. A day in advance. That's what I think. That's what.
That makes more sense. Like just
Yeah.
Occam's razor.
Yeah. In other words, we got all these ships in the middle, and then and then there is chatter, if you watch the what is it, Tora is the movie, and it plays out the whole thing to where the guy's calling the guy, and he's like, yo, we got to get planes in the air. Something's going on. We got chatter about Japanese attacking. Bull crap. And then they had the radar on the hill, and they didn't have a car to go back to the mainland to tell them there were planes coming. Remember, this is in the 40s. This is not like today. It's crazy, man.
So they
Yeah.
they could see the planes, but they
So they
couldn't
had the radar on the
communicate it
hill.
to
They had the
what?
radar on the hill spinning, right? This is old, so they can see things coming in, but they had no way to get to, so there, and then it's just like, it's Pearl Harbor was a cluster. You know what? It was a cluster. You know what? It was. A lot of men died, and it was just it could have been avoided, not avoided, but it could have been mitigated. Let's say it could have been mitigated because the Japanese military was extremely good. I mean, at that time, they were one of the best militaries in the world. They were amazing. But it could have been at least mitigated to where maybe if they had planes in the air, they could have shot some of them down because, the U.S. pilots were fantastic. And the P-51 was better than, I think, the Zero. That's what I think. The planes, fighting in the air. But by the time it happened, they couldn't get planes off the ground. They got a couple out, but that was it. That's it.
Well, what did they not know that in advance? Their capacity to react. That seemed like that would have been a problem in any situation. If
Right. So you had the Japanese ambassador in D.C. at the embassy, and we weren't at war with them yet. We weren't officially at war with them yet. So then they came in, so in other words, seeing a bunch of, all right, so if you're so if you have ships in international waters and you're not at war with that person, there's really nothing you can do. I mean, it is what it is. You're allowed to drive around in international waters. So what I'm trying to say is they did a sneak attack. And then as soon as they attacked, we were at war. But they
when
struck.
we were set up, I think I'm going to watch that tour movie. We were set up to know, even if we knew about an attack, even if there was an attack, it doesn't sound like we were set up to respond efficiently no matter
No,
what.
no. And it was on a Sunday. It was on a Sunday where only half of everybody's working. So they picked a Sunday to attack, which, it's, Sunday, a lot of people get off, basically spend time with their family. And I mean, the Japanese, I mean, they did it
So
perfect.
wait, the military, this is a military base, right? They
Yeah, Pearl
actually
Harbor.
had certain days where they had less security than others because
Yes. Yeah. Usually
and so that would
Sundays.
be very easy for an enemy to spot and figure out which day would is has the
Yeah.
least amount of coverage. So that seems sloppy on our military's part to
Yeah. Well,
not
remember,
have
this
week
is, yeah,
round coverage.
nobody expected this to happen. This is a naval base out in Hawaii. No one expected this to happen, and, to this day, the Arizona is still sunk in the bay. It's still sunk there in the bay. It's a museum now. But as soon as they did that to Pearl Harbor, we were like, yo, all right, it's on now. And we dropped those two A bombs on them, and we give up, and you don't want to mess with America, man. You just don't want to. And back
Well, I
then,
don't
we were
know
like,
if just after hearing about this Pearl Harbor thing, um,
no, but
it sounds
back
like the
then,
Japanese knew exactly what part of America to mess with. Like they knew all of our weak
yeah,
points and where to
well,
attack.
we
Real
were,
quick, we have Cap Gun in the back. Can you flash your camera so I can see that you're a real person? And it looks like you're new as well, so I'm not sure who you are. All
but
right, go
back
ahead.
then I don't want to talk to this guy. He's a troll. He's a troll, bro.
Oh, okay.
He's
We'll
a
get rid
troll.
of that.
I'm telling you straight up, he's a troll. Follows me around and just tries to troll. He's a troll.
Okay. Well, he doesn't have a cam, he said, so he doesn't get to
Yeah.
come on anyway.
Yeah, he will never cam up. He will never cam up. He's a
Fair
troll.
enough.
So it's sad that people follow people around just to troll them. It's just kind of sad. But we're having a good
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. But and he has a camera. He has a camera. He won't cam up. But the whole thing is that once at the time of when we went to war with Japan, we were the only nuclear power. We were the only one at the time. Russia was right behind us, but we were the only one at the time. But Russia was our ally. So yeah, when we dropped those on them, they were like, "All right, we give up." That was it because we had like 20 more. You know, um,
Did they
but
know that we had them? Like, did they
oh
know
yeah,
what they were poking?
yeah. So basically, in warfare, there's always spies, and yeah, we had a bunch. We didn't just have two. If you can make two, you can make 20. But yeah, we dropped two, and fat boy and little boy. I think we killed a whole ton of people, man. I mean, a lot of people passed away, a lot from the bombs. But we
Yeah.
had to because we had it's tit for tat. They're going to attack us, we're going to attack back. That's it. But war sucks, man. It really sucks. So
Yeah. It does. I'm realistic about war. Maybe it's because this is a younger generation. They haven't seen as much war or been exposed to
yeah.
it, but they have very idealistic ideas about how war should be fought and what to expect from them.
hmm I got to say though, you have to admit that I think the greatest generation of warriors were that World War II soldiers. Those were the toughest nails people. I mean,
What
wow.
happened? What happened to us?
Um, Probably, social media and the internet, and then people not disciplining their kids and letting them get away with everything, and people getting handed things to them. Where it's just like, hey, here's a car. Like instead of having to go out and work for it. Like it's just, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but I just know that they were just a different group of people. They were just, they
Yeah.
earned everything they ever got. They never complained. They just went out and made it happen. And also, things were a lot cheaper back then. You could have a nice house, car, you know, with everything costing the way it is now, it's nearly impossible to live a normal life. It's, and from what I see is that it seems like the shift is they try to make you dependent on the government, you know, to get by. And once you're dependent, then you don't have your individual, you're not an individual anymore. You're just a number. You know, there's so many different ways to look at it. You know,
Jamie, what's up?
What's up, Jeff?
so many different ways to look at it. Jamie, what's up, brother? Salute.
Don't call me brother. We're not the same.
Oh, are y'all fighting? I don't know. You'll
Don't
have
ever do that
drama
again,
too?
Michael.
Oh, there's all kind of people
What's
trying
this?
to come on. RAS Illusion. Does anybody know him?
That's
it's a troll.
Resolutions.
Jamie's
He's
a
good.
troll. RES is a troll. They're going to troll your page, bro. They're just going to troll your page. That's all they're doing.
No, I'm here to have a conversation. I'd like to know how you feel that you know what's wrong with America.
RAS, can you cam up real quick so I can see you're not a troll? Man,
He
there's
doesn't cam up. He's not a. Trust me, Raz is good. He's fine.
All right.
No, he's not. No, he's not, bro. No, he's not.
Okay, I'm taking Jamie at his word. And we'll
Yeah,
see what
that's me,
happens.
bro. That's me.
It's fine.
All right.
I don't
Ras, do you have a channel?
Mike, I wanted to come up and I wanted to ask you a little bit about what a couple comments that you made. Yeah, I do. Hold on, I got it. Give me one.
Yeah, Raz does more work on like the
And
two-way
Cap Gun,
constitutionalist type stuff.
do you know Cap Gun? Can you vouch for him?
He's fine. He's not
All
gonna
right,
porn
Cap
bomb. He's
Gun,
not
come
gonna
on
fuck
up.
your channel
All
up.
right,
Give me just a second.
They don't cam up because they don't like to have their face weaponized against them, which is understandable with people like Mike.
Yeah, that's as long as people can. I'm just trying to filter out the trolls. So as long as
Yeah.
No, you're
people
fine.
can vouch. So hopefully we could all have a mature adult conversation.
Absolutely.
Well,
And
that's not going to happen because these aren't adults. Jamie's
no,
an
this is
adult.
No,
no,
we'll
Mike. I
give
came
him
up
a
here.
chance.
I came for a specific reason. Okay,
Jamie's
because of
actually
comments.
Jamie's actually an intelligent guy.
You don't let me talk.
Yeah,
Mike?
I
I'd like to ask you about
kinda
a
know Jamie.
couple comments that you just made about American history. Okay.
Okay.
You made a comment that we dropped 2 bombs on Japan and that was it, and that's patently, demonstrably false.
2 atomic bombs.
Little boy and fat man. I can show you pictures of me touching them if you'd like.
2 atomic bombs.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
The emperor did not surrender after the second bomb, Mike.
No.
Okay.
The biggest conventional bombing run in the world's history happened a few days later
Why are you so
and
angry?
destroyed a lot of shit. Okay, and that is what made the emperor surrender.
Mike,
Mike, you're the one that's trolling with emotional context. Keep it to the context of the conversation and don't concentrate so much on
Mike.
his emotionalism.
Yes.
The only,
Mike,
the
do
only
you con-
intelligent
Mike?
person up here is Jamie. That's the only intelligent person up here.
Mike, will
That's
you
the only one.
concede that you got just nailed talking a bunch of bullshit out your butt? And
Hang on, I thought we were gonna do this the mature adult way.
I bet. Well, I'm being pretty mature right now.
It seems like there's some history here.
Oh, there is.
There's a
That's
lot.
why I did not go at Mike. I did not go at Mike except for what he said being factually wrong.
Yeah,
and I'd
but
like him to own that and admit that like a
It's
man.
still coming out though. Whatever's going on between you two. It's
Oh, it
still
always
coming out.
will. Will you answer the question, Mike?
Simple question.
America dropped
I mean-
2 nuclear bombs on Japan.
Yes.
That's what I said.
Do you
That's what
think
I
they
said.
were the same bomb?
There are 2. No, I said fat boy, and what?
No, it's fat man.
Yes,
I
little
said-
boy and
I
fat
said
man.
2. I said 2. Ross, why are you such an
The
angry? little-
name's wrong though,
Why
Mike.
are you so
Why are you
angry?
going over his emotional
Okay.
well-being?
Why are you
Keep
so
it to the
angry?
topic.
What's the difference between the bombs? Mike, what's the difference between the bombs?
What uranium did they use, Mike?
I'm not a bomb scientist. I don't know. I'm not a nuclear
You don't
scientist.
have to. It was uranium-235. Everybody knows that.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Are you googling that right now?
Plutonium bombs.
No.
Like I
What
said, Mike.
exactly
A long
is-
time ago.
Hey,
is
Mike.
the challenge?
Hey,
None
Mike.
of that was the substance of the topic.
Would you like me
Yeah,
to show
yeah,
you a picture of me
yeah,
standing
yeah.
next to Grable? Do you know what Grable is? Or Ivy Mike? Have you been to the Trinity site, Mike? Have you stood where the first nuclear bomb called the Gadget went off? Have you been to the McDonald house?
Hang on. Stop. This is not the conversation Mike and I started out having, and I prefer where we were going with it. It was less combative.
Well, Jeff, we don't
So
want you
I'd
to
like
get
to get
sued
back to
by
that
the
type
high
of conversation, and to do
Okay.
that, I might have to start removing people to get the right combination right.
That would require truth, correct? What you seek? That would require truth, correct?
Well, we can always fact check about the bombs, but I don't want the whole conversation to get hijacked by that and whatever else is behind it, because there's obviously other things going on here.
Yeah.
Well,
And
the
I
simple
just want
question's
to.
posed
I
to
just
you.
want to stay. I prioritize mature, rational conversations here
Okay.
over the drama type. So if this is going to be the
Okay.
drama type, I'm going to bump it for the type we were having before the drama type started.
Okay, tell me if this is what you seek. Mike, do you concede the fact that you were telling mistruths, untruths,
What
and
are you talking about? Dude, get rid of
See,
this
this
guy.
is
He's
the
here to
drama
cause
type I'm
problems.
talking about. This is what I
Yeah.
don't want. So.
Yeah.
Especially on my, I don't know what this back history is, but don't come play it out on my channel. That's not what this is for. I don't know what's.
Yeah, we're having a
what's
good
been going on.
conversation. And you got knuckleheads come up trying to cause problems.
Well, Jamie and Cap Gun see.
I don't know.
All right, Jamie, what's up?
Going on, Jeff? How you doing?
Just paneling.
So what's the topic now? Did you see China find a hypersonic missile? It went around the whole Earth.
No. Today?
That's what Fox News said. They shot one and it went around the whole Earth.
No, I didn't see it on my feed at all. Let me look it up.
Yeah,
So,
so the
Mike, will
tension's getting.
It
will
like
you
it went
concede
through our
to something,
airspace.
Mike?
No, when I think the around the circumference. I don't know. They
Michael.
were firing.
Circumference, not circumference.
Thank
Will
you,
you
Jim. I appreciate
concede
it.
to something? Would you at least give an admission that you speculated on Raz's emotional state rather than the context of his words?
What? What are you talking about?
He did
Will
do
you-
that. I had the same feeling. He seemed angry, and I had the same. Like, why is this guy? What's behind the emotion?
I mean, it's passion
Yeah.
for truth, really.
That's I didn't say anything about it or have a problem with it.
He's always upset and pissy. Always. He
But
never
that
have a
doesn't mean you
conversation.
can't have a conversation with him.
What, when someone's yelling at you in elevated speech and going crazy?
Yeah,
Yelling
but
and elevated speech are
that
two
does
different
happen a
things.
lot on here, and with neuroatypical people and just men in general. I think sometimes we just have those strong emotions, and when
Bolstered
people
ego.
shift from the topic of the conversation to the emotional state, it is a move away from dialogue to something else.
So what do you think? Let me ask you this, guys. What do you think about Joe Biden stepping out of the race?
Think it was a planned, perpetuated attack on American democracy?
I'm
Now,
not
do you
happy
think-
about the replacement.
Yeah.
Well, nobody is.
I don't think she has a chance in heck to win. I think Trump's going to win. I think
You don't
Trump's
think
gonna
she? I'm more worried about her than I was about Biden. I think now it's more of a fight.
win. Yeah.
No.
But you're still not worried.
They disenfranchised like millions of Americans with their vote and perpetuated a thought, and basically they bitched about election interference the whole time that Trump was in office, and last year and even 2016 when he went into office. They bitched about election interference, yet they pulled a hoodwink on American government and American society and the voter base as a whole, because they put the ideal that Joe Biden was going to be the candidate for the Democratic Party, and then pulled a hoodwink on the American populace by, taking them out of the race.
Well, didn't he
Yeah.
step down?
Yeah, but I mean, he stepped down because he knows that he can't do it. He was the front man from the start. It wasn't even a question that he was going to be able to run for a second term because of the mistakes that he did, and putting Kamala as the front runner and trying to capture the black populist vote based on Kamala. First and foremost, black people hate Kamala. They see her for what she is. She's a cackling moron. and disenfranchising people, and putting the implementation, the thought in people's minds that Joe Biden was going to be the front runner. You disenfranchise your whole base. You'll never be trusted again after this. And if people believe that wasn't a plan from the very start, they are dead wrong.
Well, I don't know if there's any way to find that out for sure, but certainly the voters will weigh in on it and decide how they feel about it.
Well, make sense. He's standing behind Kamala Harris now, but he is still actually running the country. How does that? I mean, make that make sense.
Well, make it make sense what happened when his medical treatments were called into question. Trump, once he got COVID, he was actually considered to be taken out of the race or taken out of the presidency because of medical factors, and saying that he wasn't capable of running the country. Yet when Joe Biden was medically not cleared to be competent to stand trial, that should have been the first red flag for Americans to say he should be taken out of office immediately, because if he can run the country, he should be able to stand trial.
I agree with you.
I tell you one thing though, Trump's vice president, JD Vance, that guy is sharp as a tack, man. That guy is
I like him so far.
a breath of fresh air, man.
Yeah, I think he's what
Yeah.
America needs to hear. Like he's able to speak to the part of America that needs that voice right now.
Yeah.
Mike, how do you feel about liars in politics?
Cap gut.
What's that? I couldn't hear what you said.
I asked a simple question. I said, what do you think about
There's-
liars in politics?
Buyers? I can't even hear what you're
Mike,
saying.
what did you do to these guys?
But they're just hateful. Jamie's not. Jamie's good.
I didn't.
Oh,
all
I'm an
I said
extremely
was, what do
hateful
you think
person.
about
Don't lie.
liars? I'm a liar.
I knew you were going to say that.
What do you think about lying in politics? Just a simple question.
I tell you, I think Trump taking JD Vance was great, but I tell you one thing, and Jamie, what do you think? The guy Vivek, the Indian billionaire, that
Vivek
guy is-
Ramaswamy. No,
Yeah, he
he's
is
not. He's not
smart
what
as a-
America needs. He's smart
I think-
as in no
I think Trump's going to put him in the cabinet, though. I think he's going to
across the board. No,
Maybe.
Yeah.
your intelligence doesn't make you a good candidate.
Does Kamala get to pick a VP now?
Yes,
Yeah.
and they don't get to swap.
That could change things too if she
Gonna be
picks the
Biden.
right person.
No, 100%. I would literally give fucking 100-to-1 odds Trump is going to take office. This just literally clinched it. This, along with the shooting, has completely clinched it.
I hope you're right. I want to believe you. I
Did
do
you see
not
that
want a President
Sleep with
Kamala.
those Democrats, though. Even though
Did you
I
see
don't
them?
believe in either side. I'm not a Democrat. And I'm not a Republican. Nor do I give a shit. But you never know what these sneaky people do when it comes right down to the wire.
Daniel, how sure are you that this Schedule F is going to be successfully executed? That's from the Project 2025.
Did you see them grilling the Secret Service director in Senate or Congress? Oh my God, man. They were grilling the hell out of her. Did you see that?
No, I heard talk about it. What's going on there? Is it looking like
They're just
a lapse
ripping
on the
her
Secret
apart.
Service part?
She wouldn't answer any questions. She
They're
wouldn't
going to
be
take the fall for
transparent.
this.
Yeah.
She
And
should be
they're-
locked up.
They're calling for her to be, fired immediately. Yeah.
She resigned. She stepped down. She should be incarcerated and held for treason.
Yeah. Did she leave?
She resigned.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Oh, the Secret Service person?
Yeah, the lady. She is
Oh,
stepping
I
down.
didn't-
She is
didn't know that
resigning.
either.
They're
Daniel,
saying
well,
that-
at least they're making it transparent. It's not like they have this hidden plan and they're going in there and they're going to do all this secret stuff. They put it out. If Project 2025 is truly what everybody's worried about, they laid it all out in the open in advance, so you have the information ahead of time that you can use to make your voting decision.
So
Hmm.
let me draw a conclusion for everybody to think about and consider. The amount of money that's going to go into the Paris Accord and the amount of money that's going to go into the 2025 thing, with that amount of money taken out of circulation and put into different allegations, or not allegations, allotments or whatever it's called.
Allocation.
If allocation, right. If
Yeah.
you put those allocations in place and actually put it towards the right thing, which is homelessness in America and low income housing and different stuff like that, infrastructure, you'd be able to conservatively house everyone for 3 to 5 years off of the first year of savings. And you'd be able to put a 13.5% increase on infrastructure in America, which is astronomically huge when it's one or two decisions being taken off the board. On top of that, we're the only ones, and Trump spoke about this multiple times, we're the only ones that put more into the world doing better than any other country in the world. And there's populations way maxing out ours. I mean, I think India has like a fucking 1.3 billion population or some shit. That's ours times 4. So when you look at the large scale and the metric, we're the only ones putting in. And that's bullshit. We're always getting fucked.
And that's why everything costs 3 times the amount it used to 10 years ago.
No, that would be
No,
because
that's not-
that would be because all of the money that was handed out in 2021, 2022, 2023, all the increases in fucking welfare, all the border coming open, giving people $10,000 full medical benefits, different treatment facilities for fucking housing and different shit like that. All that free money, okay, when you put a bunch of free money out there to people who don't understand the value of a dollar, and then you lower TV costs to the exact amount of stimulus checks, and you increase the fucking share of like possible tax breaks and shit and free money to the companies, they're going to max out their overall income, whatever their losses were at the first stages of like the first 6 months of shutdown and the decrease in traffic. You're now going to increase the market share by increasing your prices and capitalizing on people who don't know the value of a dollar. It wasn't their dollar. They can't know the value of it. It was given to them.
I remember, Jimmy, I remember the stimulus checks when they first came out, and I took mine and I bought physical gold with mine. So I saved mine. But I remember being in Food Lion. I remember people in line with piles of steaks. I mean, like crab legs. It's just like, as fast as they got that money, they just spent it right back, and it's just like, what is going on? People were buying cars, which is good. It's good to buy a car.
It's a horrible idea to buy a car under financing. You're actually cutting your own throat in the long run. Once again,
I'm
people
saying,
don't know the value of a dollar.
Yeah, but they were in there, just like, I mean, you couldn't even keep the money. Like, that was the stimulus, was to help you get through the next couple of months. It wasn't for you to go and have the biggest cookout in the world, but
The same
it just-
problem that Barack Hussein Obama made in 2007 when he gave out stimulus checks. Someone
Oh, I
actually
remember
went and
those.
did-
I liked my
Right.
stimulus check.
during the housing market crashes of 2008 and 2007. What took place was they gave everyone $300, $900, or a $1,200 check, and the actual allotment needed for actual stimulation of an economy with our GDP size, we would have to give everyone $15,000 per month. Not a one-time payment of $1,000. It doesn't do shit. Just throws everything off, increases market fucking profitability, and creates a predatory fucking loophole for people to raise prices. Because once again, people that get free money, they don't know the value of it, and they spend it in these fucking money trap situations, increased fucking impulse buys, and just different situations for random pop-up corporations to snatch it out of your hand and become subsidized through another corporation and become bigger and more disingenuous to the American populace.
Capitalism at work.
they were showing the videos, like in my area, they were showing the videos, like when people got the stimulus checks, people just buying flat screen TVs and all kinds of shit. It's like,
people's mortgage prices through the roof. Nobody
Put the money in the bank.
There were no more jobs.
Do what? Captain, you're coming in a little broken.
On Microsoft.
Jamie. Well, I'll tell you, man. It's
Yeah, right. That's why I'm open to regulation. I'm open to a blended economy.
yeah.
But I still think capitalism, like I still acknowledge the superiority of capitalism to many other systems.
Mm. I mean, the thing is that if you work really hard and you save your money, you have a right to be richer than someone else because you worked for it. You earned it. Whether you call it capitalism or just calling it being smart with your money,
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
it
think
provides opportunities that would not otherwise be there for many of us. And so I like it
Capitalism,
for that reason.
the
capitalism
notion
and
the,
conservatism
the,
are two
the
completely
notion to
separate
say
Mike,
that
James,
things.
some
Mike, Jamie's talking.
what's that?
They can work it out. They can find it.
No, well, it's Jamie. I
Yeah,
mean,
thank
I'm
you, thank you,
confident
Captain.
Capitalism,
Jamie can
Mike
get
won't
the
allow
mic
me
when he
to
needs it.
talk.
Yeah, thank you,
capitalism
Captain.
and conservatism are two
Yeah,
separate agendas
Okay,
and two
this last one.
separate issues. They have
relax,
a
Mike.
lot of parallels, and when you get down to bare bones, capitalism is based on a spiritual set of principles based in morality that most people find through religion, and most conservatives are of the Christian belief, and the Christian belief basically built this country. You have the option to believe whatever you want in this country, which is our First Amendment right, freedom of religion. But the implementations are still factual and it's still present in this fucking country. And the only thing that makes this country great is the fact that it is gained in it's built off of a spiritual set of principles that are provable facts, and that's what conservatism is. It's not exclusive to Christians or Catholics, but it could be enjoyed by everyone as long as we hold the same set of principles to help our common man. Now, there's a difference between helping someone come out of a state of hopelessness and helping someone to maintain power over that individual. Thomas Stowe talked back in the 80s to Congress, and he said, "How dare you weaponize and predatorialize a grouping of people?" And well, how did he put it? He said, "You incentivize people never reaching their maximum potential in life by keeping them in a position of security with a low life standard by giving them welfare." And it was right
Hmm.
around the time like the late 80s or the late 70s, early 80s when he did the speech. And it was because he noticed that an entire populace of people, meaning lower income or middle class, were copping out to the fear of, not being able to raise children, not being able to raise a family on, two incomes. Even if it was one income, you really couldn't do it then. So you had to take the guarantee. You had to take that, bird in the hand instead of two in the bush. You had to make sure that you were going to be able to raise your family. So you have low income families copping out to this set designed for living, and they're just going to stay there. It's becoming predatorial, and it's always been predatorial because it's meant to be a subsidy. It's not meant to be a solvable equation. You have to take agency and bring yourself to that next point of growth.
What are talk about these spiritual? You said there are spiritual principles that underlie capitalism itself.
Yep.
Talk about those, because I think of capitalism as something very practical and materialist.
There's two sides to capitalism, like anything else. You always have positive and negative byproducts. How spirituality or religion ties into it, and they're two different things, but they have similar parallels. Like spiritual, by definition, is they're relating to moral feelings. Okay, so spiritual is the relating to moral feelings. Most people get their moral feelings from religious alignments and cultural
Are those things like
teachings.
mercy, justice, the
Yeah, I mean,
higher
grace,
order
undeserved favor.
socially oriented feelings?
So most people, when you give them grace, which is undeserved favor, will say welfare. They don't necessarily deserve it, but we emotionally attach ourselves to helping people who aren't able to get to that next mode of life, that next phase of development. Sometimes, very rarely, somebody says, as a result of my indoctrination through religious ideals and moral values, spiritual, principles, I'm going to rise above my situation. I'm going to take agency over my life, and I'm going to take that next step into growing and into the unknown. Even though I might fail, I'm willing to take that step and try. So that's how it has an alignment. And capitalism will be like there's good and bad in capitalism. So the good would be it's pretty much fair, but it could be litigated to the point and bureaucracy steps into place and it becomes weaponized and becomes predatorial. It becomes to the point where you, as a result of litigation and bureaucracy, can't rise to that next level because you don't have the steps in front of you easy, or at least fair, because a lot of other people can bypass this whole product because they have what's considered privilege. And it is a thing, but at the end of the day, you have to understand that just because there's privilege, there was sacrifice to get that privilege in the first place. I'm not going to say that that's across the board. A lot of that was gained in early Americana with, different fucking notoriety and different family names and shit like that. But you can make it or break it just based on your ability to sacrifice and ability to have long suffering in your life. If you live a life that's disciplined and you live a life that's aligned with spiritual principles, capitalism will work perfect because you will always be fair. You'll always have that natural moral fiber to do the right thing, regardless if you know that you can do it another way and become greedy and, fall into that deadly sin of greed. You have that option either way. And typically it goes the other way. It goes the negative route, but we need to litigate on that and get those areas of opportunities taken care of.
I don't know that I hear anything in that I could argue with.
No, it's a good point. It really is. I mean, the old school families that have all the wealth and they promote their own family. But at one point, like Jamie said,
You could take away their power.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Well, now we found something I disagree with. I don't. First of all, how you quantify their power? I don't know how much
Their
power.
power would be their ability to set in place different traps. Like we talked about the corporation umbrella and different subsidies of that being a trap for like impulse spending, clothing, predatorial adding, in your face marketing, shit like that. So when you have a populace of people who aren't disciplined, they're going to be easily swayed to one side or another. Like this is the version of success. And you see it so consistently that you naturally assume that unless I have these things that society has deemed as success, then I don't fit. But I heard something a long time ago on a fucking YouTube short. It said anything in a shopping mall in 10 years doesn't mean shit in your life regardless. So why do we spend our money there? If we spend our money on the right things and we maintain discipline on what success actually is in life, then we won't be able to be guided by these people anymore. We won't give them the power, and eventually their money won't be in shit because we will rise above them and we will do the right thing. And no weapon formed against us shall prosper. Period. When
Are you
do the
talking
right
about
thing, you will.
consumerism?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. In
that's
essence, you'll be able to break that.
Good luck getting that out of American life.
Faith, spiritual living, getting religion back into the family, getting belief in something higher than yourself, not living for the day. It's hard, but it's reality.
Yeah, I think that's ambitious if you're talking about the mainstream middle of the curve America.
Well, in the beginning of the Bible, in Genesis, it talks about something that most people kind of glance over. I don't take anything in the Bible wholesale. I look at the parables that are in it, try and read into it, like get the most out of it that I can. So if I eat of the tree of knowledge and it takes away from the tree of life, which is faith, and knowing that I can rise above any situation and regardless what happens, as long as I do my best, then I did all that I can. And if I'm wrong at the end of the road, what was the harm in trying? At least I didn't harm anybody's life and live for the day and cause a bunch of pain and a bunch of fucking trauma in other people's lives to get my security in life. So if you eat all these theories like capitalism, socialism, dictatorship, shit like that, if I believe in all these theories and I try and figure out which one's the perfect thing, it's like, dude, if you eat of the tree of knowledge, it will remove your faith if you read too much into it. Because if you put too much bad shit into your head, obviously you're going to be a product of your environment. You're going to settle for bad shit. It's just going to be an easy trap to take away your succession in life.
A lot of people in today's political climate, though, we start to introduce religion. I think it's subversive.
They
They need accountability too. He said a lot of people in the current political climate, they're not of religion. Like they use that as a shield. They use that as like a fucking soapbox.
Oh,
And
they
it's like,
pretend to
dude,
be
right?
religious.
Well, like Joe Biden, he's
Yeah.
obviously a supporter of he's a pro-abortionist. And if you're a Christian or a Catholic, then that would basically be unheard of. That's completely hypocritical. The tree of life would further. Can you?
Yeah.
I got it. Okay. The tree of life would further validate good being a sadist because he put the tree there knowing beforehand what they'd do. So it was futile effort, just shits and giggles by a sky guy. I can see that side of it, but at the end of the day, like the whole thing calls into question, because if I had that desire to do something and yet I had that free will, nobody knows what we're going to do to it. And for us to assess what we knew God was thinking when he did that, that would make us God. And I think that that's ignorant, but I understand your point.
I don't know
And yeah,
what
no,
God
I
was
know what you're
thinking,
saying, Daniel.
but my that was my impression when I read it, was that it's not a fair situation to begin with, because they would need the knowledge that comes from eating the tree to know if they should eat the tree or not. So he kind of set them up to a paradox from the start. And because the power differential is on his side, I think it was a little unfair of him. That was my impression when I read it.
I think that if it's like any situation, that if we have that faith and if we keep ourselves maintained in faith and not worry about the external stuff, that we would be able to rise above that situation as human beings. I don't think that that was a physical place where two people actually
Yeah.
had that. I think that it was a parable of design like psychology. And I think that the Bible is probably one of the greatest books of psychology ever written. I don't agree with everything in it, but if you listen to the wording and you pay attention and you play with it enough, you'll get a baseline to see like how it can be influential in negative and how it can be influential in positive. I think that it has been adulterated over the years. I think that it has been broken down so many times that a lot of people have had their hands in it and said, like Paul, like the Apostle Paul in Romans, is saying that you're guaranteed to burn in hell for these certain things, when God himself said that there's only one unforgivable sin, and that was blasphemy. So therefore, Paul's letter to the Romans would be inconsequential, because God already said that by grace I will let you into the kingdom of heaven. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, but 68,500 and something fucking different parallels by different people at different times and different places, that kind of speaks for itself.
I think in translation, brother, everything gets lost in translation.
Right.
That's why I've never read the Bible, but I believe in Christ. That's one of my faith lives. And I don't want to start reading and get stuck on a passage. Go to 10 different priests and 10 different interpretations.
I'm still having trouble hearing you, Capgun.
Capgun, fix your shit.
I think I know why.
Your video cameras, your mic. You gotta switch it. So Naltz
Well,
2 says,
shoot.
life is suffering, learn to suffer well. Yes.
Yes.
The second part of the Serenity Prayer. Accept hardship as a pathway to peace, taking as he did this sinful world. Not as I would have it. It's just when you learn that long suffering is a part of life and you don't take it as like an attack or a hindrance, and you look at it like a helper to help you learn what it could be like and what it is like, and that sometimes life isn't fair, you can then rise above that. You use it as motivation instead of keeping you in a position of powerlessness, because it's scary to go through trial and tribulation. And if we ever think that we're going to get to a point where trial and tribulation is like perfectly troubleshot, well, you're leaving out the most important part, and that's the human condition. We're human. We're not God. We're not going to get to perfection. We can get close, but we're not going to get to perfection. And if we did get to perfection, imagine how boring that would be, because we figured out the secret of life. It would take out all motivation. We would all naturally become welfare recipients, because none of us would have a drive to do anything. We've conquered. The mundaneness of life would kill us.
where do you think the Garden of Eden originated from?
Oh, that's part of like debating society. I don't even get in conversations like that. Like I said, I don't think it was a physical place. I think that we can make many speculations to different like examples or geographical changes. I think that we could find something like that and tie it in with our like symbolism or with our like pattern recognition type shit. I think that our mind is just so feeble to even think that we can come up with a situation that perfectly aligns with where it was. At the end of the day, if we did know where it was, what does that change? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't bring us further to God. It doesn't bring us further away from Him. We need to concentrate on what the parable was in that, in that storyline and figure out where we fall in it.
So it's basically, in a sense, it's almost like a made-up story. It's just about temptation. Basically, God's talking
It's just about psychology. That's it.
don't be tempted. Don't fall into the you know the easy way of life. In other words, don't you know the snake is going to
Yeah,
give you
don't be
everything you
fooled by
want.
the devil. Don't be fucking tricked by the
Yeah,
devil.
that's
Period.
it.
And Nults, I've done large quantities of LSD, acid, mushrooms, everything. Any drug on the table, I've done it.
Hmm. What does it take you to a different place? Does it like make your mind like takes you
Takes away
somewhere
a
else?
lot of fear, connects you with something that you never thought was possible. But I'd say the most strongest simulation that I ever went through was when I hung myself at 7 years old, and yeah, that
I'm
was
sorry
it.
to hear that.
That was my breaking point.
Yeah, but it's almost like people say that like acid or LSD, whatever you want to call it,
It
hallucinogens,
unlocks you.
mushrooms, it opens up parts of your mind that were never opened before. That's a theory that people say.
I think that it heals. I think the best way to explain it, and there's a lot of studies out with mushrooms and psychedelics and ketamine and a lot of other things. I think what it does is it heals the bridges that we've built and the walls that we've built as a result of human condition and trauma. And I think that we get past the influence that we've had in the negativity. And I think that we could finally latch on and become open-minded individual and grow to new ideals and become different people. And yet, manic, Mossad, clinical trials for mental health issues. I would say that, and I'm not suggesting anybody do this. This is not advice. I am not a medical trained professional. I would never promote drug use, but I'm saying for me, when I did do large quantities of LSD or acid or mushrooms or ayahuasca or any of that shit, it changed me. And I would say 100% it changed me for the better because it took away a lot of the mental blocks that I had set up through trauma and my life experience. It took away a lot, and you just figure out a lot about yourself when your mind is that free, basically.
It's not. It's kind of like the Native Americans, Jamie. They did the peyote, and they would like their minds would open and they would have visions. They would call them.
Yeah, I mean, ayahuasca goes all the way back before Christianity. You're talking thousands, thousands years ago, 20,000 years ago, that they figured out that mixing two things in certain amounts in your body would have a powerful effect. I mean, medicine back then compared to now, night and day difference. We have lost way too much over time. Way too much.
Yeah.
What is it, a permanent change, or because when I do it, it changes me for a little while, but then it like after a while it goes back to
You
how I
have
was
to,
before.
I would say you have to follow up with daily action to feed that change. Like anything, it gets dull over time. And I'm not saying that like continued use of it will be the thing that happens. I think that your actions after you do it, the implementations of discipline and structure and concentrating on positive things and concentrating on like, I would say once you concentrate on starting to help people, that would be the one thing that did most in my life that solidified the change and makes me know that I'm not living a meaningless life, that my mundaneness is gone, that money is not my issue these days. Money is a very small part of life. It's necessary. It's right up there with fucking air and sex, but it's a very small part of life.
I have air. Yeah, what do you know about microdosing? I know that a lot of autistic people
Mhm.
explore that and they find that it helps them kind of reset their
I
chemical,
would
like
say that
norm.
like with autism, I think that autism is widely just misdefined. I think that autism is people that their life experience was different, and it's
Starting
been
in the womb.
proven starting in the womb, their experience was different from conception. Like their chemical makeup of their body is different. You can actually map it. But I don't think that it's a hindrance in a lot of cases. I think that I mean, look at Elon Musk, richest man in America. He's got fucking autism. I don't care what anybody says. That motherfucker has autism. He has Asperger's, one of the two. But look at what he did with it. Look at what he put out into the world as a result of not being focused on all this other bullshit that we seem to think make us fucking intelligent, and we seem to make us fucking secure or popular or all this other bullshit. He wasn't worried about none of that shit. He was worried about making his mark on the world. Like his autism and his shit fucking drove his life. And look at how successful he became as a result of concentrating on certain things that he wanted to do.
He probably microdoses.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's got a prescription for ketamine.
I think it is. I think I'd have to go out and come back into to work properly because I know what the problem is. But microdosing, I think with MDMA therapy is actually a very, even though it's controversial, I think it's truly, it could be very beneficial.
I know they're looking at it for like things like PTSD and trauma. When you do it with a therapist, it only takes 1 or 2 sessions to reset all your trauma. At least that's the research they were doing several years ago when I watched the documentary on it.
So yeah, what it does, okay, so in the alcoholic brain, we won't go with drug addict brain because there's a lot of differences. In the alcoholic brain, when you drink so much, you get certain nerve receptors and certain places in your brain that have cracks because it dries out and because it becomes fucked up because you're not getting the proper chemical balance in your brain. What the belladonna treatment back in like the 40s or early 30s, or no, maybe even early 20s, there was a treatment called the belladonna treatment, and it was, different kinds of
Datura.
mushrooms. Yeah, it was different kinds of stuff that you would take. And they did it. It was even like in one of the famous movies, Black Mass, where the dude was given like 75 LSD treatments and knocked time off his sentence and stuff. What it does is when you take it in controlled atmospheres and controlled doses with guidance from someone who actually knows something about it, it'll heal the cracks in the brain and it'll reconnect different nerve endings and different receptors that are blocked off through abuse and trauma and damage. So that's what it does to an alcoholic brain. To a drug addict brain, I think it's more so on the mental. I think it's more so on the, mental trauma, the different life experiences that are just reoccurring thoughts in your mind and brings you to a negativity and what you focus on. And I think that it removes you from that to the point where you can actually start to think clearly and make better rational decisions.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. What is it? What is the term, Jamie? They say this term wet brain. What does that mean? Wet
It means
brain.
your brain dries out. I just described it.
Okay, so that's what it means. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's actually the direct opposite. Your brain isn't wet. It starts to dry out, and then over time it starts to atrophy and you become retarded permanently.
So wet brain is the dried out version, or the brain
Wet
before it?
brain, it's what it does. It's the secondary effect of wet brain.
Yeah.
So when they're calling someone wet brain, that's not a compliment.
No, it means you're on your way to fucking lifetime retardation through alcoholism.
Well, that was waterhead. That's another.
Waterhead, yeah, that's another one. That's the
Oh, I've heard
atrophy
that
stage.
one.
It's terrible. It's not good.
Chicky asked earlier if Do you think there was really an arc? People say you can see it from satellites. So this is okay. One of the things that I believe about the Bible, I believe that it's a trilogy or a series. I don't believe that because you have the Old Testament and now you have the New Testament. And the New Testament's been 2,000 years, and human intelligence is getting to the point where it's growing different ideals through intelligent, and it's kind of like comparable to the Tower of Babel. Okay, so you get to a point of intelligence where we say we're gonna build a fucking tower to go to the sky and reach the heavens, and we're gonna meet the gods. I think that a baseline for the intelligence of the time, they come up with a perfect set of psychological, viewpoints. I think some of the greatest minds at the time got together and conspired and made the Old Testament. And then once they realized that the sacrifice wasn't being able to be made by the larger majority of populace that were unrich, they were poor, they could never atone for their sins. So it was a system that eventually the sinners, being the people that couldn't atone for their sin, the poor people, would eventually say, like I did when I was 7 years old, if I'm destined to burn in hell as a result of being bisexual, then why go on with life? And then you'd have anarchy. You'd have people rising up against everybody. 'Cause you
7
can't
years
pay for
old.
your atonement. Yeah, I got told by a priest that I was going to burn in hell as a result of being homosexual.
How did that come out at 7? My God.
I knew a lot about myself at a very very early age.
Oh.
So then you get the idea that, okay, this system is fractured. This system does not work. So what do? We come up with an ideal that isn't really, it's a very hard thing to prove that if you give someone grace, which is undeserved favor, that they will naturally change, that they will change everything about themselves. I know
I think it
that
depends on the
through
person too, who you
It
give it to.
does. It does. Well, it depends on what they do with it too, like their environment, their life experience, their conditioning. There's a lot of variables. Then I wouldn't even be able to touch on like what the billion different fucking avenues like distraction would be. But the main goal is I can't pay for my sin. The large populace of people, poor people, can't pay for their sins. So therefore, that system doesn't work, because eventually they're going to rise up and kill the fucking rich, and then they're going to have anarchy because they're all sinners and they have no faith of getting into heaven because the system doesn't fucking work. So then you get to the point where, okay, we need something different, because what we have is about to fracture, and it's about to fracture big, and it's going to be worldwide. So you get to the point where you write the New Testament, a different set of intelligence at the time that rises above everyone else. So you got the greatest minds that get
Different set
together
of
again.
people.
Right. Different set of people, different influence that you can make, different, like Jesus Christ. Do I believe that Jesus Christ was absolutely 100% the Son of Man, rose and ascended at the right hand of the Father? Probably not. But I do agree with the ideal that this action, this story that was told to us, had great implementation, because he showed everyone at the time grace, the first true act of grace. I'm going to let myself die for people that hate me as a result of my stern belief that my sacrifice will be written down and taken seriously, and it will affect millions and billions of people. So you have people that see things like this, these acts, and it naturally makes you feel better to do good
It
things.
sounds
Even
dysfunctional to me, but
it
but
does,
it only makes sense if
but it
you add in
works.
the spiritual context, because just from a
Right.
material psychological point of view, that seems
It doesn't
dysfunctional.
equate. Right. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You can't make an equation out of it. You can't, like, it's not a provable theory. It's something that has to be experienced.
Yeah.
And I think that as a result of, the last 2,000 years of indoctrination through people, I think that to the naysayers, I would ask them, what do you think the world would be like if we didn't have it?
Yeah. It's almost like a
If
guide. It's almost like keeps you in line almost, you know.
It is. It's the Holy Spirit. It's the fucking helper. It helps us understand that we're not doing the right thing. Because if the right thing is described as helping your fellow man live another day, if that's really the right thing and that's what we're all supposed to do, as long as we're all being equal, which is almost an impossibility in itself because of different phases of development, age, conditioning, social
There's
structure.
always going to be hierarchy.
is.
You're always going to have it, but you try and find what'll fit for the large majority. And as long as the large majority takes care of one another, we'll somehow, some way make it to the next day.
Well, hang on 1 second, because usually I'm the person way outside of this large majority. So if everything's going to be geared toward the large majority, I'm the person that gets left out. So I have to watch out in particular in
Let me ask you a
situations like that.
question. If someone was getting beat to death in front of you, what would you do? What's your first thought? First thought, boom, go.
Well, it depends on the situation, but like, ideally, I'd like to think I would step in and try to help
Yeah.
or call someone or like do
Try.
whatever I could. I
You
wouldn't
would
just
try
stand there
to
and
do
watch them
something.
get beat.
Right. You know why that is? Because you're a naturally good person. You are part of the large majority, even though we don't. We equate
Oh, so you
the
mean like everyone that's
scale-
not a psychopath?
No, not everyone. There are people that straight up psychopaths, but I do believe that there's a bit of good in the worst of us and a bit of bad in the best of us. We're always going to have that.
There are natural protectors. I think Jamie's what trying to say.
Mhm.
There are people that will protect no matter what. I don't know you from
All
Adam,
of us,
but
Oh,
all
yeah,
of us
I'm
have the
definitely a
capacity to do it. All of us have the capacity.
I've jumped in many times when people were getting hurt in school and stuff like that, and even out in the open, just jump in and throw them off them, like I don't even think about it. It doesn't even come across your mind. You just jump. You jump into the mode, and you just
Daniel's
do your
got
thing.
it.
Yeah.
Daniel Price has got it.
We don't like to
larger
give
statement.
Daniel too big of a head around here. So be
He's
careful.
got
Yeah.
it though. He hit it,
Yeah.
and I
But
won't
Jamie,
even
I'm gonna jump
say that
in.
he's wrong.
It's 2:40. I got to get some sleep. Thank you for having me up, Jamie. Amazing.
Yeah,
talk.
Mike, it was a pleasure. Thanks.
Jamie always brings the knowledge. Thank you, Jeff, for having me up, bro. I
Fuck off,
appreciate
Mike.
you, man.
Yeah,
I'll come see you,
anytime.
man. Guys, take care.
Take care, Mike. Let's see.
So what Daniel said
I didn't
is
get it,
100% accurate. Yeah, fuck Mike. Anyways, that's why he's not here, because he's insignificant.
What about this Christian love and grace?
Yeah, it has limits.
Okay.
I'm human. So Daniel said the Son of Man was Titus, son of Vespasian. The Gospels and a large bulk of the New Testament were transformed over the works of Josephus, who was a Jewish turncoat adopted by the Flavians. So that's actually 100% accurate. I won't even argue that. A lot
You
of
know
people
what?
do
I
argue
will,
it.
because
it's
I'm reading
real.
this right now. I'm reading the
What
origin of
book?
the New Testament, and I'm
Okay.
not saying it's not accurate. I'm saying it's way more. There's way more to it than just that, and it's
There
way more
is.
complex than just this one source.
There is, but it's a baseline, and the baseline is this: that these are not new ideas. Like Ecclesiastes had a favorite go-to. There's nothing new under the sun when he wrote Ecclesiastes. So there is nothing new under the sun. All this is collective learning. I don't think that there's been an original idea in the last 2,000 years. I think that we're finally coming to the point where we can utilize and draw like good scaling and good barriers to what knowledge can give us and what knowledge can take from us. And I think that a large amount of things that we wish we could answer, we'll never be able to answer. But as a whole, I do believe that these are not new ideals. They're just a set of principles that were more workable in the society that we're in. Like, there's bad byproducts of it. I'm not going to say that there's not. We've witnessed that over the last fucking millennia since the human existence. But as a result of these principles being drawn and put down on paper and presented to people, I think that we're getting to that next phase where we're rising above even grace, and we're starting to look at, how can we actually kill this evil? How can we actually kill evil shit in this world?
I
don't
assume
really
we're
have an
always
answer
going to
for it.
have evil shit because we're animals. We're monkeys. We're savages. We're beasts. And as long as that's true, we're always going to have the same thing that the animals have: violence, aggression, lust.
And it all comes down to
Also,
pride,
you
ego,
contribute
emotion.
Yeah,
better
all of that. Yeah.
as well.
The what, Cap?
So you have to look at it this way too. That's what a lot of people watch. That's why I don't watch the news or anything anymore, because we're spoon fed this kind of shit. 24/7. Unfortunately, a lot of people believe and still believe, and that they're a reliable source of anything.
Knowles, that's a great point. That's a
I was.
great fucking point.
You feed all the trolls.
That's a great point though. It is. It's just like so. And Dennison was the first person to bring this to my attention. This is not my original theory at all. Dennison said, how did he put it? So when you go back to hunter gatherers, okay, some people were awake during the day, some people were awake during the night. So when you have a natural like predisposition to be awake at night, like you're more of a night owl, you do more during the night than you could ever do during the day. I think that your natural bloodline, if you track it all the way back, you were one of those motherfuckers in the tribe that was awake at night fucking looking for the predators. And those are the people who have a natural predisposition to help people and be that fucking savior. I think that's definitely a provable thing.
It's true in another way also, in that we have an existence between dream life and waking life too.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a dualistic kind of form of consciousness there. I used to do, when I was in the New Age, they used to say you had to sleep with your head to the north because the magnetic north, and it would align your crystals or something during the night when you slept. And so I got
Yeah,
really paranoid about making sure I was pointed north every time I slept.
your chakra or whatever. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, it was something about the magnet, like whatever he's
Mhm.
talking about here. There's like magnetism crystals or something in your body that would get aligned. If you aligned it with the because there's these magnetic poles or something that run from north to south across the earth, and if you align yourself with that at night,
Yeah, certain frequency hertz tones also are supposed to heal the body and also help uh, reduce sleep for people that have insomnia and all sorts of stuff. That's pretty interesting.
well,
Yeah,
it's
so there's
definitely
no
true that we
science
live
behind it.
in night and day. I don't know about the hunter-gatherer theory. There's not really any way to test or falsify that.
Yeah, I don't think that even if like there's not a metric that would work on something like that because we would have to take data from, a million years ago, possibly even further back than that. So I don't think that's anything that we can actually prove until fuck. I mean, DNA was just, a thing back in like the late 80s, early 90s. So we're at like the infancy of figuring out what is the DNA, and like whether we can manipulate it or not is one thing, but provable theory on what it actually contains, like the actual makeup of everything, I don't think that I don't think we'll ever come up with something like
It's
that's like
code.
God level.
It's
Right. To
information.
break the code, it's so hard. I don't think we'll ever get to that point. I don't think we'll ever want to get to that point because then we get to like eugenics design and co-design.
I don't ever underestimate humans though, because every time we think we've reached a point where never get behind, we somehow get through it anyway, like get across it anyway. So I don't know, like we're gonna break the speed of light one day, I'm sure. We're gonna break time one day, I'm sure, because that's just what every limit that's ever set in front of us, we find some way to transcend it. Protein strands with information, right? It's code, like viruses have code. It's something like that.
What was the guy's name that it's an old philosopher. I think he was either a king or like in the Caesar days. He was like perfect. It was almost comparable to like Jesus Christ. What the fuck was his name?
What was he
Oh,
known
that's gonna
for?
bother me. Like perfect discipline, basically. And no, it wasn't Buddha. Started with an A or fuck. Hold on, let me look it
Was
up.
he Western?
I think Roman times, somewhere around there. What the fuck was his name?
Yeah, it is. I'm reaching. Do you have something more specific? I know
Not
it like
Socrates.
passes off information that tells the gene or whatever what to do. So it's some kind of code or programming.
No, it wasn't Aristotle either, but I think it did start with an A, not Plato. Oh, fuck. This is gonna drive me fucking crazy now.
I study all those old white guys. Well, they weren't really white. They were more Mediterranean. But I don't know. There's so many A's. Athanasius, Apuleius. Then there's like Aristophanes, Anaxagoras, Anaximander. Um, was he Greek? Roman, you said?
Possibly
Augustus?
Greek.
No. I don't know. I don't know anybody that was perfect. Was Jesus even perfect? If
It
he was
depends on what
human.
book you read. It depends on what book you read.
Because I remember growing up, the part where he flipped over the tables. I always thought that was so out of character from the
It
loving,
was
peaceful Jesus
it
that I
was
was always talking
righteous.
to.
It was righteous anger because he's seen, like, in his eyes, that was the truest and rawest evil of all. The reverence was like null and void. He's seen such like removal from reverence. It was like, fuck.
Yeah, but it was just so out of character for him. Because normally he would just like rise above it all, or turn the other cheek, or think of some little parable to teach people a lesson about it. But he just went up there and started tearing stuff up. Like it was not story time anymore.
No, yeah, it was not preaching. It was not trying to lead you away. It was, I'm going to fuck you up if you keep doing this in my
Yeah.
father's home.
Don't make
This
me
is
stop
driving
this
me
car.
crazy.
That was Daddy Jesus there.
Don't make me come back there.
Turned a kid into glass. What? Oh, I watched Stigmata. I like that movie, and I have the Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah, what
I'm
he's
reading all
talking
that. I
about with
forgot about that. Thank you, because I said there's 7 Jesuses, but I forgot about the Gospel of Thomas. That would be an 8th, and that's the one that they think may actually be the words of Jesus
Doubting
himself.
Thomas. What the fuck? Why can't I find this? Maybe it was Greek.
I don't know. I'm just getting to know Jesus. Right, he had, but it was legal, right? The money changers, it was all a part of normal Roman life or whatever, and he just had a really strong opinion about it, and he was like a Karen. But it seems Karen-y to me. Like I don't think you should be doing this. This offends my moral sensibilities. I'm gonna eventually make my way through the Gospels, so I'm sure I'll come across a story because most of the tales are in all of the Gospels. Like they keep telling the same events over and over.
I wish I saved the damn short of it.
Why weren't they stopping it? I thought it was legal. Why would they stop something that was perfectly legal and normal?
Because it was one of the instances where so it says in the Bible, respect the laws of mankind. It was one of the instances where the laws of mankind overrode morals and his father's code, so it was a big problem to him.
But aren't you still supposed to? Because we see that we see that with things like abortion and used to be gay people. Now I guess it's the trans issue. People have these really strong opinions that the law is somehow inferior or counter to the moral stricture that you should be following instead. So there's this clash between morality and the law, or what ought
Right.
to be and what is. And
I'm trying to find it.
it sounds like at least at this time, the teaching was to respect the law for what it is and not try to substitute your morality for it. If I see a law I don't like, I just don't follow it. I don't go and try to destroy it for everybody else. I just like silently ignore it and go on about my day.
Well, see, the funny thing about laws is that laws they're based in a reality that you have to accept it in order for it to be like implementable
Right.
or applicable.
So it was the fact that they were doing it on the Sabbath. They weren't supposed to.
It was well, it was two part. They weren't supposed to be doing it on the Sabbath, and they weren't supposed to be doing it in the house of the Lord.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't
So it was
showing
those two.
reverence.
It wasn't just that they were doing it.
Yeah. It's this fucking video. I know I have it saved somewhere, but I'm not finding it. I'm still trying to find this fucking guy's name. It started with
Oh,
an
the
A
philosopher.
filter. Yeah,
The
it was a
perfect.
leader. Like he spent most of his days like in like perfect study. Like he studied nonstop. And he could have done anything. Like he was a ruler. He could have literally killed people in masses and nobody would have said nothing
Was
to
it
him.
Augustine?
Infinite
Augustine? Oh,
Augustine. That's him.
yeah. I don't think he was perfect, but I do like his autobiography.
Yeah. So I watched, I didn't watch the whole video, but I listened to it while I was working one day. And
First
that
album better than the second one.
that dude had so much discipline to gear his life towards like a higher learning and like a higher existence.
Yeah, well, he
Just
didn't always have it. He had
wow.
this conversionary experience because his youth was very dissolute and undisciplined. So
Right.
at some point, he had this,
He accepted his responsibility.
yeah,
Yep.
and
And that's
then he
rare.
switched over to Christianity, and he did everything in the service of Christianity. And I think that's when he got serious.
Maniac Mossad. Yeah, a higher learning. That was what the fuck was his name? Black dude. What the
That's
fuck
a
is his
movie.
name? Yeah, a higher learning. It's the fuck
Red
is that
Man
dude's name?
Buck was one of them.
No, what was the guy's name in
John
the cop
Singleton, let's
movie?
see. Omar Epps, Michael Rappaport, Ice Cube.
No, famous actor. Like he was in the movie
Lawrence
Training Day.
Fishburne.
The lead fucking in Training Day. The lead actor.
Denzel?
Buster
Drawing a blank.
Rhymes.
Denzel Washington.
Buster.
Buster Rhymes. No. Actually, I think that was it. Here, let me look it up. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Learning. Movie. Cast. Oh no, it was Omar Epps.
Hey, Shadow, welcome.
I'm thinking of a different movie.
Lawrence Fishburne. Well, Daniel, you know, they all look alike. No, just kidding.
You made it all look like hell no.
I'm only kidding. But
We're
it's
going on a
true. Like
list.
people from out groups, people from outside of a group, that in group is going to all look similar than the person from the outside of it. Like I'm sure a lot of Native Americans looked more like each other than they did like the Puritans or the early Americans. And a group of black people are going to look more like each other than a white person looking at them. And
Yeah,
a bunch of
Daniel
white
was
people
right.
are going to look more like each other too.
I mean that's I don't think that's like equatable to racism. I think that's just tribalism.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't think
that
it's
it's simple
racism at all.
explanation.
And I think to the extent that racism is a form of tribalism and it's not the
Oh yeah.
discriminatory kind, I think that's even normal.
No, they equate rationality to fucking racism, and it's like, dude, no, that's not how that works.
You got accused of being racist? Well, everything's you are racist. We're all racist now. But I mean, I've watched you for a while. I haven't ever seen you type anything that would make me think you were a racist. In fact,
I'm
I
white.
kind of thought you were a lefty. I think you still are, for the most part. You vote
I'm
for
white and I
Kamala?
got a bald head. And I vote for Trump. I mean,
Jamie's normally wearing his 88 shirt.
And you have a penis, white and a penis.
I got
That's enough.
73 on today. Yeah, I'm about 15 short. 13 words, Cap got 13 words.
88, 13 words.
Oh my god.
Makes me want to
That's
break out
bad.
my Doc Martens right now.
Dude, I got the boots right behind me. There's
They have
13 loops
DEI
and the
loads?
laces are red. What is it? DEI loads?
Oh,
Fuck.
you're right. They have Washington State has it. They have this whole department. If you're a minority business owner, there's all these programs. I should get in on that because I'm a minority in several. There's several minority boxes I can check. I didn't even think of that. I need to get me some DEI loans.
That's right. I need to move to California and identify as black so I can get that fucking 5 million.
Oh, are they going ahead with it?
Oh, they've been trying to do that for like the last fucking 15 years. I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink.
Sure. Yeah, that is what I say, Shadow, about all of this. What the hell is white? Like, who knows what white is anymore? How do we even tell? I think it's time to just let that go. Eventually, it looks like gender might be headed the same way. And I think things like neurodivergence, too, we're going to reach a point where it's not going to matter. You're not even going to be able to tell anymore. I don't think it will happen in my lifetime, but in a few generations, I think things like race and neurotype and all of the immutable parts of ourselves that are so diverse, more diverse than our categories would suggest. I think all of that is going to become kind of archaic, and it's going to just be weird to even remember that time when people talked about what race everybody was, or how some people were this thing called autistic or neurodivergence, and some people were. That's going to be all weird looking back in a few generations. You're brown in summer. I try to be. I'm red in summer. No, I don't want. No, my biggest fear, other than going to heaven, the second worst fate is going to be immortality. That I don't ever die. That is going to be. In fact, that's probably worse than heaven. I can't imagine my consciousness lasting forever and never, ever, ever, and it ever being able to be turned off. Just thinking about it is putting me into psychosis. I do not want immortality.
Yeah, that stuff's crazy. That frozen and stuff and all that. Maybe.
No, I never have died. Neither has anybody else. I mean, they've died, but not that you wouldn't be talking to put it that way. Plenty of people have died. No one's died and come back.
Shit, tell that to the fucking ER that I died at.
When you die, you didn't die though. It wasn't death because you're here. It was near death. But you didn't make the final crossing, so it wasn't actual death. In fact, we don't. Humans don't experience death. Our brain shuts off way before the moment of actual death. All we experience is dying.
Oh, you're
Well,
talking
I
about,
mean,
like,
I
the
was,
cease and-
yeah, you could put it that way if you want. I was non-existent, not conscious.
You're talking about like the
Oblivion.
cease in actual biology.
Yeah, like yeah, that the the brain process of death.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of near-death accounts, but they don't tell us anything about death itself. There's no way they could. It's still the undiscovered country.
I'm gonna head out. I know my mic's messed up and stuff. But Jeff, thanks for allowing me. Jamie, I'll
Oh,
see
sure. It's actually coming in better now, but
you.
but yeah, drop by
I know-
anytime.
I
I'm
know
here
the
every day.
problem. I know what the problem is, so. Anyway,
You suck, Cap Gun.
Thanks. You too, Jim.
And
But
thanks for
sweet
keeping
breath.
it cool too. So, take care.
Jamie, I'll talk to you really soon.
Later, brother. Sorry, I'm starving.
Oh yeah, that's
I only ate like half of my fucking dinner when I seen Mike's dumbass was up here.
what's the what's the deal with Mike? I just met him tonight. He just dropped in.
Oh
That's
my
the first
God.
time I've seen him.
So, Mike Cerrone is a bullshit artist of like the highest fucking working order. He's whipped his dick out on panel. He drinks out of a brown paper bag. Comes from a place called Vegas Valley Community Cop Watch. Was his little friend for a long time.
He's from Vegas.
No.
Oh.
I think he lives in Virginia. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right. He talked about it. He didn't seem like the type that would do that.
Oh, he's an alcoholic. Active alcoholic. He's just a piece of shit. Like he's ran his fucking rounds in the drama community. Been painted a liar in so many situations it's hard to even pick one to speculate on. But I could definitely tell you he has probably the smallest dick that I've ever seen.
Okay. Well, that's for those who want to know. Well, today he seemed to have a pretty normal conversation about religion. Just kind of general, neutral.
Yeah, it's funny that he had, well, never mind. I'll let that one go. That's
Okay,
kind of what
viewers.
brought me up in the first place.
Oh, Mike, the drama. What are you eating? Viewers want to know.
Steak, asparagus,
Damn.
garlic bread,
You could have kept that to yourself.
yellow squash, and cucumber.
Did you cook it yourself?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
No, my boyfriend made the sides, and he knows that I like to cook my own steak. So I cook my steak.
Oh, so you cooked the steak and then
Mhm.
he had all the sides. Must be nice. Well, what do you want to do? You want to keep going? Anything else on your mind?
Oh, we'll keep going. Just give me 1 minute.
Sure. Do you have a
Now I'm gonna
girlfriend
eat
as
my
well?
eclair. No, been with my boyfriend 11 years.
Is it monogamous or do you
Yes,
do you get an outlet for the other
no,
side?
monogamous.
Wow, 11 years? I
Mhm.
don't believe it. That's unheard of.
Find someone worth changing for you. Do some changing.
You changed for him?
Mm-hmm. Oh, mutual.
Yeah.
Definitely mutual.
Yeah, I've had those before too. It was me at my best, honestly. When you find the right person.
Yep.
Not only do they inspire you, but y'all are able to grow.
Play off one
Like
another.
they have the
You
capacity to
complement each
grow
other.
in the same direction. It can be very powerful.
Like I won't necessarily say that my boyfriend is a direct result of my change. I don't think I would have been able to keep him had I not already been geared towards changing before meeting him.
So you met him at the point where you were already starting to change it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
That's
facing
when people
13
show
years in
up.
prison. Right. Yep. Yep. He met me at the worst of my worst.
Y'all met in prison?
No.
Oh.
Mm-mm. No, I was facing 13 years in prison. I was out on probation for, I was out for like maybe 3-4 months. 5 or 6. Because I did 13 months in county jail, then 3 months in fucking rehab, and then 2 months in a halfway house, and then a month in a regular recovery house. And then we met, and then we moved in together.
So it was drug related or alcohol related?
What, my...
The prison?
No, I never went to prison. I fought my case in county jail for a long time and waited for the right deal. And no, it was all theft. I had, I think like 10 or 12 residential burglaries. I had burglary to motor vehicle. I had trafficking stolen merchandise over state lines. A couple other random
Okay, yeah,
felonies that they threw in
that's
there.
full on like crookery. And so when you got out, you fucked up your probation and ended up with the threat of
Well,
going back in.
so the 13 was if I failed probation. I was on probation from 2013 to 2015, and then I got extended because I had a DUI hit and run. I hit 3 parked cars, pushed my car back home, and then got locked up again 7 months, and then I got extended on probation plus a $25,000 fine and like a shitload of other things that I had to go through. Stipulations.
What was the turning point?
The moment that I hit 3 parked cars,
That was it.
I knew that I don't have a problem putting people like in the game, so to speak, in danger or jeopardy, but once it comes to innocent people around me getting consequences, then I have a problem with that. So I took a large look at my life and finally assessed that I didn't want to fucking be there anymore and didn't want to cause undue trauma and shit, and decided to change. Was given a second chance and did the right thing.
So something in you, like when you hit those cars, there was something in you that had a realization at that time.
Innocent people getting brought into the picture, because it could have been a van full of kids. It could have been, crossing over Jefferson Avenue. I could have whacked a fucking car, killed a kid, his mom, whatever the story was. Like, innocent people were starting to get put in danger, and it was a wake-up call. God said, I'll put the empty cars in front of you, and if you learn from it, you learn from it. If you don't, then you're fucked. And I didn't fuck it up. Stopped drinking. Couple relapses. Smoked weed for about 3 years after I got off probation, and then finally sobered up October 5th, 2021, and been sober ever since.
Wow.
Yep.
And what was it? 12 steps
Mm-hmm.
that helped you most?
Oh yeah. Set of spiritual principles. It's the 12 steps are a perfect equation for a psychic change for me. For other people, I don't think that everyone can lay hold of the 12 steps right away. I think it's piecemeal. I don't think that it's not for everyone. It's for people who are in a position that they know that it's either, like, we'll just use my case, it's either sobriety or death. Like, there's no in between anymore for me. I'm either going to get sober or a bullet. Simple as that. No more, no more innocent people. No more fucking, making trauma in the world and bringing undue constraints to different people. So that's that's basically what I equate it to. That's my bottom. Won't have
That
anything to do with the
it
story.
it seemed mostly internal with you,
Oh yeah,
like just something deep in you got
I
activated.
wasn't I wasn't afraid of going to prison. Like that wasn't an issue. I'm white. I'm 6'4". I naturally shave my head. I can adapt very quickly to being confined. Been confined most of my life, so I'm not afraid of going to prison. That's not the issue. The issue is what I would sacrifice as a result of being there, because there would be no more good. It would be only evil. What do you do when you get urges on occasion? So it depends. Like, I don't typically get an urge to use. Like the thought, it's very fleeting. It's not. I know the outcome. I play the tape all the way through. Like everybody that goes through addiction, they don't play the tape through. They say, I'm just going to drink, or I'm just going to drug today or at this moment. And I know that it's a lifestyle. It's not a momentary escape. It's something that has consequences, and the consequences will typically be more than the problem ever was. So I maintain, structure in my sobriety. I go to 3 meetings a week, talk to my sponsor on a frequent basis. I'm open and honest with everybody that I come into contact with, even at my own detriment. And I try and be the best me that I can be. I pray every morning. Every morning before I do anything, I pray. Ask, please keep me sober today. Please help me to see how I can do the right thing. Become the man that you want me to be and not the man that I made me to be. Show me how to have patience and tolerance for everybody across the board. I pray for my family. I pray for my friends. Pray for a couple of different things that I'm stressing on, and just basically go through the motions. And it's a structured lifestyle. You gotta
And your
surround
higher
yourself
power
with
is
good.
Christ. You use Christ.
Yeah. I mean, the wording is optional. I believe that Christ's sacrifice and the ideal, whether it be true or not, I focus on the byproduct of it. And the byproduct of it is the most provable to me, because I understand grace. I understand the necessity for undeserved favor, because I was given favor even when I was a piece of shit. And eventually, over time, I think that my guilt, shame, and remorse of continually fucking up good things manifested in a complete psychic change as a result of the 12 steps, and getting honest and fixing and amending things and going through life as it should be gone through, not just piecemeal.
How do you reconcile the not lying with kind of the need to lie just to make it in today's society? You have to have this
I don't,
ability to kind of play the game.
no, nope. I've had businesses in the past, and even when I was a drug dealer, I was more successful when I was a drug dealer when I told the truth. I didn't have to sell people cut. If I gave them the best shit at a medium increase, I made my money and they were happy. And they were glad to bring me business. Even more exponential growth than I could ever imagine possible as a result of being trustworthy.
It builds trust. Exactly. Okay. So all you people out there that think that you need to lie in a job interview or
Nope.
lie to make it in the workforce and stuff, this is why right here. This is why no. Because it builds
You don't
trust.
have to
It's your
lie.
reputation that you're building. And if you compromise that to get some low level, entry level job or whatever, it's
You're
not
wasting your
worth it.
time. Yeah, you're wasting your time and you're wasting your effort. Because I'll tell you right now, my boss will put me in charge of a job before anyone else because of one thing above anything else. It doesn't have to do with skill. It doesn't have to do with ability. It has to do with the fact that no matter what, I am going to do the right thing just like he would do, because it's his name and it's my name and it's important to us. So, yeah, karma. Or no, he said Kamala.
Like Kamala.
But I'm telling you,
hope
like
she's
in
not
business,
karma.
you'll know the importance of truth in business because when you build relationships with people, trust goes further than anything else. Because I
So
won't do
that world
business with
still
someone I can't
exists.
trust.
The bit like business on a handshake thing still exists.
For me, yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. I don't write contracts with people most of the time unless it's like
Oh,
an astronomically expensive job, like 30,000 plus, 20,000 plus. Like if it's a $4,000 job, shake my hand, boom, we got an accord. I'm gonna go get the shit. I'm gonna do the work, and then you're gonna fucking pay me. And if you don't, I'm taking you to court.
well, I don't want to get too excited with false hope, but that's good to hear.
Oh, dude, it exists in the corporate world. I think that it's way beyond being able to be fixed because it's a different monster,
Yeah.
and
Nothing in my
it's
life
different.
and my past prepared me for corporate America at all. Like that just wasn't something that the school system or anybody I think could have taught me to prepare
No,
for.
you're thrown into a den of wolves and you're a sheep, and you
Yeah.
learn through your trauma, and that's where you build those barriers and those walls to exist in that world. But if you just have faith in yourself to learn different, like my whole life, my parents told me, go to college, go to college, go to college. You're highly intelligent, go to college. And I was just like, no, I know what these fucking people do. I know what these teachers do. And there's nothing that they're going to teach me that I can't learn from someone else in the world that isn't in it for the money, that will teach me because they want me to know the information. They want me to have the same ability that they do. I aligned myself with fucking great people, like people that actually gave a fuck. And they taught me the trade willingly, like many different trades. Like it's not just one either. Like there's a lot of different trades that I know how to do.
What would you have studied in college if you went?
I would have either became a lawyer, a doctor, or a counselor. Probably a lawyer.
Yeah.
I love law. I fucking love the law.
I looked at all of those at one time. I was pre-med for one semester. But it was the kind of like you, it was the social stuff. I knew in addition to the knowledge, which I wasn't worried about, there was a social game that came along with it that I knew I was not going to be able to play. So did I want to
It,
waste my time and effort pouring myself into this field when I wasn't going to have the skill set to interface socially that I would need?
yeah, you didn't want to get involved in the political side of it.
Yeah, and
And
even as a
anyone's
college kid, I knew it back then. I knew that it was not just about what they teach me in school. There's this other stuff that I'm gonna,
right.
and I doubted even back then my ability.
You would have to play the game of human condition, and you would have
Yeah,
to play it on their terms
and
because
some of it
you're
seems
the
like a
entry.
neurotypical game
It
because
is.
when I'm around other people that are not neurotypical, they seem to be less able to be transparent with. I mean, more able to be transparent with each other. So some of it's like social positioning, being aware of your status in relation to others, like where you are on the ladder, and
Mhm.
then how you're positioned in relation to the people around you and how you're being perceived, etc. And all of that stuff makes my brain hurt.
Well, yeah, it's just like so when say you do go into the trades and you don't pick the college route. You go into the trades and let's say you want to go, learn from an independent versus going to a union what do you call apprenticeship. Like I went independent. I didn't go into the apprenticeship school because I knew that I wouldn't have the ride, I wouldn't have the driving ability to make it to and from work or to and from the apprenticeship program. So what I did was I found people within the meetings and within just normal, coming into contact with people that I could utilize them and that they could teach me the craft and they could teach me the trade and that they were willing to do it. But there's a sideline to that. I'm going to teach you a trade, but I'm only going to pay you so much. And people always, they look at the money immediately, and I'm like, the money's only one small part of it. Like the dedication to retaining the knowledge and the ability to replicate it and copy it and know that you can do it on your own without a boss. Then you need to learn a new trade. Then you need to learn business. Then you need to learn how to actually socially interact with people. I already had that. I was a hustler all my life. I always made money. I always bought and sold things. So when it came to getting business, I already knew that side of it. It was just finding out the delivery system on how to get that business.
Distribution.
Right. Like you have the supply, I'm the supply. I get my materials from another supplier, but I know how to utilize that. I know how to utilize myself. And I have the confidence to actually approach people on a personal level and be like, this is what I can do for you. Boom, here's my catalog of work. You can see that I'm actually well, trained. And now it's up to you to make the decision whether you want to, hire me or not. But it's always based on honesty. Like I'm not going to lie to someone.
How do you find the people that to approach in the first
Trial and
place?
error.
You just like randomly.
There's no perfect fucking, there's no perfect construct to that. It's trial and error. Watch how they move. Watch for consistency. Watch how they treat people. Find some people that have worked for them and go off of that. Figure out where it failed. Figure out if it was the boss or the employee.
And some of this you do through the networking, because you said you had AA is kind of a built-in network, but you said you were using the existing network and other people that came to your life. So being part of a network, I think, is important.
It's necessary.
I think what's happening now is a lot of the networks are becoming virtual and
Closed-ended.
less
Yep.
the type that you would be able to tap to in person. That's one of my issues up here. I don't have an in-person network like I did back home, and I
Right.
could feel the barrier that creates.
Well, you got to get outside of yourself and that uncomfortability of like rebuilding that network. It's one of two things. Either you go back to the original plan or you build a new networking system. It could be done online, which is a little bit more troublesome because you can't. It's hard to feel someone out until I shake their hand and look them in the eye when I'm shaking their hand. Manic Masad asked, did you have to test out? How did you get licensed? I am not per se licensed to do the work that I'm doing, but if any inspector comes on a job site and I give him a diagram of exactly what brickwork I'm doing, he is going to know 100% that I am able to do the job as a result of personal connections within the community that I have through my boss. I'm not really questioned. It's not really an issue.
That would really be on the employer, right? If the employer was required to have certain people be certified or regular, and they're
Well,
hiring them anyway.
you get into larger scale, like I do residential rehab. Can I do large scale? Yeah, I can do large scale, but I do more residential work than anything, and residential work pays better. It's more personal. It's turn and burn. I don't want to have to be on a job site with 50 other guys. I barely want to work with 4 guys. You know what I'm saying? Like 4 guys is enough to work with for me. And my life is constructed in a way that it doesn't take hundreds of thousands of dollars to live.
Yeah.
I can live on 50,000 a month or 50,000 a year rather than, 100,000, 200,000. Now, what I can do once I get my license back, I can increase my profitability by being able to do more independent jobs and more jobs on my own versus working for someone. You become the boss, you set the price, and you make more money, obviously. But right now, I know where I'm at, so I'm perfecting one specific craft that I actually enjoy because it's the first time that I've ever found a trade where I actually enjoy what I'm doing. I love masonry. Masonry is my niche. That's what I do.
Wow. And you said that money's not really the most important thing
No.
anyway. That's not your primary
Knowledge.
focus.
The ability to replicate any job that you get put on. If somebody pays me $30 an hour, cash, or on the books, $30 an hour, breaks down to like what, 22 an hour, basically, 24 maybe if you're lucky. So if I have the ability to make a little bit of money and I can get along on that money, and I can't live an extravagant life. I can't live a luxurious life. But if I'm willing to sacrifice to attain that knowledge, to then, as soon as I have that full knowledge of how it actually works and every part of it, now I can become my own boss, and I can go through the motions of bureaucracy or litigation to get licensed and to get insured and to have my fucking LLC set up and everything like that. But you left out the fact that you can't do any of that until you have the knowledge. You got to get the knowledge. You're being paid, and you're being paid very well, because you're being paid something that you can replicate, and it's an infinite, it's a residual. You will make money off of that knowledge every time you work.
So it's just getting comfortable enough with yourself, like confident that you have the knowledge to take the next step.
Yep. Learning the process, understanding every facet of the job. Like, my boss started me mixing mortar. Like, that was where I started, mixing mortar, carrying fucking buckets of mud, carrying fucking shovels, unloading the truck, loading the truck, realizing what tools go on the truck in the beginning of the day, realizing that I have to take a lunch because I'm going to be doing a labor intensive job, realizing that I have to be, aware and awake and sleep. And, you learn how to be that perfect set of fucking processes that promote growth and promote, accuracy. And you just become disciplined.
Damn. How long you been doing this?
Since
did
I
you
got
start?
sober, shortly after I got sober,
So a few,
like
few
maybe
years.
6-8 months. Yeah. This
Oh,
will be
that's
the
it.
third
Oh, okay.
season.
How long? Like, you think you'll do it a few years, and then
I'll probably
you'll
do it
be
like 2 more years with my boss, and then he's 65 years old. So I'll do it 2 more years with him, and then I'll go independent after I have my license and I'm a little bit more established financially. Like, I'm fighting for my license now. I just what was it, like 2 weeks ago, went and did my DUI evaluation. Like,
Oh,
my
you
whole
mean you drive
life,
driver's
driver's
license?
license.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
My whole life I've only had my license for 7 weeks total. I'm 35. So been a lot of hardships.
And so, because of the DUIs, you have to go through this special process to
Yep,
get
I
a
have to
license
motion. I
again.
got 2 DUIs, so I got to motion it into court, and then I got to present the DUI evaluation, the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers certificate, the different treatment waivers that I had, all the meeting sheets over the last, almost 3 years that I've been going again. My sponsor's going to come with me. I have to have what's called a formal hearing, which is actual, you showing up with a lawyer. So I paid a lawyer. Pretty much, I have to have character references, 5 from whatever support program you choose. So mine would be AA, and then 5 from personal people that can vouch for your sobriety and that have, can say that you have been sober. It's a lot. It's a
That's
lot. It's
some
a whole
rigorous
process,
gatekeeping.
but it's
And
necessary.
is it one judge? Like, you have to convince one judge to?
No, I think there's actually 5, but there's
Oh,
one
okay.
main one. But it's a
So it'd
fairly
be like a
straightforward
panel.
process. Right, it's a panel.
And then your case is that if you get your license back, that's going to allow you to advance professionally and secure a better life for yourself,
Right.
and
I go back to
ultimately
owning a house.
benefit society in the process by participating in it and
Yeah, putting
contributing
more
and
into the
giving back,
economy.
etc.
Mm-hmm. Be able to hire people, people like that used to be me, people living in halfway houses and shit, be able to give people jobs and teach them, and, what do they call that? Collective learning. Like, that's the process.
Man, I would buy it. I guess they're going to run their comb over it. And I hope you. It sounds like you have a pretty strong case to me, though.
Oh yeah, I've never applied for my license. Like, even after my first DUI, the judge asked me, he's like, "Do you want to set up for the BAID machine, the blow machine in your car, and do you want the, supervision to start?" And I was like, "Nope." He's like, I'm like, "Nope, I don't want it." He's like, "Well, can I ask you why?" I was like, "Yep, I'm an alcoholic and I'm a drug addict and I'm not done yet. So yeah, probably not best to get me my license back." Just being honest.
Well, we'll see if it pays off.
It will.
Some people say that would have been the time to do the little white lie thing.
No, that's how you end up killing somebody behind the wheel when you're drunk. I knew my
I know, but-
limitations. I was extremely self-aware, and I knew that the amount of trauma that I had been through with life, I wasn't willing to work on it, and I knew where I was at, and that's probably the best decision I ever made, was to never get my license back until I was ready, because it could have been the one pivotal moment, the one decision that could have broke me completely, like beyond being saved. Total.
There was a lot of
course
wisdom in
disruption.
there that sprung up when that change happened. Just like some
Oh yeah,
innate wisdom at the right time for the right decisions.
honesty. Just know where you're at. Don't lie to yourself. Fuck
Yeah.
everybody else. Don't lie to yourself.
That's the hard part. Is like not even not lie to yourself, but knowing when you're lying to yourself and when you're not.
Looking at your actions and your daily objectively, it's extremely hard.
Is that what you do? Like every day, you have this
Inventory
clear
daily.
objective, and
Yep.
you can evaluate yourself in relation to it.
Like right now, I'm working on patience and tolerance. I just broke my left wrist about 2 months ago. Had surgery on it. Big old fucking cut down here. Had to have a plate put in and 8 screws.
From hitting a wall, hitting something.
No, I fell.
Oh,
300
From-
pounds. I landed on my. I was up on top of a raised flower bed, and there were some evergreen bushes in it that I needed to clear out. I had already taken down the front facing, and it wasn't cutting through with the handsaw. And I didn't have my sawzall on me, so I just jumped up on top of the soil and I pushed it out. My right leg slid out from underneath me, started to roll when it hit the pavement, and then I went backwards and caught myself with my left hand, and it broke in 3 places.
wow. So it's just like a fluke accident.
Yeah, it like couldn't even believe that it happened when it happened. I was like the first day back of the first full week, and I wasn't even on a paid job. We were doing a favor for someone at the end of the day. We were going to give 2 hours each of our time at the end of the day to help this guy, because the front facing of his flower bed, his ranch style house, picture window underneath it, he had a raised flower bed about 4.5 feet, and the front facing of it caved. It went out. So we had to replace it, and he asked if we could do it, and we both talked about it, and we're like, we'll just do it for free, because he doesn't have any money. He's fucking living on a fixed income, and he's a good friend of both of us. So we said we do it for free after work, 2 hours a day.
Damn.
So I don't get workman's comp. I don't get anything. I get fucked.
So it's a good time to work on your patience and tolerance.
Oh fuck, it's either that or go insane. And if it wasn't for the discipline of, the past 2.5 years, I wouldn't have had an emergency fund. I wouldn't have had a fucking savings account that I could dwindle down until I get back to work. I wouldn't have had any of that. So because I made the right choices, I can account for situations like this that are just fluke things. Accidents happen. We don't see them when they're going to happen. It just fucking happens. I've never fucking broke my wrist before. I've punched all kinds of shit. I've had a couple boxers fractures, but never broke it.
So they didn't have to cast it or put it in a.
So they put a stint on it, and it was like a removable cast. Here, I'll show
Oh, okay.
you. This is called the exocast.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's got little wires on and shit. You pull it tight, and that's it.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Takes a lot. And these things are fucking extremely expensive. Thank God I got insurance. But I had to wear that for like the first month. Surgery took a little bit of extra time because I had to wait to find someone that was in my network because they were giving me a problem. And I got surgery 2 weeks after it happened. So it was a lot. It sucked.
Dang. Well, are you learning patience and tolerance?
I guess.
Yeah.
I haven't fucking beat the shit out of anybody yet, so it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Maniac Masad, teach a man to fish. That's right. Don't give him a fish. Teach him how to get his own, and he'll get his own.
Yeah. Self-empowerment. Like the more you empower someone to do for themselves, I think the better off they are.
Yeah. I mean, there's always going to be a natural inclination to be like lazy or stuck in a position of like mental powerlessness. There's always going to be that existence, but I think that if there were more people having more conversations like we're having right now, more teachers out there, I think that it would be fucking great. I think that we could, troubleshoot a lot.
Well, I do too, but they don't, as you probably know, they don't listen to people like us because what I see happening is, yes, there's that mentality you just described, but the people that are supposed to be in the helping role exploit that in a way that keeps them dependent. So it keeps their role necessary and they never grow out of that. So the people that are supposed to help them overcome that feeling and become self-empowered and self-sufficient end up using that feeling to perpetuate their own needs and their own agenda. So it becomes like this little codependent cycle or relationship.
Yeah, as long as my security's met, then
Yeah.
fuck everything
And
else.
so they help these people to stabilize, and then they both sides are getting their needs met, and so nobody's motivated to grow beyond that relationship because they're both getting the payoff from it. And even on a system-wide basis, like systemically, the same funding keeps coming in from the same sources, the same population and everything. And so it reaches like this stasis. And I worked in one of these places and I kept seeing the ways to progress, like get them to progress so that it's not this cycle that's just being perpetuated. And oh my God, the resistance that I got. And I tried to go up the chain and eventually the director said he'd meet with me to hear what I had to say. And I got fired like days before that meeting. So it was like a race against time to get to him before they got to me. They did not want to change the way they were doing
You'd have fucked
things.
up a lot of gravy trains.
Yeah, so I could tell I was upsetting some kind of apple cart.
Isn't it
So
funny
it's
how that works?
incentivized to if the goal is to help people, it is incentivized to do something other than that right now in its current state.
Yep.
It gives the appearance and the illusion of somewhat helping. It's a band-aid, but it's not doing what you're describing, where it helps them overcome this mentality of learn helplessness.
I strongly believe one thing, and I try to keep it in the forefront of my mind. And I've told multiple counselors this, I've told multiple therapists this, multiple sponsors this, sponsees, people in general. Don't ever think that you're going to get to see the perfect storm of events right in front of you, that you're going to see the light turn on in someone's mind, because it's very rarely a burning bush scenario. It's more of a progression. And if we influence people, don't judge or scale your success on the visual proof of that person, becoming that thing that they want to become, because it's extremely rare and you're lucky to see it maybe once or twice in your entire life. So believe that what you're doing is right and have faith that eventually that person will come to terms with whatever they're doing and they will become that better person. But it's extremely rare to ever see it happen right before your eyes, because it's like, to create that kind of a perfect storm of scenarios and like that phase of development, just poof, it's fucking 1 in a trillion maybe. I've never seen it right before my eyes.
Same with teaching too. And it's like you said with when you hit the cars and stuff, so much of it is internal. It's going to happen in their life, in their response to individual events, when they're alone with themselves and thinking. It's not going to happen in a way that you're going to be around to see all the inner workings of it.
Yeah, you'll be lucky if you ever even hear about the byproduct, let alone see it.
Yeah. Plus, if you're like, I'm more person focused, so it's all about them and their goals. And the progress for me comes from more how close they're getting to what they want for themselves or what their vision of their life for themselves is, etc. And as long as I'm helping with that, that's the only part of it I need to see.
As long as you know that you're doing it.
Yeah. Because if
That's
they're
good.
trying to
That's
do this
perfect.
and we're doing all these things to help them do this and it's not happening, then we obviously have to like go back and rethink and try something else. So I'm going to be very involved in that part of the process as it happens. And they're always in the driver's seat there. But outside of that, I don't ever expect to be aware
You know
of.
what the funny thing is? Like, how many people are in the chat right now?
Card to YouTube, we got three viewers.
Okay. So let's say we had 100. We'd be lucky if one person out of that 100 had a moment of change
Yeah.
30 years from now, 20 years from now. If
Yeah.
we have 3 people in the chat, I think at this level, I think the one thing that we've done is we've created an area of opportunity for people to hear something and to maybe pass it on to someone. It's the ripple effect will never be known, and we'll never know how deep we impact this world. And I could tell you for certain that you could see the impact of negative ripple effect. You will be able to see that.
I see that with all the
And it's
drama that
crazy.
comes in. Like how the
Sometimes, I mean,
conversations change when the drama starts and the impact it has on the energy.
look at it like this, Jeff. I'm literally from the drama community. That's the only community that I'm really involved in. Learning how to exist there and trying to be like a perpetuator of like different and a perpetuator of sobriety and a perpetuator of like coming to terms and taking accountability and all this other shit. There's so many people that'll try and tell me that I'm a hypocritical asshole, and in some ways they're right, but some people are going to see characteristics in me in the way that I handle situations, and they're going to be like, holy shit, I want that. And they're going to reach out, and they do. And when they do, that's when I know for certain I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Like, I might not do everything perfect, but I got a pretty good grip on becoming, like he said, teach a man to fish. Like, I want to be a fisher of men. I want to be a fisher of women. I want to be able to help people. Sometimes I help them. Sometimes I hurt them. I guess it's not always like.
Well, they're part of
easy.
that interchange as well. So it's not all on one person.
No, yeah, I'm not God, definitely not. I make a horrible God.
But also, oh shit, I lost it. Hang on, it's gonna have to come back. Oh yeah, in addition to like the one person 20 years from now that we might have impacted, I think places like this and conversations like this at least help to normalize, destigmatize the stuff that we are talking about, so that we may not have like affected any one single person, but it's more like some of the things people are able to think about, talk about, feel are becoming more normal as a result of things like this too, just in a very generalized way.
That we're not alone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that in itself, if anyone feels that over anything else that we've said tonight, that above anything else is more important than anything that I've
Yes.
talked about.
And that a lot of the things about yourself that you stress over and think are not normal are completely normal around the right people. So
Definition of normal. What's socially
yeah, that
acceptable
too.
in
We're
a society
expanding the
which we find
definition of
ourselves in.
normal here.
Well, I think it's perfectly defined because the definition of normal is what's socially acceptable in a society you find yourself in. And when you look at it like that, you'll realize that normal isn't a straight line. Normal isn't anything that's like demographic based or a perfect set of principles, or it's all encompassing.
Yes. And it's also situational, contextual, and in a country like America, at least, we're way too diverse to have many like
Normals.
norms in common. So like normal has to be very flexible
Hmm.
in this kind of environment, I believe.
As long as we're trying to help each other, I think we're well on our way to a good grasp and a good grounding of being normal, and that's important.
Yeah, I think so. Normal becomes what goal are we all trying to achieve or moving toward, and are we moving toward it or not, instead of about what one individual person is or is not.
As I think, as long as we realize that there's always going to be a negative byproduct to anything that we do, whether it be however positive it is, there's always going to be some amount of negativity to it. As
Is
long
that
as we
like somebody's
realize
always
that,
going to find something to complain about? There's always going to be a Karen out there.
there's always going to be something that can be exploited and something that can be like misrepresented, or it could be a natural occurrence of it actually being a fucked up, byproduct. But you're always going to have some of that. You're never going to do a perfect thing. Like I can never be 100% selfless, but I could be myself a little bit less. You get what I'm saying?
Why yeah, I think so. Why would you want to be less yourself?
Oh no, I'm talking about like self-centeredness, like
Oh,
selfishness.
selfishness.
Like,
Like
yeah,
okay.
selfishness and selflessness. Like we can never be 100% selfish, or we could
Yeah.
never be 100% selfless, but we can be our selfless, and we could be a little bit more selfish at times.
Yeah.
And that's like a really unique fucking parable right there. Like that could go either way, and it's all about your perception and conditioning and
Right. And
what
it's
you
never going to be
want.
the right call for every person
Everyone,
at
right?
every time.
Phases of
But
development are different. Black or white, Lisa. Yeah.
what is that racist? Are you being racist?
Who knows?
Outlaws. This is our Canadian, by the way. He
Canadian.
so take that for
Oh, Cerrone doesn't last too long around me.
what was he act? He seemed completely normal tonight. Like speaking of normal and normalizing, there was nothing about him that raised the flag that he might whip out a penis one day.
No, he won't do it like predatorially. I think that what he does when he comes to a channel like yours, Jeff, I think that what he's trying to do is learn more of like intellectual conversation to seem more like satiable to the drama community, to like be able to, make arguments and draw conclusions. And he's a fucking weird dude. Like he is damaged. Very fucking I think he's constitutionally incapable of being honest. Like first and foremost.
Well, he didn't really talk anything specific today that I could evaluate as a truth claim. It was more like his opinions about religion and politics and stuff.
That's why it came up when I heard him talking about religion, and I was just like, okay, all right, motherfucker. That's it.
Well, I know that Christians like to police and patrol each other on who's the right kind of Christian or stuff. Is that part of it? Is this like an intra-faith battle?
No, this is a battle of living in a delusional fucking alcoholic just existence. Like I'll
That's
tell you
another
a
thing I see
secret.
on here sometimes. It's like alcoholics have very strong opinions of other alcoholics.
Oh yeah, of course. We're sensitive beings, and when one alcoholic is around another alcoholic, and one of them is in sobriety and one of them's in active, alcoholism, you will be able to just destroy any fucking train of thought because it's always delusional. It never really parallels and lines up. Like the story just doesn't add up. Like I'll tell you something. With Mike Cerrone, every time that he clicked his camera off, I could guarantee you, I would give you 90-1 odds. I know what he's doing. He
I
is
didn't even
reaching to the
notice. He
left
turned his
or to
camera
the
off.
right. Yeah, he will turn
I
his
didn't even
camera
notice.
off, and we've seen this before. It's a pattern of behavior. He will either go to his right or to his left, down just underneath the couch, and he will grab out a bottle of whiskey or bourbon wrapped in a brown paper bag, take a hit off of it, and then screw the cap back on and put it back down, and then he'll turn his camera back on. And he's done this a couple of times without turning his camera off in the first place, because that's how fucked up he is.
Is he pretending to be sober? Is he pretending not to be an alcoholic?
I would say, yeah. Yeah.
Well, not laws. I nothing came up. I don't know what I mean, a bunch of stuff came up, but I don't see anything obvious. If you have a link, I'll post it, or you can post it. Okay.
This
Is that
fucking guy. This fucking guy. Crafty bastard. Yeah,
well,
he's been
he at
coming around
least
for a while.
my one big rule is that people are able to engage in kind of mature adult type conversations, and he was at least able to do that. So for that reason, he got to stay.
And he can do it. Like, I'm not gonna say that Mike is all around an evil person. I'll say he's a very fucked up individual. He has the ability to come on a panel and have an adult conversation. Like, not gonna take that away from him. The reason why he's doing it, I have no fucking idea. There's probably 12 channels specifically designated to recording him on panels.
Oh
He
wow!
has
Like the
12
hate
clip
watchers.
channels. No. That's the thing. Transparency channels, I would call them, if anything. Like the real Mike Cerrone type channels. Like, this is who Mike Cerrone is. This is what he does online on a consistent basis.
So
This is-
there's other humans that take time out of their day to record this guy on all the panels he goes and
Yep.
compare his consistency and archive all this.
Yep.
Wow.
He is a low cow.
Jack Talcott,
of
I
the
think you got
highest
some
order.
competition.
Oh, dude, yeah. That's it. Like, motherfuckers will literally watch him. They will pay clip channels to do this because he is just
The
he is
guy
a
that was on
volatile
tonight,
person.
that guy.
Yes,
What is so
yes,
fascinating about him?
yes. Well, I mean, a guy that'll fucking, be told by 11 other guys on a panel, whip your dick out. And then whoop, there it is. Like, he's that kind of volatile person. Like, he is fucking trackable. You never know what Mike Cerrone you're going to get. It's like fucking box of crazy chocolates.
I've never heard of him until tonight. Let me look him up.
Oh, dude, it's crazy.
I know the
comment.
like there's a lot of commenters that seem to know him, and they kept
Oh, yeah.
talking about Cerrone, but I didn't know who that was.
That's Mike Cerrone.
The Mike
That's his real
Cerrone
name.
meltdown. Mike Cerrone's basement glory hole.
I told you there's so many.
Mike
It's bad.
Cerrone's past catches up with him on Latin Pains.
Yeah.
Clout chaser Mike Cerrone gets roasted live. Okay, yeah, I got a lot to watch tonight. Rare footage of Mike Cerrone in bath time. Oh, I don't know if I want to see that. Race to the bottom of the internet toilet. Nick Volt.
Yeah.
Oh, I've talked with
Nick
Nick
Volt,
before.
yeah.
He was kind of cool.
Nick's a fucking whack job. Oh my god. Do you know why he got
We
fired
at least
from the
agreed.
college?
Like we had like the same scientific orientation.
Did you? Okay, so I'm glad you brought this up because it perfectly parallels what we were just talking about. Do you know why he got fired from the college that he used to work at?
No.
Nick Volt got all fucking drunk one night, and I forget whose panel it was on, but it was him, Nick Volt, and like 5 or 6 other people. And Nick Volt said something about Mike Cerrone being a pedophile and their sons having like sexual intercourse together and all kinds of crazy shit. And Mike Cerrone warned him. He's like, hey, like, if you don't fucking apologize for what you just said, I'm clipping it and I'm contacting the school that you work for. And Nick Volt got fired.
Just because, like, they didn't do an investigation or anything?
Oh, dude, like you're online doing stuff like that. You have clauses in your contract, like clear character clauses, and he definitely violated the shit out of them. And I don't think it was just Mike Cerrone. I think it was a culmination of a lot of people.
So, like, cancel culture.
I mean, I hate to fucking say that cancel culture is correct, but I'll say that some people shouldn't hold jobs when they're talking about shit like that online and like drunk as a fucking stick and they're a representation of their faculty. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a unique situation. Like I've done it to Lauren De Laguna. I've called the Arizona Bar State Association. I've called the Florida Bar Association. I've called the Washington, D.C. Oversight Committee for the Bar Association. I will go until the ends of the earth to make sure that she never becomes a lawyer, or if she is, actually, she just like 2 months ago became a bar accredited lawyer in Arizona State. But I will never stop trying to get her taken off of, the bar accreditation, because she is just a scumbag. She is a completely biased scumbag of a person.
I thought that's lawyers in general. That's what they're known for.
Not her. She,
Oh.
if she goes
Like,
independent,
it just doesn't. If you call up the bar association and say, "I want to get this lawyer taken off because they're a scumbag," I can't
Well, I
imagine they're going
showed-
to take that seriously.
they did.
Oh.
They postponed her for about a year until she got accredited.
Well, she could come up here to Washington now. She doesn't even have to take the bar.
Yeah, she could just freelance it. I told her if she would just apologize, I wouldn't do any of it. Apologize for the
Oh,
statements
so it's
that
something she did.
made.
What did she do to you? It's something she did to you then.
She made fun of blacks. She made fun of trans. She made fun of gays. She implied that criminals. Yeah, but she at a level like this, it was literally
like with
they're
malice.
less than human type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they're less than human. They don't
What's
deserve
her
due
problem?
process. She is a mental fucking defect of the highest fucking order. It's bad. Yeah, she's a wicked fucking person. Like she has lied so much online. It's crazy as fuck.
She
One of
sounds
these days
familiar.
I'll do
Let's
another
see.
live about her.
Lauren De Laguna.
Yep.
No,
You can search
she doesn't.
Lauren De Laguna Destiny.
Was that his girlfriend?
Yes.
Oh, I heard about her.
Yeah, he broke up with her.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
he realized she's crazy as fuck.
Well, he's kind of crazy too.
He is a nut job. But the things that he said, it perfectly lines up with everything that we've observed of her over the last like 2 years.
Well, I feel very out of the loop that I don't really know any of these people.
Yeah, they're all
Mike,
people that try their hand at the drama community, and the internet never forgets. I'm so happy that I landed in the drama community. It's taught me a lot. Crash course in like fucking politics.
I didn't mean to land in it, but it was also inevitable too, because I'm kind of a drama magnet. But I am learning to how to surf it, how far into that zone I want to get, and how to pull myself out of it when I need to.
Shit, that's where I met Dennison.
That's probably where I met him too.
Yep.
I think he showed up. I think I met him on my show. He showed up here a few times. I don't know where he came from though.
Yeah, Denny would be one of my many teachers. He's
Dennison?
yeah, he's probably the most respected out of anybody that I have.
He
Like
and
me
I have
personally.
had some great conversations. I got some valuable peer support from him. I've also had some very strange experiences with him, so I don't really know what to say about him.
He's a wild card, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's a wild card, and there's just
Yeah.
certain things that I could tolerate from anybody. So he just happened to fall in that category. Some of the wildness.
Yeah. He's a good dude. He means well.
Yeah, I take him on faith.
Me too.
I I don't have any speculation about his intentions. I'm willing to take him on in the best. I'm willing to give him the most grace possible there. It's
Yep,
the
me
specific
too.
actions themselves that I just have to draw a boundary with, as I would do with anybody
Oh
that
yeah.
exhibited those actions.
That's fucking that's a what do you call it? A healthy boundary.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with boundaries at all, even as a kid. Like I have a certain tolerance for a certain amount of dysfunction, and that's it. And I've always known the difference between dysfunction and health, and where to find the health, and how to like minimize the dysfunction or move away from the dysfunction and go find a healthy environment or a healthy person. So I'm
It's a
very
hell of a
attuned
skill.
to that.
Takes most people most of their life to develop something like that.
Oh, I'm still learning, especially in the panelverse. There's different types of it that I haven't encountered yet,
Oh
or different
man,
variations of the old types.
it's wild. Like
Yeah, it can still catch you by surprise, even if you know all the games.
yeah, panels in particularly, like once I experienced it and learned what it was, like this is probably the best learning experience I've ever had in my life. Like this is like a super cracked out fucking uh accelerated class in human psychology that you'll
Yeah,
ever experience.
this is how I lived in Vegas for like 8 or 9 years, and this is how Vegas was, especially the Vegas gay
Yeah.
community. And so that's I have some experience with this, but that's what it reminds me of. It's very fast moving, very
Mhm.
seat of your pants. There's no one single person you can trust that if you do have that one person, you better hang on to them. And
Yeah.
every person you meet is like every friend is an enemy waiting to happen.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you know what's you know what's really fucked up about that is that is everyone and everywhere. And the problem is we don't give that enough reverence to that fact of life. That human beings will fail us. The consistency and the speed in which they fail us, they vary. But I think that everyone over time will fail you in some way. And I think that the more we think that we're in a position or a community that won't do it, the more susceptible and the more hard it will hit when it does happen.
Oh. Yes. Manage your expectations.
Lowered expectations.
Oh yeah, I remember. But at the same time, I think building community is valuable, and it's somehow, even though each individual person may not be reliable, the community somehow still, like, I wouldn't keep doing this work if there still wasn't like some like little ray of light in it all that worked despite all of that somehow.
I think it's
Like
because
somehow
you've
all of these
experienced.
unreliable people are creating something on a larger level that is having a positive effect.
I think that you've experienced real community, and I think that you've experienced human interaction and relationship. That you will never lose that. That you understand the importance of it, and you understand the horrifying thought that if it didn't exist, we're all fucked.
Yeah,
That's why.
I've never not had it. And when I didn't have it, I knew how to get it very quickly. because it was so essential. Like I wish I felt that way about money that I do about that, because it's so instinctual for me to have that
It's
and find it
security.
when I need it.
Yep.
Oh, not lies. Are you telling the truth? That I hate, man. As someone that grew up without without, I had a father, but not a father. Um, Dad stories really, I don't know, they really touched me a certain way.
Did you ever know your father?
Oh yeah, I know him. I mean, very super. We didn't have a we didn't have any kind of relationship, good or bad. He just wasn't there, wasn't part of my life. But but in consequence of that, I didn't have whatever you get from fathers. Like, I think there's a very important ingredient, developmental ingredient, that people that have a healthy, functioning male figure in their life get. And
Hope.
those of us that don't, we spend the rest of our life trying to make up for it
Fill
or
the
get it
void.
from other places.
Yep. I have it too. And my dad's still alive, sober 22 years, lives 40 minutes away from me, and still searching for it. So I get exactly what you're saying.
Do you ever talk or see each other or
Yeah.
anything? Oh,
Yep. Yep. Just seen him Saturday afternoon. But as a result of, like, the trial and tribulation of our life, the disconnect and the feel of a battlefield at all times is constantly there.
oh,
I mean, the funny thing is we go to an AA retreat twice a year together. Like, we spend the weekend fucking on a lake with 25 other recovering alcoholics, and yet our relationship is still not what it should be, or it's just not there.
is it
Like,
on his end
partially.
because he's
I
sober?
think it's
He
on
didn't have to
both.
do the work.
No, I think he realizes that he fucked up. And even though we're trying to, work through our own traumas, the or the remnants of the past are still there. And some damage will never be taken back. So we try and enjoy what little we have and just try and take it day by day.
But he's well intentioned. You think he at least has the best
I think
interests of
he's I
the
think he's
relationship.
doing the best that he can. I
So
realize that he's a human and he has limitation.
yeah. So even though he's sober, it's not like he's issue free or problem free just because he's not on alcohol.
He he's definitely not problem free. I mean, he's got problems like everyone else. The two things that we have in common, we are both in recovery and we're both drug addicts and alcoholics. The
Oh, so
second
he was an
thing,
alcoholic.
oh yeah, definitely.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
straight up
I thought you.
alcoholic.
All right.
Yep, drug addict, alcoholic through and through, biker, fucking tradesman, worked heavy equipment his whole life, just retired year before last or something. Um, the only two like perfect parallels between us is we're in recovery and we're gamblers. Past that, there's not a whole lot of like personal traits that we have, on both sides. Like, my brothers relate to my father because both of my brothers relate to my father because they were both playing sports. He coached their basketball, football, baseball, all that shit. I don't have that with him.
Hmm.
I was always a bookworm. I was always a video gamer. I didn't do the whole sports thing. Even though I'm bigger than both of my brothers and I'm the youngest, I just don't have that relationship with my
Did
father.
that cut you off right there? Like just being
Yeah.
that different?
Yep.
Yep. Oh,
Yep.
fuck.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We don't have that aspect.
Yeah.
It's hard to even explain what that aspect is, but no, we do not have it. And that's
Were you able to get it later in life?
no, no, nope. It's just the only thing that I have above my brothers is I'm way more intelligent than them. And my dad has figured out that he can tell me anything and I won't fucking repeat a word to it to my mother, his ex-wife, my mother, and I won't tell it to either of the two sons. Like, you say it to me, we got an understanding. I don't fucking repeat it and it stays there forever. Like, and my brothers, they don't have that. They will literally fucking tell each other everything. They'll fucking go and tell mom. Like, they're just not, they're not men like that. They have a big fucking mouth and they have to open it. It's like a compulsion to fucking spill the fucking beans on everything.
Yeah, I know that compulsion too. Well, when you get to talking, it's easy. But
Yeah, I mean, with the proper company that it stays within company, then it's different.
yeah, when people they have to really drill home. Don't. This is a secret. Don't tell anybody else. But once they get it locked into my brain, I'm able to keep it compartmentalized. They just have to really
Right.
emphasize how important it is for this to be secret.
Right. Not just the conversation that we had, and it's just like a automatic. Don't repeat what I say to you. Like,
Yeah.
you have to tell me and solidify that fact.
And now some things I know not to tell. Like if they've just revealed something very intimate or embarrassing or something, I know they probably don't want other people to know all of that. So some things I could kind of determine.
Right.
But when that conversation gets flowing, don't rely on me.
It's hard.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna get you a link to a live that I did about 3 days ago. When you get time, check it out and let me know what you think of it.
Is it on your channel? You have a couple of channels, don't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I've been catching some of your lives and watching.
Which one? The recovery channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one where you were doing like one of the steps each day you were reading.
Yeah, I gotta finish that actually. I need to do step 3 and continue on with that. I've been procrastinating on it. Been doing a lot more drama streams and trying to. Well, once you view this live, you'll understand what I've been trying to do.
Okay.
It's probably the most in-depth thing that I've ever done. It's most of my fucking trauma,
Oh,
most
wow.
of my
5,
fucking life story right there.
almost 6 hours.
Yeah. You don't have to watch like the last 2.5, 3 hours, but you'll know when the real shit stops.
So
and when
I
the
started
other
at the
shit
beginning,
starts.
though.
Yep. Start
Okay.
at the very beginning.
Yeah,
and work your way
I'll
through.
put it in my queue.
It's definitely it's worth the watch.
I'm finding that the non-drama content is healthier. I feel healthier as a person when I do it. My mental health improves when I do it, and the viewers seem to prefer it to the drama stuff, even though people pretend like they want the drama. When you give them something other than the drama, I find they respond to it. And so even though the drama is tempting and I find myself sucked into it a lot, it feels subjectively mentally healthier when I'm
Oh, it
doing
is.
these other types
Absolutely.
of conversations.
Absolutely. Because you know the importance of what you're doing on a natural basis versus, something that's done for like a different format of pleasure. Like the
Yeah.
adrenaline, it goes back to not all money's good money and not all content's good content. Like just because you have 200 in the chat and fucking, 20,000 subscribers, 2 million, it doesn't mean that you create a good product.
Yeah. I mean, I could do the blood sport stuff and I like, but there's people that do that for numbers and money and stuff. But there's enough people do like that's easy to do. It's more
Mhm.
challenging to try to deliver something other
Worth
than
it.
that. Yeah.
Yep. Something that's actually going to be learned from and touch people's lives.
Yeah.
Fuck
And
getting paid for it, just as long as it touches someone's life.
something that has a community, like the potential to have a community develop, but in a positive way, because there's definitely communities that develop around the blood sports channels, and some of them are I quite enjoy. I think some of them are healthy, but
Mhm.
like a different type of community in a different way, besides what the drama ones bring.
Yeah. Yeah. You know when you make content, like whether it's content worth making or just the average everyday like knockout drag out fight type
Yeah.
shit. And you're right, that is easy. That's like the easiest thing in the world to do. And people capitalize on it and people use it as a distraction and like a drug, like an adrenaline rush at times, but I think that people eventually get sick of it. Like any normal person that watches like the typical drama panel, they're just like, I can't even believe people watch this. Like, fuck this. They know the effect. As soon as they see it, they know the effect. And they're
Yeah.
like, I want no part of that.
And that's the type of content that will happen spontaneously on any panel. It doesn't take any work to create. And this other type takes there's a craft to it, if not an art. And it takes work and you have to intentionally create it. The drama is the default that the panelverse will create on its own without any effort from anybody. And so I'd rather do the type that like takes effort and work.
Yeah. It's a naturally occurring fucking thing. It's easy to be evil. It's hard to be on a set of principles or
Evil or lazy. Or I guess
yeah,
sloth
lazy,
is one of
evil.
that is one of the evils. I need to do a stream on the sins soon.
Oh, the seven deadly sins.
Yeah, we'll see how deadly they are or not.
You know what? When I gotta ask a friend what the name of the book is. I read it a long time ago, but I'll send you a name of a book on the seven deadly sins. It's pretty good.
Okay.
So, what did you see? I can't ask that on a live because then people would know. What
You
type of
type
corporate
it
did
in
you
the
used to
back.
work?
Do
Oh,
what?
okay. No, you got it.
Not lost. I really don't know where to go from there. I had no idea you had this amount of talent in you. You should do a sketch comedy channel or something. What type of Well, I'm a peer counselor. I worked in a lot of the mental health agency. It's the public mental health agency, so nothing
Okay.
very corporate, but they were very bureaucratic. No, I don't fit in corporate at all. I worked at a few healthcare places that kind of went corporate. So upper management was corporate and the management style was corporate. But again, I didn't do very well in those either.
Yeah, because it's a money machine. It's not designed to actually help people. It's
It's
designed
not it
more
was
on
not
a
patient focused at all, and that's one of the things I picked up on right away. And it was completely different to the past healthcare environments that I was used to working in, where everybody was focused on the patient. And that's one of the discrepancies I noticed right away. We have Kadeem Alford in the back. I have no idea who you are. Can you flash your camera first of all and
you got blockers,
tell me who you are? Well, no, what's a blocker?
like something that you put on the right hand side of your screen. Since you're using StreamYard, you'll see something that says brand. Brand is an overlay that you can put up to block everything on the screen, and you could just have the audio come through.
Okay, let me see. I see.
Or you could just put yourself as like on the bottom of here. So there's a layout that says like different
Is it
layouts. You can
overlay?
put yourself as full screen. Yeah, you can put overlay, but you have to have something downloaded to be the overlay. Yeah, that would
Oh, like
actually
that?
work because he would be in the middle. Yeah.
Kadeem, well, he has to at least flash his camera. Who are you and what's? We have a troll problem, so we're trying to filter out trolls. That's all this is about. He's not really showing his camera, so.
Yeah.
Oh well, he can sit back there. I'll probably wind up anyway. Wrap up soon anyway.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
This fucking guy. You have some out there moderator.
Oh, yeah. I need to take his wrench away. No, he asked. I don't really have mods. Everybody that has a wrench is because they asked me for a wrench at one time or another, so they could post a link or show me something or this or that, and then I forget to take them back.
He's a hell of a troll.
He's our Canadian troll. He's a leftist, and he knows everything about the United States, way more about the United States than any of us that live here, from watching it all from his computer screen up in Canada.
Oh God.
And he has very woke opinions about everything. Everybody's oppressed or being oppressed. There's all these power structures that are in place. Capitalism
He's
is
not all the way wrong. But like I said, there's always good byproducts and bad byproducts. If
he's
you learn
not
that
wrong,
you can
but
beat them,
he's
then you're good.
hysterical. He's on the hysteric, dramatic conspiracy
Gotcha.
side of it.
Yeah, that happens.
Because I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out if the woke have a point at all. I do know that there are people from certain subcultures that struggle to integrate with more dominant cultures, but I don't know if that's necessarily because of
I don't think
bias
that's
or
accurate.
racism. I think that's just human. That's just tribalism.
Right.
Different
Yeah.
tribes mingle.
You're
But it's
always
still
gonna
an
have
issue. If
some
you're not on that
separation.
dominant tribe, you still kind of are on the short end of things. I just don't know if there's a state solution for that or even needs to be.
If you're strong mentally, you will learn to adapt and coexist and overthrow. You'll learn that you can
Don't
adapt
tempt
for
me.
a limited time. You know what I'm saying? You'll learn that you can adapt for a limited time, not lose yourself in the adaptation to further your influence.
It also takes a mental toll on you, like swimming upstream for that long.
Fuck yeah.
So at
Hell
some point,
yeah.
you want to find an environment where you can thrive and not just have to adapt.
Well,
And that's
you
part of
wanna
the
take
American dream
over.
too. So if that's the ideal, and that's not happening for a lot of people, I could see that being a little doorway into wokeness for some.
I think that if they had like good intentions and they had a working ideal, then they could infiltrate and adapt the movement and discard the negative byproducts of it within reason over time. But it's hard.
I
It's
don't
hard to
even
do
trust
shit like
to do
that.
that because there's
No,
so
no, I
much
don't.
crap
I don't either.
built into it, like from other sources, that I just think it takes a whole different approach from a whole different source.
Yeah, I don't think the source's mind is freed enough from mental defection. than
And
to be able
honestly,
to
we weren't
trust them
doing
with
that bad in my lifetime until all of a sudden it became a problem for everybody. I think we had pretty much gotten there.
I think that the kids that got beat up and bullied for being nerds eventually grew up, got rich, and started taking shit over.
I was one of them. And yeah, I think it is. I think it's the persecuted gays and now the trans, because the gays are pretty much part of normal American life now.
Yeah, we just live our life. Like we're not out there
Yeah,
telling people
we're not
to
even a
accept
thing
us.
anymore.
We're just
We're
living
really
life.
not. Nobody's
These
worried
new
about the gays.
motherfuckers, they're overthrowing what Stonewall was. They're overthrowing what the original plan was. They're like, you
Yeah,
have
this
to
is
fucking do
the
that. We're
next
like,
wave.
whoa, hey, you're fucking us up here, bro. We fought hard for our shit. Don't fuck us up.
And I think it's those people, it's the queers, because Queer Nation started in 90 or 91, and they were the ones, the anti-assimilationists. They didn't want marriage. They didn't want anything to do with heterosexual society. They wanted to create their own society with its own norms outside of the mainstream. And it's those people and the trans and what you said, the nerds that became rich, that got bullied. They're kind
They're
of
all
a new
meshed.
little political coalition now.
Yep, that's a great way to
And
explain
it's
it.
all driven by their personal trauma from like 30 or
Yep.
40 years ago that they're still living in. And the rest of us are in the modern world and have gotten over high school and want to form a society with adults.
Yeah. Yeah, we learned that maybe the shit that happened to us wasn't right, but it doesn't mean that we have to carry it like a fucking battering ram and use it as an excuse to do fuck games all the time.
That's right. And I think Kamala Harris, despite whatever tough cop persona she might try to pull off, is going to be able to work the crowd I just talked about more than she's going to be able to work my
Oh
type
yeah,
of people. So I think she's going to slant
she's
everything
fucked.
toward that.
She's fucked. She doesn't have a fucking snowball's chance in
I
hell.
hope you're right. God, I hope you're right. She's
I'm telling ya.
the first time I was really worried. She was like the record scratch where okay, the
Whoa.
party's over, the fun and games are over. This just got
Yeah.
real.
Yeah. And it was like that the last 2 years of Joe Biden being president. Like, what if he steps down and she fucking goes into the slot? And it's like, that's
That
a
was
scary
always my
fucking
fear.
idea. That's a fucking horrifying thing.
I don't trust her. I don't trust her. I don't trust her. I don't respect her. I don't respect her intelligence. I don't
It's 'cause
trust
there
her on
is
the
none.
DEI stuff. I think she's
There
going
is
to
none.
exploit victimhood wherever she can.
Yep. She's an emotionalist. She has no intelligence whatsoever. She has no like provable working idealism at all. She is fucking horrible. And yet she is worth $200 million. And yet before she got in office, like, and I'm not talking about like vice president office, I'm talking about before that even, she was worth like nickels, like nothing.
I know what I see from her. Not like she's in videos all over Twitter saying absolutely bizarre, crazy stuff that makes no sense. And people want to make fun of Biden and Trump both, and I think she's the most nonsensical of all of the three. And she I know Biden's equity order, and I've looked at it on the stream several times in great detail, and she's part of that. And so I don't expect her to like change position on that. I expect her to entrench it even further because she has even more motivation for doing so than even Biden did. So I don't have to know everything about her personal life to make conclusions based on what I see and what I've seen her do under like what I've seen Biden do.
I'll be
I
right
can
back. I gotta
make
use the bathroom.
conjectures. Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, see, I wasn't a Bernie Sanders fan either, so that's even more reason to. Yeah, I don't think she's getting my vote. I really don't. Now, depending on who she picks as VP, that I doubt it's going to change anything. The rumor is what's his name, Pete Buttigieg. Which I don't know. I kind of worry about him too. Even when I was a Democrat, I found him appealing in the sense that he seemed level-headed, rational, and I still don't have like he doesn't raise any red flags for me. I still don't have any major issue against Pete. I just worry about the DEI stuff. This is their new religion. superstition, ideology, whatever you want to call it, the story they tell themselves that all makes sense to that in group and to nobody outside of it.
Yeah, I think Pete Buttigieg just needs to learn his fucking position in life and stop fucking reaching for the stars because he's just not there.
I don't know though. When I see what is reaching lately, the bar seems very low. Yes, I was a Clinton Democrat. I registered to vote when I was 21 specifically to help put Clinton in office, and I voted Democrat every election since then, including for Biden. And this was after the George Floyd and all the DEI stuff happened, and I still voted for Biden. Because I
Jeff, I
did
don't
not
think we could be
I
friends
didn't
anymore.
associate that with Biden. I associated that with the progressive left, and I knew Biden as a traditional establishment Democrat that I was used to my whole life. So when I voted for him, I didn't realize how tied to that DEI crap he was. And when
Mm-hmm.
he got in office and that's the stuff he started to launch, I got very, very disillusioned. But
Well,
really,
you know
for
what?
me,
I
it was
think
the George Floyd stuff more than anything else, and the Evergreen protest, and that was before Biden even got elected. So I was on my way out of the Democrat Party before Biden got elected. I just put a vote on him on my way out.
Do you think that George Floyd was murdered?
No, I watched the footage. They just had a
Oh, okay,
documentary, and they released the full body cam footage, and I watched it, and I had a totally different picture in my head from watching social media of what had happened. And when I saw the
Mm-hmm.
body cam footage, I'm like, that's all that's happened. That looks completely more or less
Normal.
normal, like a normal cop responding to an event. None of it looked like what they were describing in 2020 and rioting over.
Mm-hmm. It was an optical illusion. It looked like it was fucked up, but it wasn't.
And honestly, on my end, it wasn't even an illusion because I didn't even really look at the videos much. I was going by the narrative around it that was put on social media than even the actual event itself.
Yeah. I remember the first time I had a fucking knee put in the center of my back. And when I seen the video, the viral one, the one that the girl took and posted to, social media
Was
that set
that the
everybody
one that
into a
was
craze.
the kernel for everything else?
Mm-hmm. Yep. When I seen that, I was like, yeah, his knee's not on his neck. It looks like it is, but I know that it's not because I've been in that position before. I've had cops jump on my back before. I know the procedure. I also know what it looks like when the knee is on the neck because I've been in that position too. So when I seen it, I was like, yeah, this is complete and utter fucking bullshit. Like, it looks like it's bad, but it's really not. And then
I mean, he was. Oh, go ahead.
once people start to read into it, you'll realize that there was a pattern of behavior. And what the pattern of behavior was, that I think it was 3 years or maybe 2 years or some amount of time, I'm not sure on the time frame, but there was an exact scenario of this happening with George Floyd. This shit happened already. What he was trying to do was trying to get a paramedic to pick him up. The last time this happened, they dropped him off at the hospital and they dropped all the charges. He went into the fucking psych unit and that was that. It wasn't going to go like that this time. And he had already taken so much fucking fentanyl. And even when they opened the car door, you could see a tab of fentanyl in his mouth. You can literally fucking see it. He's literally eating the shit so he doesn't get caught with possession too. So it's a whole thing, like, and it's a pattern. Like, it already happened once. He was hoping to get out of it again, and it just didn't go that way. He fucking overdosed.
People saw what they wanted to see, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there were. It got inflamed by social media, whether that was intentional, organic, or what. But it people broke lockdown over it. Like they were telling us the whole time how important it was to stay indoors, social
Yeah.
distance, and all of a sudden, oh, it's fine to go protest if it's
Oh yeah.
behind
Fuck
this all this
COVID. Go stand up
racism
for your
that suddenly
rights.
they were saying there were people that saying that the epidemic of racism was worse than COVID. So everything we were locked down for, the racism was even worse than that.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is? I always bring up this conclusion, this comparison of a metric. So COVID supposedly killed something like 400,000 people in a year. Look up how many people a year die of smoking related causes and tell me why smoking cigarettes, and I do mean tobacco products, tell me why cigarettes are still available in the United States. Look up how many people a year die of suicide due to alcoholic infusion, like alcohol related suicide.
Mhm.
You'll see the numbers. If you add the two together, they're about 300,000 over what COVID killed in a year. And this is an average. This is something that happens every fucking year. So this whole idea that COVID killed 1 million people, yeah, not a thing. Not a fucking thing. Didn't happen like that. My aunt, she's a nurse at a hospital. She's a nurse at a hospital for the last 17 years, I think. Same place. And she literally sent me a picture of an order that was given to all of the staff in the hospital that if somebody died, that they were allowed to put the primary cause, as long as they were infected with COVID-19, they were allowed to put the primary cause of death as COVID-19. And that's why all the death toll skyrocketed. Jeff, you remember when COVID-19 first hit, that fucking, like, almost a scoreboard that they had online for a while of deaths in every different country and how they were forced to take it down? You remember that?
I don't remember the scoreboard. I remember when it
I'll-
first hit.
I'll get a picture of it and I'll send it to you.
The first
it's such
case in
fucking
the entire
bullshit.
U.S. was in my town.
Really?
Yeah, it was some man that had come back from China. I
Oh
was
my
living in Seattle at the time, and I remember seeing the article, and something about a virus that had moved from animal to human, and I'm like, oh,
At a wet
this
market,
doesn't
yeah.
sound good. This is something to keep an eye on. And then a few weeks later, it turns out there's this COVID epidemic, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember when it was starting to hit the headlines. It caught my attention then. This is something out of the ordinary that's gonna become a problem.
Undercounted? Yeah, no. I don't care what line
But
or
in
metric
the
you
beginning,
use.
I don't. Is that when we just didn't know what it was doing or what it was capable of, so they were just labeling everything as COVID?
Yeah, I think that eventually, from like 2023, I think that we finally came up with like a realistic way of looking at it, and the comorbidities came out, and the FD or what was it? The CDC finally came out and said the actual data that we were using as a metric to count was incorrect. It was totally incorrect.
So they adjusted the totals.
I don't know if they ever adjusted them, honestly. I never looked back because I just knew that any number that they gave was going to be bullshit. It was going to be to justify what their actions were.
Is that when people stopped trusting the CDC?
Yeah, pretty much.
And I just
Not that
took
they
it
really
as
trusted
they
them to
were
begin with.
adjusting to new information as they like nobody knew at the beginning, and then as people found out more information, they would adjust things. And to some people, that looked like they were changing their stories.
Well, I mean, Anthony Fauci changed his fucking story probably 20 times. So
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to him at all.
he's a fucking joke. You remember when he did? Jeff, how old are you? You're in your 50s?
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah,
you remember when Anthony Fauci did the fucking AIDS epidemic commercial?
I don't remember it, and I didn't know he was part of it at the time because I wasn't paying attention to politics.
Mhm.
But I found that out during COVID that he was also the AIDS person.
You know what he said about AIDS on ABC and good it was ABC and MSNBC, I believe. In the 80s, he came on to an interview and said that you could potentially catch the HIV virus by sitting in the kitchen having cereal with a family member. When I seen that during COVID, I was like, "Oh motherfucker. This
So
motherfucker."
when he showed up in COVID, you had already known him
I had
from
already
the 80s?
known, yeah, like I had seen that commercial on fucking YouTube Shorts in the past about
Oh.
Anthony Fauci. And it's like, and then when the conservative twins did a fucking layover on it, or they did a exposure on it, they played the commercial. And I was like, yeah, that's it. That's the fucking commercial. I knew that's what that fucking guy was. Like that
So
was
you
the
were
thing. I was
already
like,
not trusting him.
yeah, no, I didn't trust him at all. As soon as he said that it was fucking, that you can catch HIV through sitting in the same room with someone, I was like, dude, and you get paid to do what you do? How the fuck do I sign up? How the fuck do I sign up to this? This is a golden goose opportunity.
Yeah, I didn't know. That's the first time I saw him. I didn't know who he was. I didn't pay attention to him. I didn't
Yeah.
pay attention really to many of the sources out there.
It's because they crammed us with different shit every day. Every day they were putting out so much information. 30 days to stop the curve.
Yeah, I didn't
90 days to stop the curve. Like,
I
when the
didn't pay
fuck does the
I
curve
didn't pay
stop?
attention to any of that. I think what I did the most, I had my local clinic that I was going to, and they would put out information and updates, and I think I used them more than anything else because I had a personal connection. I could call them up if I had questions. I knew the doctors there, so I think that was more reliable to me
Right.
than
An
any of the
individual
national sites.
contact. Yeah. That's smart. I mean, I could definitely agree with that if I had that.
And I didn't really need information because we were locked down. We were fine. I wasn't exposing myself to COVID or anything. So there was not really a reason to track the information other than to see what was happening with other people that I might know and when we could expect to go back to our life, if ever. That was the main question, is when is this going to resume? Like, when is something like normal life going to resume?
It was a constant prayer. Can we please get past this bullshit? Like, man, I'll never forget asking God, can you please just make this bullshit stop?
Oh, I
'Cause I
love
don't know how much
COVID.
more I could take.
I love the lock. That was the best thing that ever happened. I'm still in it. It's 4 years later. I'm still in it. That's how much it changed my life.
So you know what's funny is that when the lockdowns happened, I was already fucking isolating anyways. I was in deep fucking depression. I was still smoking weed. I was still getting fucked up. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck you people are bitching about. At first, I was like, I've been doing this for years. You guys are locked in a couple of weeks and you're like fucking going nuts. I'm like, dude, the only thing I'm tripping about is the motherfucking casinos got closed. I was like, what do you mean the casino's not essential? That's essential to my life. Fuck you. I was fucking pissed. I was so mad. That was like the biggest hindrance. I was like, wait a minute, let me get this
No.
straight. You closed casinos, kept dispensaries and liquor stores open, but we couldn't go to church. This is fucked up. There's a problem here. I don't understand this problem. You can go and protest, which is your First Amendment right, but you can't go to church.
Yeah,
This
no, the
is wrong.
protesting thing is where they got me. That's
Yeah.
when all of a sudden they started making exceptions to the protest. That's when the whole thing fell apart. I'm like, this is no longer making rational
longer
sense. This is
viable.
no longer about public health and safety. This just got politicized.
Yep, this what did they used to call it? Super spreader events. And I was like,
Yeah, like the Sturgis
the
rally
fuck?
and yeah, every time because every time Republicans would get together or people in red states, they would point
Super
and
spreader.
judge and laugh and mock. And then when Floyd happened, they were out in larger numbers,
Solidarity.
quicker than anybody, and justifying it and pointing at the rest of the people that were saying, wait a minute, y'all were just making fun of these people and calling everybody racist. That's when the mask came off, and it happened that quickly.
You know what I remember? Like one really big moment that I remember, and it was having to do with England. What's the fucking guy's name over there with the crazy fucking hair, the crazy blonde hair?
Boris somebody?
Boris Johnson or Boris
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, so Boris had a party, right? He had like maybe, I don't know,
Oh,
12,
yeah.
15 people
I
in his
remember that.
backyard, and they got the drone footage. So when Boris had that party, Boris Johnson, yeah, that's it. So when Boris Johnson had that fucking party, all of a sudden the next day at Parliament, he said, yeah, I'd like to announce that we're relieving all the restrictions on gatherings. All of a sudden, because he had been found out that he was having gatherings at his home, all of a sudden it was like, hey, it's time that we let this go, because we all know that we're getting together anyways, and we're not going to be able to stop human interaction. That's not a thing, nor should it be a thing. Like, what the parameters set up were not sufficient for what was actually happening. And he finally just fucking gave up and said, fuck this. I'm not doing it no more. I'm surprised he didn't get ran out of Parliament, honestly.
Yeah, I remember that party with all the fancy people telling everybody else to stay locked out.
Yep, you can have a fucking party at your crib, but we're getting hauled off to jail. And then what people went through in Australia with the fucking camps, with the phone check-ins and shit, like, what the
Oh yeah,
fuck?
I was zooming with some people from
Crazy.
Australia, and they were telling me they had like checkpoints, even to go from
Yeah.
one. What do they have in Australia? States, territories, or something to another.
Yeah.
You had to like do these border checks and have your
Yup.
COVID pass.
Yeah. They were taking the sick people to like literal fucking facilities that were built. I was like, no fucking way. This is some Nazi Germany type shit. Like, I couldn't believe that was a thing. I felt
Nobody knew
bad.
how seriously to take it. And I think for me, the reason a lot of people lost trust in institutions and stuff, and the reason I think I didn't is because I wasn't relying on any of them in the first place. I was looking at mostly the science side of things. I had friends that worked in pharmaceutical research. I had friends that were biologists and scientists, and they were posting things and explaining the science side of it. And as long as I could understand the science part and the vaccine timeline, that's all I needed to focus on. So
You
I
understood
filtered out
the
all of this
fallout
information coming from the media and political institutions.
because you knew right from the get that you were probably being guided. You were being spoon fed.
I didn't even I didn't even pay attention. I didn't have any opinion one way or the other about it because I was just ignoring them completely. And other people that was what they were basing their information on, like their predictive model. I could understand them getting disappointed, but I never relied on that in the first place. So
Right.
I never set myself up for that kind of mistrust. Not
That's
intentionally.
good.
I just didn't gravitate to those sources. If the
You were ahead of the
scientist had
curve.
fucked up, then I might have had the same experience.
Trust the
But
science.
science pretty
Remember?
much got it right in the long run, as I trusted it to do.
I when I heard like the different catchphrases, there was one catchphrase that I signed on to as soon as I heard it. Herd immunity. When I heard of that, I was like, okay, so tolerance, like your tolerance of the infection. You get infected, obviously the first time is going to be the worst. Maybe you're at a different comorbidity rate when you get it the second time. Maybe it's worse the second time. But the body is like the greatest quantum computer ever designed, ever created. So I think that something like that, no matter what mutation you put into it, I think eventually you will have an immunity. Like, it's not like it's the plague. It's not like you catch it and automatically fucking die. That wasn't a thing. It just was susceptible to certain people. And that was the hard part to say, you know, we're not all at the same basis of, you know,
Yeah.
physical existence. So that was like the emotional draw for people. Like, what about them? And it's like, well, them can stay the fucking side, or them can wear the fucking mask. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to do our thing. And it sucks to say that, but it's one of those, you know,
But that's what we
imperfect
do
situations.
with everything. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and like if you have the flu, you stay home from work. You don't make all your coworkers like
Well,
wear mask at work just because you have the flu. You just stay home.
if you could afford that, because there was one of my buddies. One of my buddies got like, I think he got like 4 kids, 5 kids. And I asked him, I was like, you know, well, how's your cold going? He's like, oh, you know, COVID sucks. And he's like, you know, I'm on my way to work. And I'm like, you're going to work? He's like, yeah, dude, I can't take off work. Like, I got 5 kids to fucking feed. It's not
They let
it's
him
not
go
an
to work?
option.
Oh,
Oh, he didn't say shit. He
oh,
just
the
muscled
lying
through
thing.
it. Yeah, he I'm here. He's like, I'm on a fucking forklift. Y'all motherfuckers stay away from me. He couldn't afford to not have that paycheck. And it was just, that's just how it was. He couldn't take the guarantee of the government, you know, being responsible for his family's livelihood. And personally, I understood that, because I was like, I've seen my dad go to work in rough ass shape, like half drunk most of the time when he was on his way to work, but he went to work every fucking day. Like, whether he was sick or not, he'd have to be unable to move in order to not go to work. And I get that part of it. And it's one of those imperfect situations. It sucks, but it's a reality that we all live with. Well, anyone with kids and responsibilities, we live with that. Thank God I don't have kids
Yeah,
or responsibilities.
except for myself.
Yeah, I'm the kid. I'm the
So I'm the
fucking
kid.
kid.
And
That's
the
right.
trying to be adult.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Because in my mind, I don't think I'll ever grow up very much.
No, I know I won't. Adulting is not my natural mode. But even as a
Fuck no.
kid, I was kind of like a adult. I was very adult for my kid age, and now I'm very
Kid
kid
for my adult age.
yeah.
It
It's
has that effect, that reverse.
asynchrony.
Yeah. It's fucked up how that works, but it's definitely true.
Well, it's because it's not. That's the neurotypical way of looking at it, and that's what society's made for. But I don't work that way. I'm I'm um I'm different ages all at the same time, and so this kid growing up into an adult thing is not a model that's gonna fit me. I need something different.
Right.
The other thing that I did not understand with the COVID, and still don't agree with, is why people that had COVID had to get the vaccines if they already were exposed to the virus. That made no sense to me
Makes
at
no
all,
sense. Yep.
even from
You
a
just got to
science
get your dollar.
perspective.
That's what it is. They couldn't go back. It's like when you're a kid and you tell a lie and you don't know the positive byproduct of telling the truth. You die with the lie because you know that what your perception of telling the truth is, that now it's going to be worse and it's going to magnify.
That's why I don't try to lie in the first place, because
Right.
you can't just tell a lie. You have to
Oh, it's a
keep
string.
up. It just gets more complicated from there, and I
Yep.
can barely tell the initial lie, much less all the threads I have to keep up with after that to keep it going.
Yep.
I would watch people lie. I would watch my siblings lie, classmates, and A, it amazed me how they could pull it off, and B, I saw all the work that was involved in keeping a lie going.
Mental anguish.
Yeah, and just the vigil. I want to be able to tell the lie and forget about it, and that's not how lies work. Once you tell the
Yeah.
lie, you can't ever forget that you told
Never.
that lie.
Yep. Yeah, that's unique. It always spirals out of control, and that's why it's just better off, no matter how bad it is, just tell the fucking truth.
Yeah. There's a guy on Big Brother this year who's a cop, and for some reason he's not wanting to tell the other people he's a cop. And just that one little attempt to hide that one little piece of information is bringing so much attention to him. And now he's having to like cover for his cover story and just tell them you're a cop. My God, you're in that house with him for what, 90 more days. You're not going to be able to. The work you're going to have to do to hide this just got way more intensive than just the consequences from just letting people know you're a cop.
Right.
A white lie or an unnecessary. I always go with truth because I don't care. Like the consequences of truth, like usually it's emotional consequences. Those people can get over. I don't spare people from the truth just because of their emotions. I've never been that type of person.
The problem with that, so like Plato had an idea of the noble lie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly what you just referenced, like, you know, saving someone hardship or heartache or pain or whatever. That can get just so diluted and fucking manipulated to just, it's just never a good thing, even when we're trying to save people from something. If we're
And again,
saving
that's
them
one of
from
those lies
something,
you
they're
have
not
to
learning.
you have to keep it going. If you're doing it to
Right.
protect their feelings, then you're going to have to constantly keep doing it to protect their feelings.
Now you own it.
Yeah.
Yep. And now you got to stick with it because now it's like there's just so many fucking bad ways to go with it, and it's a
And
nice thought.
if I were on the receipt, if someone was doing it for me, like lying to protect my and I found out about it, I would not be grateful. I would be like, you were lying to me this whole time.
Son of
There's
a
something
bitch.
about it's pulling rank. You are taking it upon yourself to decide how I'm going to feel and protect me from that without letting me be part of that process and determine that for myself. That's the part of it I don't like. There's a patronizing, not necessarily condescension, but there's an assumption being made on my behalf about me without including me. And that's what I don't like about it. We're not equal
That's a
at that
good way
point.
to
You have
explain it.
set yourself up here to make that decision. You've taken me out of the equation, and you've determined that for yourself, and that puts us on. We're not level anymore when you do that, and that's what bothers me the most about that noble lie, or that protecting somebody from the feeling, or protecting my feelings.
Right. I'm less than. I'm not able to cope with your truth. Like, how
Yeah.
dare you put me at that fucking level? That's a great way to explain
Yeah,
it. Actually, I hadn't thought of it
I
like
want
that.
to be responsible for my feeling, and I want to make the decisions about my feel. I don't want you making those decisions for me. That's what the woke do. They try to protect They decide what feelings people need to be protected from, and then they move to do it.
They try and categorize themselves as a herd, and that they're all the same. And it's like, no, it's not fucking accurate. Like,
It's the
by your
collectivism.
own, right, by your own fucking non-binary fucking, code, that is not fucking right. That doesn't make sense. Like, you're putting yourself in a fucking box, and you're putting everyone else in the box with you, and you're leaving out individuality. Like, you're leaving out a lot of different fucking data, and it's just bullshit.
Yeah, the individual is that there is no role for the individual is not a unit in wokeness at all, or not a significant unit. Like the group level is the lowest level of analysis.
Sounds like grade school.
I don't I it's a very foreign way of thinking. I'm not capable of thinking in group terms like it takes to. I'm certainly not capable of subordinating the individual to any kind of group identity. I'm just too conscious of people's unique differences and personalities.
Reality.
I couldn't see them as just a white person or just a black person, or even women. As much like I have a strong bias against women based on my experiences with them, but even with that, each individual woman that I meet, I still see her as I'm still not capable of seeing her as just a woman. Like she's still an individual person. So even with my biases, I still can't look past the individual.
Right.
Then remake into. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So the groups themselves are just like tools that they're exploiting for their
Yep.
individual power agendas.
That's it.
I think at least the people that are aware and manipulate, I think the rank and file actually kind of do believe this, that there's certain groups that are being oppressed at the expense of other groups, and it's important to be aware of group identity and fight for the oppressed groups, etc. So I think there are true believers.
Few and far between. It's like trying to find a true believer in like white supremacy. They're next to impossible to actually find someone who is a through
Oh,
and through
yeah.
true believer. Like
Especially in this day and age.
yeah, it's fucking good luck.
It's like
I'm
flat
pretty
earth.
sure that generation is almost dead.
Do you think there's less true believers in wokeness than people are pretending? Like they don't actually buy all this,
Oh yeah,
what is it,
for
systemic
sure.
racism?
Yeah, that's like saying that the fucking gay community ain't gonna support Trump. Like motherfucker, most of us own businesses, we pay taxes, we are an influential part of this economy. So to think that we won't vote with the plan and leave out the human side of it, yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Trump is one of the least anti-gay presidents in my lifetime. Like he's homophobia. I've known Trump my whole life, like as a celebrity and The Apprentice and all that. Homophobia is not something that most people associate with Trump.
No,
He just
but he
didn't seem to
fucking
care
partied with a
ever.
bunch of gays. Just like they paint him to be the racist, yet he was
No,
fucking Trump Towers hosted so many fucking Mike Tyson fights. It's shit the bed crazy to think that he would be that kind of promotional
Trump is
tool.
a businessman and a capitalist.
Yep.
Everybody is green to him. Like he doesn't care about, like, if you can advance his interests somehow or make him money or cut a deal, that's all he cares about. He didn't seem like he was concerned about social issues at all, other than to the extent they could advance his business.
That's it. I mean, the fact that I'm a pretty firm believer that he's never drank. That he really did learn from his brother's mistake. And there's very few people like that in this world, but usually when you have someone that's developed that kind of disconnect from like influence, being influenced, they're usually extremely successful. And it's because they don't get caught up in the social fucking disconnects from things. They concentrate at an objective level like all the time. That's their normal operating procedure. And to think that people like that have this hidden fucking hate monger agenda, come the fuck on. It's not a thing, man. The fucking math doesn't math in that scenario at all. It's not a thing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Trump in that
No.
area at all. He
Just
did
like-
do the trans ban in the military when he first took office. That I didn't support that at the time, but the trans people were not as obnoxious then as they are now either. Now they're just bullies. But at the time, I thought, no, they should be able to serve just like anybody else as long as they meet the requirements as anybody else.
See, that was the problem. You know what it created? And I think, and I'm not going to say that I have this perfectly summed up, but I honestly think that the ideal as a whole had good and bad byproducts like anything, but there were more bad negative byproducts as having them in the military. And one of the negative byproducts was the boot camp loophole. So if you get hurt during boot camp, on your first day, when you fucking show up, you get full medical coverage from the United States military. That's just how it is. From day one, you fucking set foot on that base, you're done. You're in. you are covered. So let's say you go there and you fucking break your ankle. Let's say you go there and you have some medical procedure that needs to be done. You are covered and you will get that medical procedure. Let's say that one of those procedures are gender reassignment surgery, or the start of it at least. They have to cover you. On top of that, the fucking, the old 6 weeks or 8 weeks that you had to complete the training, that was extended, like way extended, 18 months to 2.5 years in some cases. So you had this area of opportunity for people to get, free medical care when it came to gender reassignment surgery. And that just created a very bad thing.
That's what I'm wondering, Dobes. So you're saying people could join the military and show up on the first day of boot camp and get their transition covered.
Yes.
And now they're saying, I think they're trying to cover it with Medicaid or Medicare, have that be
Have
one
that
of the
loophole
covered
taken out.
services.
Yep, and that's the reason why it started to get covered. Why they even started talking about the opportunity for like gender reassignment surgery through Medicaid, was because that was one of the things that they were looking to counteract.
Well, why is this group with a lower suicide rate than the group with the highest suicide rate, which are males? Why is this where all the focus is? If it's because of suicide, that's what they're ultimately trying to prevent. That's the argument. That's why this surgery is so crucial, because suicide. Why would you focus on the group with the largest suicide rate? Why is this minority getting all of the suicide attention?
So
It's because it's kids.
It's post. No. Well, I'm sure that that's like a metric on the scale, but honestly, I think it works like this. I think that the metric of suicide is higher, and I don't think I know the metric of suicide is higher on the other side of the transition. Because when you go through with the transition and you realize that you've made a fucking flat out just a huge mistake that you could never go back from. You could never fucking regrow your cock. You can never regrow your biological structure. You have altered it to the point where it is irreversible. When you come to that conclusion that you made that big of a mistake, explain to me how the fuck you don't think about suicide. You've literally fucked your entire body. You've created an existence in your mind, and then you realize that the shit that you were going through were just constructs of like gender roles, binary type, thought processes. So you got gender roles, and let's say you like to dress a certain way. Let's say you like to act a certain way, like, mannerisms and different things like that are equated to femininity versus masculinity. And then you try and fulfill that role as a whole to not only be accepted for yourself, but in society as a whole. And then you don't get that acceptance. In fact, you get more pushback than if you would have just stayed your role. You come to that fucking breaking point that it didn't work, that what you thought the plan was, that you were going to use didn't work. And it's like, damn, a fucking bullet does look appetizing at that point. And I can understand that. I get that. I totally fucking get that. The rate of suicide after transition is way fucking high.
I am finding
high.
one study from April of 2021 that says it's a 12 times, the rate is 12 times higher after transition.
Because you finally
it was
come
conducted
up with,
using data from 90 million U.S. adult. Wait, there's 90 million trans patients
probably over the course of the last like 35 years since the 80s.
between 18 and 60. It did not include minors, so all of these were 18 and over. Examined emergency room treatment data of those who had undergone previous transition surgery compared to those who had no reproductive surgery. They're calling it reproductive surgery.
Yeah,
And
gender reassignment, reproductive surgery.
So yeah, there's this one study that does say the rates were 12 times higher.
There's a doctor out there. I can get his name because it's saved in my fucking videos, but I'd have to search through it, and it's a long fucking list. But there's a doctor out there that will do the surgery for free. He will give you the medicine for free, indefinitely, as long as you complete a 1-year course. As long as you go through the cognitive behavioral therapy and the physical conditioning part of it, like working out, getting a healthy, balanced diet, stuff like that. If you do the 1-year course, he'll do everything for free if you still want to go through with it after he, did his 1-year course. He'll do it for free. And he'll provide you with anything that you need. Because he knows that the dynamic of the problem is something that's internal. It's something that's mental. So if you diagnose it properly and you treat it properly, a lot of people, like 75% of the people that tried his 1-year course, made the decision that they don't want the surgery, made the decision that they were overshooting the mark of what, their life was, supposed to be. They came to a couple of conclusions that worked on the trauma or the mental disease, whatever you want to refer to it as. They came up with the proper, outlook on it, basically.
The number of people we're talking about is very, very tiny, if I understand. The ones that are actually the minors, the ones that are under 18 and actually seeking the surgical route.
Yeah, it's an extremely low number.
But then there's things like puberty block. Like, I don't understand not going through puberty. That's just weird to me in and of itself. It's a natural process that's so crucial to human development. Like, why you would, but the argument, I think, is it makes it easier to transition as an adult.
Yeah, but when you have a child that can't fucking decide what he's going to eat for dinner or what time he's going to go to sleep, you get the comparison there. Like, to let him decide something that's going to be lifelong. Yeah, I don't know. I can't let him make that decision or let her make that decision as long
But
as
even if they don't know, I think it's okay to wait till you're 18. But why do you have to interfere with puberty in the meantime? Like, why can't you just let puberty happen while they're figuring it out? Why does it have to be put on pause?
they say that it's torture for the individual to be forced to go through that.
Puberty is not. I'm sorry, everybody I know went
No.
through puberty. They're going to be fine. It is not
They're
torture.
gonna be
This is
fine.
a
It'll be
major
okay.
snowflakery bullshit.
Yes, I agree. Totally.
If that's the
agree.
reason, if the reason is because it makes it easier for the transition later, and they're convinced that they're going to get the transition later, that's one argument. But because it's psychologically traumatic, sorry, you have to. It was psychologically traumatic for all of us. That's just part of being a teenager and growing up human, and you don't get a pass from it just because you're too much of a snowflake.
Well, no, that's the thing. We'll never have that perfect explanation, that perfect thing. It's not existent. You're never going to have a perfect operation that works for everybody perfectly. You're always going to have these problems. And if we attach ourselves to things that only work for the individual and not for the mass, you can easily see how fucked up things can get with taking routes like that. Because it'll set a precedence that one person can change the dynamic of 350 million. Like, that's, fuck that.
What?
That one person is just out of luck.
Not lost. Nothing I'm saying is a talking point because it's all coming from me just thinking through the issue. I'm not pulling it from anywhere other than the article I posted, that study. If you're a female and you go through puberty, which means you get your period and all the stuff that comes with that, then they can't transition to male. So, but can they delay it till they're 18? Because part of the issue is, like, they're saying minors shouldn't be able to transition till 18. So is the idea to delay puberty till 18? That seems weird too.
They're trying to delay it indefinitely because
I don't know what you're
if you
talking
delay
about.
it and then you remove it, then it never happened. and that's a serious problem. Go watch Jordan Peterson's interview with his detransitioner, and that will shed a lot of light on things that me and Jeff haven't even talked about. It's just the problem is so much more in depth. It's not even funny.
My
And the
thing with the
predatorial.
if you're trans, or if you do the surgery or whatever, you're taking yourself, because if you're taking yourself out of most of the dating pools out there. You're putting yourself into a very restricted dating pool, because straight
Yep.
people are not going to want to have anything to do with you, most straight people at that point, and nor will most gay people. So both of your dating options, if you stay with the body you have, you're removing yourself from. So you're only going to be, you're going to be competing with the small minority that's somebody's taste. And I think
Yeah,
that's going to be a very small subset of either straight men or gay men.
you're gonna put yourself into a position where 2.385% of the populace is going to want you. That's the truth.
Yeah, that was my first thing about trans people, is like it must be really important to them to transition, because by doing so they really are restricting their dating pool severely. Like, and why would anybody want to do that to themselves if there weren't some other motivation behind it? And so I take them seriously for somebody willing to do that step. There's gotta be something really fundamental to them to do it. But at the same time, it can't be an easy life. But it looks like there's more and more straight guys
Hey, but Nolts,
that are willing to look
look at it
past
like
that now.
this. As far as I have no opinion, to this comment right here, I have no opinion to what an adult wants to do to their body. I don't care. I really, I don't give a fuck. It's not on my table. But as far as to make it legal for minors, I feel that it would be my duty to speak my ideals on that, because they're not developmentally able to make lifelong decisions like that, in my opinion. You're talking
And
about
not
two
laws.
adults.
You're making my point for me, because I do consider it cosmetic surgery. That's exactly what this is. And working in mental health and having mental health, it seems very odd to me that cosmetic surgery is the appropriate intervention for suicidality. Suicidality is a mental health issue, and I think there are many, many other approaches to mental health than cosmetic surgery. So the fact that this is the last ditch approach to a mental health solution raises some flags for me. Let's see, used in puberty. So it's not about the mental health and well-being of trans individuals. I'm very concerned about that. That's why I'm curious why cosmetic surgery is a solution to that. I would be looking at mental health and well-being options if that's what you're trying to improve. Okay, puberty blockers are used in puberty. Make that decision. Religious fundamentalists are not the ones making the decision. That I don't know what that comes from. I think ultimately it should be between the doctor, the patient, and if they're a minor, the parents or the guardian, whoever's responsible for the child. So those are the stakeholders ultimately in each individual case. And the number is very tiny that we're talking about. So I'm okay leaving it at that level. I don't personally need trans laws, anti-trans bills.
I just need it for one demographic of people, and that's minors. I don't think that it should be okay.
Um, Well, they're brave in what way? Because they're no braver than any of the rest of us. Like, brave in what way? Because they have all the rights that the rest of us have. They have the right to be themselves, just like gay people do, and all the other subcultures. So how are they any more brave than any other minority that's living openly as that minority? Is there an extra special quality of heroism or bravery about them? And what is all this abuse they're getting? Because the way I understand it, uh, it's two areas. It's around kids, and it's a lot of the like anti-trans violence or stuff is people thinking they're with, like, there's some deception involved. They thinking they're with one gender and they find out they're with a different gender, and so it's intimate partner violence, I guess what I'm saying. It's not just a drag queen walking down the street randomly getting attacked.
No.
Those rates I think are a lot lower than they were in my day.
Yeah, they're almost fucking removed. You're talking about a random act of violence, a true believers type situation. That's not even a fucking scalable thing anymore. It's the
Right.
people that say, I want my fucking driver's license to say female. And then you find out 2 years into the relationship, you're about to marry this person, and you find out that you've been lied to the entire time. That's a fucking problem. Like, that's a very understandable problem at that.
Ricardo, I'm all for. I love seeing people be themselves, but how are they any more brave than anybody else? Like, is my only thing in a world that misunderstands it. Hate that applies to anybody. Like, it applies to me. Anybody that comes on these panels, we're all misunderstood and hated by some group in some way. So why is the trans thing something special? People seem like it's this extra special quality of bravery,
They
or
make it
their
seem like
experience an extra special misunderstanding that the rest of us don't.
this is something that's happening at an astronomical rate, and no, you're talking about a populace of people that make up 0.75 or something percent of the nation. So
I don't know what Outlaws is talking about here
it's
at
fucking
all.
crazy.
And I don't have a problem with trans people. I never have. They were part of the gay community my whole life. Never, zero problem with trans. My problem started when they started bullying and intimidating me and all my friends about how we talk, policing language, policing etiquette, started telling us how we have to act and everything. And um, hang on, I lost it. It'll come back.
They're doing the exact same thing that straight people were doing to homosexuals in the early 60s, or late 60s, early 70s. They're doing the exact fucking fascist tactics that the fucking straight people tried to do to us as homosexuals in early Americana.
But the gender stereotypes.
Right. That's it. You know, the gender roles.
And
it's
well,
like
I'll tell
that
you
would
what a
be an
fan of
idea. That would
Boogeyman
be an
is. I'll tell you
idea of
two of
religious
them.
fascism.
Two Phantom Boogeymen. I will tell you two of them that did not exist in my generation. Misgendering is all of a sudden a thing, and it was never a thing with the trend. They didn't care if you knew that they were born a man. They would tell you themselves it was not a big deal. They could psychologically handle the fact that they were one gender and had transitioned to another. They don't try to pretend otherwise. And dead naming. Nobody freaked out if you used a previous name. Those are two Phantom Boogeyman things coming from the new generation that are not a real thing. You can ask any trans person from my generation. Those are made up things if you want to talk about Phantom Boogeymen. And now they're
Those
like
are
hate
deep troll.
crimes.
Yeah, they did. They did have
Yeah, they
post-ops
did.
at that
They
stage
had.
in
I
the 80s.
remember
Yes, they
hearing
did.
about what's that tennis player, Jorgensen, and there was some other person. They had trans people that I was hearing about even as a kid that would go off to Europe or other countries and have these surgeries. It was something that like celebrities did or rich people that could afford it, but it was possible and it did happen. And then as an adult, like once I started entering the gay world, going to the clubs, you would meet occasional trans people who were in the process of transitioning or had transitioned. So that became a new, like, not that weird of a thing anymore.
Jeff, you're a straight black male.
I'm black where it counts. Yes, I am.
Hell
I'm
yeah, there you
oppressed in
go.
every way imaginable.
Jeff's like huge cock.
If
Huge
yes,
cock.
if there's an oppression category, just put me in it. I fit it somehow, and somehow I'm still like part of the patriarchy. Yeah, I think that's that obnoxious Canadianism that you have, where you think you know us better than we know ourselves. I think that's the mental disorder, and I think this is projection.
I think that you're traumatized by the yoke of the crown. I think
He's traumatized by being Canadian.
yeah, because he's under thumb of the crown. He's being
Yep.
oppressed.
Yep, I think you got it. Us Americans know this. We can look in on you better than you could look in on us.
You're
and
just
make
pissed off that
inferences.
you're pissed off that Americans told the crown to go fuck itself and we got away with it. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say things like that, but that's okay. All right. Well, it's about 4:30. I'm gonna get going. Jeff, thanks for a fucking awesome talk, man. I
Jamie,
definitely
it's a
needed
pleasure.
to talk like this.
Anytime. I
Appreciate
mean
you.
that. Take care.
You going live tomorrow?
Yeah,
Do you have a Discord?
I do. Let me put
Do me a favor, drop the link either in private chat or public. I'll click the
let me
link and
put
join it.
back. Here you go.
Sweet. Hang on one second. Join. All right, cool. Awesome. All right, yeah, definitely hit me up anytime you're going live. I'll if I got time, I'll stop by. And always a pleasure, bro.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Thanks a lot, Jamie.
Have a good night,
Cool.
boss.
Very cool talker.
Chat, have a good night. Nolts, eventually you'll get over that trauma of being under the yoke of the crown. I wish you fellas and you guys, girls, and in-betweens, I wish you a good day. Later.
Free dental treatment. Some places have it here. And let's see, what else do you get good mental health care? That's what I'm most concerned about with you. Is the mental health system. Layside. That's a good note to end on. Layside, indeed. All right, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow at some point when I wake up, if I get some sleep. And see you then. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. No, bye, Dobes. I was thinking about you the other day, wondering how you were. So it's good to see you. I imagine you were in your summer and hopefully figuring out what you're going to do in the fall. I know you're not going into the Norwegian military, and that frees you up to do the psychological studies that you wanted to do, or study psychology that you wanted to do. Oh, it's being rolled out. You're losing your dental. So the Canadians are going to have the British want you to have as bad teeth as they do. No more of the Canadians getting all the good teeth. Well, I don't know that Americans are doing much better, at least in the lower classes. Teeth are really becoming a marker of status, I guess, these days. The ability to have all the best teeth. I don't care. I had a dentist friend one time, and he told me that normal, healthy human teeth, they're not supposed to be white. Like normal human teeth are brown, like yellowish and brown as they age. And that's the normal. That's the normal. That's what teeth are supposed to be. And all this whitening stuff is an artificial human construct that we decided for ourselves is the thing to have. So, 1 out of 1 dentist recommended. All right. I'm going to wrap it up. I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully, when I see you. Take care, everybody. Thanks again. Peace. Or war. Love and war. How about that? All right. Take care. Bye.